Introduction to Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, from Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, collected, compiled and edited, with notes by John Harland, FSA, 2nd edition, 1875. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the President and members of the Manchester Literary Club, this volume is respectfully dedicated by their colleague T.T. Wilkinson. Introduction by T.T. Wilkinson. If a man were permitted to make all the ballads, he need not care who should make the laws of a nation. Andrew Fletcher of Saltoun. The rude poetry of song and ballad, says Mr. Harland in his preface to the first edition of this work, has been in all countries the earliest record of acts and events. The song in praise of heroes, inciting living warriors to emulate the deeds of their ancestors, the ballad to commemorate successive acts of national or family prowess. Ballads, says Tacitus, were the only annals known among the ancient Germans. The Scandinavian skalds in their sagas celebrated the warlike achievements of their ancestors. Britain, Wales and Ireland had of old their bards and minstrels, and even as late as the reign of Elizabeth, Welsh harpers on their hillsides sang to crowds of their countrymen the deeds of their forefathers. With the refinement of manners, the ballad by degrees included a wider range of subjects. The marvellous tale, the wild adventure, love's sentiment and passion, mad revenge and stealthy murder were amongst its favourite themes. Then came the satirical song, the humorous and burlesque ballad, which have remained in favour with the people, especially in rural districts, to this day. Very many of these have been sung in the halls of the great by the minstrels of the North Country, and they have also formed the fireside melodies of our peasantry for many generations. Almost every ancient mansion possessed its gallery for the musicianers, and those families who could not afford to keep their own performers paid considerable sums for the hire of some more wealthy neighbour's company when celebrating annual or family festivities. Ballad, interlude, song and dance followed each other on these occasions in quick succession, and these were imitated at public festivals and fairs by more humble professionals, but not on that account the less acceptable to the crowds who witnessed their performances. In later time, the narrative of every striking event was woven into rude verse by the ballad-monger, who either sung his own compositions when he visited the houses of the wealthy, or committed them to the charge of the itinerant pedlar, of whom Shakespeare has immortalized a specimen in his Winter's Tale, where we have, painted for all time, a lively portrait of the English ballad singer and seller of his own day. Of these older ballads, very few exist of an earlier date than the reign of James I, when some remnants were first collected in small chapbooks termed garlands, of which many are preserved in the Pepysian Library. In Percy's Relique we find a few more of these compositions, and Mr. Halliwell has included some others both in his Palatine Anthology, in his Palatine Garland, and in the 32-folio volumes of song sheets, ballads, etc., presented by him to the Chetham Library, Manchester. Previously to the interest recently excited in this species of literature, the olden ballads and songs were fast dying out. Many have been lost for ever, and some of the more modern are merely parodies or burlesques. They do not always, or even frequently, contain the best poetry, an extra syllable or two in a line proving no serious obstacle to the singer or reciter. Most of them, however, are intensely national, racy of the soil, and will live in our local literature for all time to come. Like much of our early poetry, they are mostly monosyllabic, strong and expressive. The lines are, in general, short, the tunes simple, the choruses jovial and boisterous, suited to the occasions and the times. There are also certain peculiar turns of expression, and even of pronunciation, which are evidently intended to help the memory and produce effect. All or most of these characteristic traits have been retained in our best modern imitations, the framework of the ancient ballad or song having been rehabilitated to suit the circumstances of the case. It might seem that irregularity in metre and in melody were at an early period one of the acknowledged characteristics of ballad poetry, for Richard Shiel, a Lancashire man, the author of the earlier and irregular Chevy Chase, is also the composer of the almost faultless love song in the present volume. Ballads and songs written in pure grammatical English are somewhat rare in the north of England. Many of these owe their origin to turmoil and crime, and are frequently strongly tinged with the peculiar dialect of the locality in which they were written. This is not to be regretted, for by this means the places where the events happened are thereby fixed, and lasting popularity is also secured, because they contain the everyday language of the peasantry. Such compositions are cherished and preserved in remote villages long after they have ceased to interest the middle and upper classes, since they generally contain records of party strife, local usages, customs and superstitions, which are ever interesting to the lower orders. Hence the religious rhapsody, the mournful moral poem, the legendary narrative, and the details of domestic tragedy preserve their vitality for generations after more laboured and correct compositions have ceased to be remembered. Amidst great social mutations and the progress of education and civilization, there are, says Mr. Harland, some broad features of English ballad literature, especially in the subjects which most largely hold the popular affections and regard, which in all essentials will ever remain alike, however their outward garb may change with the transitory tastes and fleeting fashions of the age. The four favourite themes alike of the oldest ballads and the most modern songs are war, love, murder, and wine. Lancashire ballads and songs are no exception to the general rule. We have prowess in war, family feuds, success or failure in love, domestic tragedies, the praise of good liquor, etc., constantly furnishing themes on which our local poets have exercised their powers, and of these not a few of their efforts are couched in the strong vernacular of the county. In the following volume, the oldest ballad in the Lancashire dialect is that entitled Warwick Fair. This is considered to have been written about AD 1550, and although a glossary has been added for the sake of the general reader, there is not a word used by the writer that would be unintelligible to the Lancashire peasant of today. There is a quaint ironical severity in the Ballad of Marriage, rescued from the Brownsholme papers, which is much intensified by the careless ease of the extra syllable in each alternate line. This peculiarity has not found many imitators, and hence the regret that both the name of the author and the rest of the ballad appear to have been irrecoverably lost. Our earlier poets, in general, either did not understand or did not care to cultivate the Lancashire dialect, although, as in the case of Burns, it would have given them a far wider choice of rhymes. The publication of Collier's Thomas and Mary, however, gave fixedness and increased vitality to our folk speech, and under the hands of Bamford, Brierley, Staton, Waugh, and others, it has now acquired a copious literature of its own. The forthcoming glossary of the Manchester Literary Club will form a permanent record of its peculiarities, origin, and power. In the following collection will be found the rugged, uncouth measures of the older ballad writers. The more polished verses of later authors follow, until we reach the true modern ballad in the pathetic stanzas of Shenstone. The easy-flowing verse of Byrom cannot but be admired. He was an author who knew how to inspire happy and independent thoughts in others, and his genial sentiments prove that he was equally at ease both with the world and himself. The modern selections contain many specimens of the calm philosophic thought of Swain, forcibly reminding us of Wordsworth. His language is always elegant and chaste, whether in ballad, song, or longer poem. He has recently gone to his rest, but his fine composition on the mind, together with his collective works, have secured him a lasting reputation. Bamford's peculiar style is forcibly shown in his legend of the Wild Rider and in the Pass of Death. His lines are lengthy, his words massive, his thoughts manly in tone, and expressed in forcible, vigorous verse. His most striking ballad records an imaginary visit to Tim Bobbin grave, and his God Help the Poor was sung and recited during the cotton famine with all the fervour peculiar to a suffering population. Critchley Prince very nearly approaches Swain in the style of many of his poems. Several of his songs are exceedingly forcible and very happily expressed. His Songs of the People for Me forms a good example of one of his happiest efforts, and was written almost impromptu at the request of the late Mr. Harland, for Mr. Gent to incorporate in the volume of modern songs and ballads. Of those who have written in our dialect, the first place is undoubtedly due to Waugh. He is a master of the art of song-writing, and many of them are more popular than those of any other Lancashire author. His "Come warm to the childer and me" has found its way to every hearth, and its popularity suffers no decrease. Each of his songs causes some homely, heartfelt chord to vibrate, and his pictures of Lancashire home life are faithful and graphic. Touches of genuine poetry meet us in almost every verse, and his prose works are not less racy, poetical, and characteristic. Laycock, next to Waugh, is our most popular songwriter in the dialect. His "Boughton Yard" and "Welcome Bonny Brid" are known and recited throughout this and the neighbouring counties. The truly poetical is not wanting. His style is simple and unlaboured, but his unexpected witty turns of thought, his telling home thrusts, native humour, and quaint allusions are peculiarly his own. Brierley has cultivated prose much more extensively than poetry, and yet he has added some choice songs to our Lancashire literature. Some of these, however, require acting as well as singing in order to bring out their proper effect. The "Waver o' Wellbrook" is inimitable when given with all the gravity, the grunts and grimaces of the grumbling old waver. The chorus compels us to hear his looms rattling as he proclaims his independent spirit, and also fully illustrates the boisterousness required in a really popular Lancashire song. In making the modern collection, Mr. Harland exhibited his usual sound judgment and good taste. The best of every writer was selected and arranged under the following heads: 1. Romantic and legendary ballads. 2. Songs of love and praises of the fair. 3. Songs of home and its affections. 4. Songs of life and brotherhood. 5. Songs of the cotton famine. 6. Sea songs. A miscellaneous chapter, 7, is now added, containing several pieces worthy of preservation. The additions to the ancient ballads are also considerable. The pleasurable duty remains of thanking all those to whom this volume owes its existence. We have merely gathered the flowers of Lancashire ballad and song into a garland. Theirs is the fragrance of these poetic blossoms. Theirs the rich and varied tints that delight the eye and cheer the heart. To thank each individually by name would be simply to repeat a portion of the table of contents, and we can therefore only tender to one and all our most grateful thanks for the courteous and ready kindness with which they have acceded to our requests. To the surviving representatives of deceased writers, and to various publishing firms holding copyrights, we must take leave in like manner to tender our sincere thanks and acknowledgments. The portrait of the late Charles Swain, from a photograph by Mr. John Eastham of Manchester, which has been adopted as the frontispiece to the present edition, will no doubt be very acceptable to the numerous friends of one of Lancashire's most gifted poets. T.T.W. End of introduction. Part 1 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fragment of an ancient ballad of a tyrannical husband and the old man and his wife. Fragment of an ancient ballad of a tyrannical husband. A folio manuscript volume in the Chetham Library, Manchester, number 8009, is described at some length by Mr. J. O. Halliwell, F.R.S., as an extremely valuable manuscript, chiefly consisting of early English poetry written in the 15th century. He enumerates 14 different articles or subjects in the volume, the last of which he calls A Ballad of a Tyrannical Husband, folio 366. It was written, he says, in the reign of Edward IV. It is in 28 quatrains or stanzas, covering 5 pages of the folio volume, but it appears to have been left unfinished by the transcriber, for only the first fit or part is copied. The rest is wanting. Many of its words and phrases are pure Lancashire, but since this work is intended for the general reader, we modernise the spelling. O thou that art gentle, for joy of thy dame, as thou wrought this wide world, in heaven is thy hame. Save all this company, and shield them from shame, that will listen to me, and tend to this game. God keep all women that to this town long, maidens and widows, and eke wives among, for much they are blamed, and sometimes with wrong. I take witness of all folk that heareth this song. Listen, good sirs, both young and old, of a good husband this tale shall be told. He wedded a woman that was fair and bold, and had goods enow to wend as they wold. She was a good housewife, courteous and kind, and he was an angry man, and soon would be tined, chiding and brawling, and fared like a fiend, as one that oft will be wroth with his best friend. Till it befell upon a day, short talk to make, the good man to the plough his horse gan he take. He called forth his oxen, the white and the blake, and he said, Dame, dight our dinner betimes, for God's sake. The good man and his lad to the plough be gone. The good wife had much to do, servant had she none. Many small children to keep, beside herself alone. She did more than she might within her own warn. Home came the good man by time of the day, to look that all things were according to his say. Dame, he said, is our dinner dight? Sir, she said, nay, how would you have me do more than I may? Then he began to chide, and said, Evil mote thou be, I would thou shouldst all day go to plough with me, to walk in the clods that be wet and miry. Then shouldst thou wit what it were a ploughman to be. Then sware the good wife, and thus gan she say, I have more to do than do I may, and you should follow me fully one day. You'd be weary of your part, me head dare I lay. Weary, in the devil's name, said the good man, what hast thou to do but sit here at home? Thou coyst to thy neighbour's house, by on and by en, and sittest there jangling with Jack and with Joan. Then said the good wife, Fair may you fall, I have more to do, whoso withal. When I lie in me bed, me sleep is but small, yet early in the morning ye will me up call. When I lie all night waking with our dear child, I rise up at morrow and find our house wild. Then I milk our kine, turn them into the field, while you sleep full still, as Christ shall me shield. Then make our butter for cheering the day, after make our cheese, this hold you a play. Then will our children weep, and utmost they, yet will you blame me, and any be away. When I've so done, yet there comes more in. I give our chickens meat, or else they be lean. Our hens and our capons and our ducks be dean, yet tend I to our goslings that go on the green. I bake and I brew, it will not else be well. I beat and swengle flat as ever I have heel. I heckle the tow, I cabe and I reel. I tease wool and card it and spin on the wheel. Dame, said the goodman, the devil have thy bones. Thou needst not bake nor brew in fortnights past once. I see no good thou dost within this wide wones, but ever thou excusest thee with groaches and groans. Eke a piece of linen and woollen I make once a year, for to clothe ourselves and our children in fear. Else we should go to market and buy it full dear. I am as busy as I may in every gear. When I have so done, I look on the scone. I ordain meat for our beasts again that you come home, and meat for ourselves again that it be noon. Yet I have not a fair word when that I have done. So I look to our good without and within, that there be none away, neither more nor min. Glad to please you to pay, lest any bats begin, and for to chide thus with me, in faith you be in sin. Then said the goodman in a sorry time, All this would a good housewife do, long ere it were prime. And seeing the good we have is half deal thine, thou shalt labour for thy part as I do for mine. Therefore, dame, make thee ready. I warn thee anon, to-morrow with me lads to the plough thou shalt gone, and I will be housewife and keep our house at home, and take mine ease as thou hast done, by God and St. John. Ay, grant, quoth the goodwife, as I understand. To-morrow in the morning I will be walk-end, yet will I rise while you be sleepend, and see that all things be ready laid to your hand. So it passed all to the morrow that it was daylight. The goodwife thought over her deed, and up she rose right. Dame, said the goodman, I swear by God's might, I will fetch home our beasts, and help that they were dight. The good man to the field hied him full yern. The goodwife made butter, her deed were full dern. She took again the buttermilk and put it in the churn, and said, Yet of one point our sire shall be to learn. Home came the goodman, and took good keep how the wife had laid her flesh for to steep. She said, Sir, all this day ye need not to sleep. Keep well our children, and let them not weep. If you go to the kiln, malt for to make, put small fire underneath, sir, for God's sake. The kiln is low and dry, good tend that ye take, for unfasten it on a fire, it will be evil to slake. Here sit 2 geese abroad, keep them well from woo, and they may come to good, or you'll work sorrow enow. Dame, said the goodman, hie thee to the plough, teach me no more housewifery, for I conny now. Forth went the goodwife, courteous and hend. She called to her lad, and to the plough they wend. They were busy all day. A fit here I find, and I have drunk once, you shall hear the best behind. A fit. Here beginneth another fit, the sooth for to say. The rest is wanting. The subject of the above ballad has been a favourite one for ages on both sides of the Scottish border. As a more modern version, and to elucidate the labours of man and wife in their changed spheres of action, we append the following, entitled The Old Man and His Wife, from Mr. J. O. Halliwell's Nursery Rhymes. There was an old man who lived in a wood, as you may plainly see. He said he could do as much work in a day as his wife could do in 3. With all my heart, the old woman said, if that you will allow, to-morrow you'll stay at home in me stead, and I'll go drive the plough. But you must milk, tidy the cow, for fear that she go dry, and you must feed the little pigs that are within the sty. And you must mind the speckled hen, for fear she lay away, and you must reel the spool of yarn that I spun yesterday. The old woman took a staff in her hand, and went to drive the plough. The old man took a pail in his hand, and went to milk the cow. But Tidy hinched, and Tidy flinched, and Tidy broke his nose, and Tidy gave him such a blow that the blood ran down to his toes. Hi, Tidy, oh Tidy, hi, Tidy, stand thou still. If ever I milk you, Tidy, again, 'twill be sore against my will. He went to feed the little pigs that were within the sty. He hit his head against the beam, and he made the blood to fly. He went to mind the speckled hen, for fear she'd laid astray, and he forgot the spool of yarn his wife spun yesterday. So he swore by the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the green leaves on the tree, if his wife didn't do a day's work in her life, she should never be ruled by he. Footnotes. He wedded a woman that was fair and bold, fair to behold, and had goods enow to wend as they wold, to go or live as they would. And he was an angry man, and soon would be tined, kindled, enraged. And he said, Dame, dight our dinner betimes, for God's sake. Dight, dress. She did more than she might within her own wone, dwelling. Then he began to chide, and said, Evil mote thou be, may or must. Then shouldst thou wit what it were a ploughman to be, wit, no. And you should follow me fully one day, an if thou goest to thy neighbour's house, coist goest. By on and by ein. Halliwell has this expression in the form ononana, as Lancashire for always. Ever and anon, alone or in company, by odd and by even. And sittest there jangling with Jack and with Joan, prating, quarrelling. Our hens, our capons, and our ducks be dean. Done. I beat and swengle flax as ever I have healed. I heckle the toe, I cabe and I reel. Cabe, separate. I see no good thou dost within this wide wones. Dwelling. But ever thou excusest thee with groaches and groans. Groaches, grumblings. For to clothe ourselves and our children in fare, together. When I have so done, I look on the scone, the barley cakes baking. That there be none away, neither more nor min, more nor less. Glad to please you to pay, lest any bats begin. Bats blows. All this would a good housewife do, long ere it were prime. 6 o'clock a.m. And seen the good we have is half deal thine, half share of. Ay, grant, quoth the good wife. Yes, agreed, or I agree. Yet will I rise while ye be sleeping. The good wife thought over her deed, what she would do. The good man to the field hied him full yarn early. The good wife made butter, her deed were full dern secret. The kiln is low and dry, good tend that ye take, care attention. Here sit 2 geese abroad, keep them well from woe. Teach me no more housewifery, for I conny now. Ken, know. Forth went the good wife, courteous and hend, gentle, polite. She called to her lad, and the plough they wend, go. Here beginneth another fit, the sooth for to say, sooth, truth. End of footnote. End of part 1. Part 2 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Trafford and Byron feud, and the Busey tragedy and its legend. A Trafford and Byron feud, by Thomas Barrett. In our 4th Edward's fickle days, a serious quarrel, story says, took place near Rochdale, we are told, 'twixt Trafford and a Byron bold. The cause was this, we understand, about some privilege of land. Oliver Chadwick from Chadwick Hall on Byron's parts that day did fall, but afterwards it came to pass Lord Stanley arbitrator was, who fixed it upon this ground Trafford should pay full £60 in Holy Church at Manchester, and from this contract not to err, to Chadwick's heirs, to keep them quiet, and never more to move a riot. 10 marks at birthday of St. John, and 10 at Martin's Day upon, each year until the whole was paid, and to be friends again, he said. The authority for the facts in these rhymes was a curious deed in the possession of the late Colonel Chadwick of the Lancashire militia, shown to Barrett. Oliver Chadwick of Chadwick Hall, in the parish of Rochdale, was the son of Henry Chadwick, who died about 1482. Oliver was living 28th of June 1489, but the family pedigree does not give the date of his death. He left 2 sons, Roger and Oliver. 10 marks amount to £6 13 and 4pence. St. John's Day is June the 24th, and that of St. Martin the Bishop, November the 11th. In those times, payments of importance were usually required to be made either in the porch, or on the font, or before the high altar of the parish church. On September the 29th, 1560, the sum of £20 was paid upon the font of Brunley Church to Simon and Joanna Haydock as compensation for manorial rights, which had been the subject of a trial at law. The Bewsey Tragedy and its Legend. The bottlers, or butlers, that is, bottlers, of Bewsey near Warrington, derived their name from their office. Robert Lipping Cerner having discharged the duties of that station under Randall, Earl of Chester, in 1158, hence taking the surname. Almeric Butler, his descendant, having married Beatrice, daughter and co-heir of Matthew Villiers, Lord of Warrington, became possessed of the barony. A manuscript in the Bodleian Library gives the following statement, which is manifestly incorrect in respect of names and parties, though corroborated by tradition, which still preserves the memory of this horrible event. Sir John Butler, Knight, was slain in his bed by the procurement of the Lord Stanley, Sir Piers Lee, and Mr. William Savage joining with him in that action, corrupting his servants, his porter setting a light in the window to give light upon the water that was about his house at Bewsey, where your way to Bold comes. They came over the moat in leather boats, and so to his chamber, where one of his servants, named Holcraft, was slain, being his chamberlain. The other basely betrayed his master. They paid him a great reward, and so, coming away with him, they hanged him at a tree in Bewsey Park. Long after this, Sir John Butler's lady pursued those that slew her husband, and obtained 20 men for that suit. But on being married to Lord Grey, he made her suits void, for which reason she parted from her husband, and came into Lancashire, saying, If my lord will not let me have my will of my husband's enemies, yet shall my body be buried by him. And she caused a tomb of alabaster to be made, where she lieth on the right hand of her husband, Sir John Butler. The occasion of the murder was this. King Harry VII, being come to Latham, the Earl of Derby, his brother-in-law, sent unto him, Sir John Butler, a message to desire him to wear his cloth at that time. But in his absence his lady scorned that her husband should wait on her brother, being as well able to entertain the king as he was, which answer he, the Earl, took in great disdain, and prosecuted the said Sir John with all malice that could be. And amongst other things, the said Sir John had a ferry at Warrington, which was worth 100 marks, £66 13 and 4pence, by the year unto him. There being no bridge, the Earl coming to go to London, the said Sir John would not suffer him to pass, but forced him about by Manchester. Whereupon the Earl bought a piece of land of one Norris of Warrington, by which means he was privileged to pass on the other side, and so builded a bridge at Warrington on both sides, being his own land. And the said John Butler, after the bridge was builded, did notwithstanding exact and take toll and tax of all passengers as before, whereon the Earl caused the king to make it free. On that and such like discontents, they, the Earl and Sir John, took arms against one another, and Sir Piers Lee and William Savage, that sided with the Earl, made trenches upon Warrington Heath, which were said to be seen not long since before the enclosing of the said heath. So in the end, during the uproar, they corrupted his servants and murdered him in his bed. His lady at that instant being in London, did dream the same night that her husband was slain, and that Bewsey Hall did swim with blood, whereupon she presently came homewards, and heard by the way the report of his death. An accomplished antiquary, long a resident of Warrington, was consulted respecting this tradition, and the following is his reply. The subject has puzzled me and all other Warrington antiquaries for many a long year, and we are not satisfied yet. No one of the alleged actors, no one of the facts, and no one of the causes of the supposed quarrel can be true. When the last Sir John Butler died, there was no Earl of Derby, and when King Henry VII visited the Earl at Slatham, the Earl's sister, who had married Sir John Butler, was dead. I believe, however, that the story has a foundation, though the actores fabulae are phantoms. The subject has since been fully investigated by William Beaumont, Esquire, and the ballad printed at length in Chapter 18 of his Annals of the Lords of Warrington, Chetham Series, Volume 87. The late Mr. Roby published a ballad on this subject in his Traditions of Lancashire. The following, however, will be found to adhere more closely than his to the tradition of the neighbourhood. Butler of Bewsey. Listen, lords and ladies fair, and gentles, to my roundelay. Listen, youths and maidens debonair, to this most doleful tragedy. Of Pincerna, that noble race, that Buttilla was yclept, I say, and Bewsey Hall, that goodly place where traitors did the Butler slay. Fatal the feud tween him and one whose sister was his wedded wife, the proud Earl Derby, whose false son did plot to take the Butler's life. Savage by name and nature too, Piers Lee, that pierced all too free, joined with Lord Stanley and his crew, and brought the warder's treachery. A light shone from the warder's tower, when all the house lay sunk in sleep, to guide those murderers, fell and stour, across the moat, dark, wide, and deep. In leathern boats they crossed, and then the warder softly oped the gate. Bold fronted them the chamberlain, Holcroft his master warned, too late. Him they slew first, and then the knight, while sleeping, 'neath their daggers bled. A faithful negro, black as night, snatched up the infant heir and fled. The felon porter craved reward for treacherous guiding in the dark. They paid him, then for his false guard they hung him on a tree in the park. In vain they sought, the child was saved, but gallant Butler was no more. That night his wife in London dreamt that Bewsey Hall did swim with gore. When that she learned the foul deed done, she prayed that they might have felon's doom, but might 'gainst right the struggle won, then sighed she forth in bitter gloom. If by my lord's fell foes and mine my will in life is thus denied, and I must live bereaved to pine, death nor the grave shall us divide. An alabaster tomb she made, to her loved husband's memory true, and on her death her corse was laid close by his side 'neath aged yew. Mourn for the brave, the fair and true, sleeping in love and hope and faith. May ruthless ruffians ever rue their murder foul, brave Butler's death. It is stated in an early manuscript, but on anonymous authority, that Sir Piers Lee, being an ecclesiastic, was sentenced as a penance for his share in this murder to build Disley Church, which he performed in the year 1527. A native poet, in a modern poem of considerable merit, thus commemorates the Bewsey tragedy. Footnote: Bewsey, a poem, was written by the late John Fitchett, Esquire of Warrington, and was published by subscription many years ago, quarto, 32 pages. It is now a very scarce tract. End of footnotes. But yet the historic page records a tale crimsoned with blood, when even these stately walls, as yet uninjured by the shocks of time, could not the sword of massacre repel from their own guarded lord. For civil strife bade here dark murder his fell poignard steep in the defenceless breast. A hireling band at dead of night, when nature sunk to rest, and sleep secure had those proud towers disarmed, hither insidious stole. Their dread designs, base creeping fraud forewent, and bribery sped, for from yon window of old Gothic form beamed light perfidious, set by venal hands, guiding their silent steps. The guardian moat saw wondering its strange passengers, borne o'er in stranger vehicles. With fancy's eye there do I still behold the taper, set with treason big, blue gleaming on the wave. There too again I view aghast the band of grim assassins, murder in their looks, in silence cross the glimmering lake, and hear yon massy door, hoarse creaking on its hinge, by traitorous hands slow drawn. Ah, there, behold, the nightly raven screaming flaps his wing, portending death. And hark, within the sound of clashing arms, horrific stuns the ear. Ah, list the dying groans, the fearful shrieks, the hollow trampling feet, the murderous shout that mingling in one horrid echo bid even fancy's self, while starting, shrink appalled. Tradition tells a faithful negro braved singly their savage rage, and bold opposed their passage to the room where thoughtless slept his dearly honoured master, till at last, o'erpowered by numbers and o'erwhelmed with wounds, alas, he nobly fell. Their reeking hands, unsated yet, had still to execute deeds of black import and dire schemes of blood. For unarmed and in his bed surprised, vilely they butchered the devoted lord. Meanwhile a servant maid with pious guile bore in her apron, artfully concealed, the infant heir, and many a danger braved, saved him uninjured from the ruffians' swords, the negro's valour favouring her escape. This fact, as well as that the heroic servant was a negro, though not specified in the Bodleian manuscript, is traditionary in the neighbourhood. Mr. Fitchett states that this faithful negro, as the last earthly reward that could be paid him, was interned with Sir John and Lady Butler in the family vault, in a small chapel belonging to them in Warrington Church, which now belongs to the Athertons of Atherton, and in which the figures of the unfortunate knight and his lady are represented in alabaster, lying on a tombstone adorned with curious sculpture, and in a niche in the wall is a figure of the negro in a recumbent posture, of black stone or stained composition. It is evidently to this tradition that Pennant refers in his Tour, page 20, when he states that Sir Thomas Butler, I believe the last of his name, was with his lady murdered in his house by assassins, who in the night crossed the moat in leathern boats or coracles to perpetrate this villainy. The tradition respecting the negro must be abandoned. The statue is of dark stone, and is the figure of a woman. Mr. Beaumont is of opinion that it represents Alice Boteler, the widow of Sir John Boteler, the founder of the chapel. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lancashire Heroes, the Scottish Field or Flodden Field, and the famous history or song called Flodden Field. The Lancashire Heroes, in praise of the valiant champions of the North. Ashmolean Manuscript, Volume 48, Article 52, Folio 101. Within the North Country many noble men there be, ye shall well understand. There is the Earl of Westmoreland, the Queen's lieutenant, a noble man and a valiant. Then there is the Earl of Cumberland, and the Earl of Northumberland, and Sir Harry Percy his brother, as good a man as another. He is an hardy knight, and hath oft put the Scots to flight. There is my Lord Evers, my Lord Dacres, with all their particores, noble men and stout, I do put you out of doubt. If the Scots once look out, they will rape them at the snout. For northern men will fight, both be day and night, her enemies when. As the hawk upon her prey, there is also Sir Harry Lee, which dare both fight and fray, whether it be night or day. I dare be bold to say, he will not run away. He is both hardy and free. There is also Sir Richard Lee, which is both ware and wise, and of politic device. And these well I do know, yet is there many more, the which I cannot name, that be men of mickle fame. God save the Earl of Shrewsbury. The above verses have a place assigned rather because of their title than because of any Lancashire heroes named in them. They would seem to refer to some period in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, when the Earl of Westmoreland was the Queen's lieutenant in that part of the kingdom. Most probably that period was about 1569, when the rebellion in the north arose. They were written before 1572, because they name the Earl of Northumberland and Sir Harry Percy his brother, who succeeded to the earldom in that year. The following notes may identify the persons named. 1. The Earl of Westmoreland was probably Charles Neville, 6th Earl, who was attainted in 1570 because of his share in the rebellion of the North, when all his honours were forfeited and the title remained in abeyance till 1624. 2. The Earl of Cumberland was Henry Clifford, 2nd Earl, who died in 1569. 3. The Earl of Northumberland was Thomas Percy, the 7th Earl of that name, created Earl in May 1557, attainted in 1571, and beheaded in 1572 because of his share in the rebellion of the North. 4. Sir Henry Percy, his brother and heir male, succeeded to the earldom in 1572 as 8th Earl of his family, and was found dead in the Tower from a pistol shot in 1585. 5. Lord Evers of the text was William Evere, 2nd Baron Evers, Evere or Ure, succeeding his grandfather, the 1st Baron. He died in 1594. 6. The Lord Dacres of the text was probably George Dacre, 4th Baron Dacre of Gillisland, or of the North, who was under age in 1566 and died in 1569. His son, Leonard Dacre, was an active leader in the rebellion of the North. 7. Sir Harry Lee, of the verses, was probably the brave old veteran of that name, who at a great age lamented to his queen that he could no longer show his devotion to her by deeds of arms. There was also a Sir Henry de Lee, near Preston, County Lancaster. 8. Sir Richard Lee of the text is not so easy to identify. He may have been one of the Richard Lees of West Hall, High Lee, County Chester, the father dying in 1582 and the son in 1586. 9. The Earl of Shrewsbury, with a benison on whom the verses conclude, was probably George Talbot, 9th Earl, the 6th of his name, who succeeded his father in 1560, held the high office of Earl Marshal, was Knight of the Garter, and died in 1590. He was the unfortunate jailer of Mary Queen of Scots. The Scottish Field, or Flodden Field. A ballad poem in manuscript, entitled The Scottish Field, was discovered by William Beaumont, Esquire, of Warrington, in the muniments at Lyme, written on strips of parchment which had been pasted together to form a roll of about 13 feet long by 3½ inches wide. The first portion has been lost, or it should have been between 2 and 3 feet longer. The writing is in the opinion of Sir Frederick Madden of the latter half of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. It was printed in the second volume of Chetham Miscellanies, edited by J. Robson, Esquire, M.D., of Warrington. The English army seems to have been arrayed in 2 battles, a vanward and a rearward, each having a centre and 2 wings. Of the first, the right wing and extreme right of the army was under Edward Howard, a younger son of the Earl of Surrey, and consisted of the Lancashire and Cheshire troops, with Sir Thomas Butler, Sir John Booth of Barton, Sir Richard Bold, and others. The right wing was driven back at the outset. The second battle, or rearward, was under the immediate command of the Earl of Surrey, who led its centre, and its left wing was commanded by Sir Edward Stanley, afterwards Lord Monteagle. The poet has assigned the place of honour to John Stanley, son of the Bishop of Ely, and commander of his contingent. He afterwards married the daughter of William Handford, so emphatically distinguished in the manuscript. The poem may have been written about 2 years after the battle, which took place on the 9th of September 1513, as it laments the Bishop of Ely's death, which occurred in March 1515. Of course, we select from this quaint alliterative poem only such portions as relate to Lancashire men and their acts. Referring to the Earl of Surrey, the writer tells us, "He made letters boldly all the land over, in Lancashire belive, he caused a man to ride." To the Bishop of Ely that bode in those parts, courteously commanded him in the King's name to summon the shire and set them in order. He was put in more power than any prelate else. Then the Bishop full boldly bouneth forth his standard, with a captain full keen as he was known after. He made a wee to wind, to warn his dear brother Edward, that eager knight that eke was of deeds, a stalk of the Stanleys steep of himself. Then full radly he raiseth rinkers 10,000s, to Skipton in Craven then he come belive. There abideth he the banner of his dear brother, till a captain with it come, that known was full wide. Sir John Stanley, that stout knight, that stern was of deeds, with 4,000 firstmen that followed him after, they were tenants that they took, that tended on the Bishop. Of his household, I you hate, hope ye no other. Every bairn had on his breast, broidered with gold, a foot of the fairest fowl that ever flew on wing, with their crowns full clear, all of pure gold. It was a seemly sight to see them together, 14,000 eagle feet, fettled in array. If ye would wit the wings that to that ward longed, that was a bishop full bold that born was at Latham, of Ely, that ilk lord, that eke was of deeds. An egg of that bold earl, that named was Stanley, near of nature to the Duke, that noble have been ever, but now death with his darts hath driven him away. It is a loss to the land, our Lord have his soul, for his wit and his wisdom and his wale deeds. He was a pillar of peace the people among, his servants they may syke, and sorrow for his sake. What for pity and for pain my pen doth me fail. I will meddle with this matter no more at this time, but he that is mackless of mercy have mind on his soul. Then he sent with his company a knight that was noble, Sir John Stanley, that stout knight, that stern was of deeds. There was never bairn born that day bare him better. The left wing to that rearward was my Lord Monteagle, with many lads of Lancashire that to him longed, who foughten full furiously while the field lasted. Many squires full swiftly were swept to the death. Sir John both of Barton was brought from his life. A more bolder bairn was never born on woman. And of Lancashire John Lawrence, our Lord have their souls, these freaks would never flee, for fear that might happen they were killed like conquerors in their king's service. Then the Scots king calleth to him a herald, biddeth tell him the truth and tarry no longer. Who were the banners of the bairns that bode in the valley? There are standards of the Stanleys that stand by themselven. If he be farin into France, the Frenchman to feare, yet is his standard in that stead with a stiff captain. Sir Henry Keithley is called, that keen is of deeds. Sir Thomas Jarrad, that jolly knight, is joined thereunder, with Sir William Molyneux, with a manful meany. These freaks will never flee for fear of no weapon, but they will stick with their standards in their steel weeds, because they bashed them at Berwick that boldeth them the more. Lo, how he batters and beats the bird with his wings. We are feared of yonder fowl, so furiously he fareth, and yonder streamer that's full straight, that standeth him beside, is the standard of Saint Tander, that never beaten was in battle for bairn upon live. The third standard in the stead is my lord's Mount Eagle. Lancashire lads like lions laden them about. All had been lost by our Lord had not those lads been. But the care of the Scots increased full sore, for their king was down knocked and killed in their sight, under the banner of a bishop, that was the bold Stanley. Notes. James Stanley, brother of Thomas, 1st Earl of Derby, was Bishop of Ely and Warden of the Collegiate Church of Manchester. Edward Stanley was not created Lord Monteagle till the following year, 1514. Sir John Stanley, son of the Bishop of Ely, was knighted on the field of battle. Eaglefeet is a cognizance of the Stanleys. The Lawrences were a family seated in the north of Lancashire. The Keithleys were especially attached to the Stanleys. Sir Thomas Jarrad is Gerard of the Bryn, ancestor of the present Sir Robert Gerard of Garswood. Sir William Molyneux was of Sefton. Dr. Robson says the standard of St. Tander should be that of St. Cuthbert, under which the troops of the bishopric fought. The writer probably meant St. Andrew. From the concluding lines of the poem, its author would seem to have been one of the Lees of Bagley, Cheshire. The famous history or song called Flodden Field, Harland manuscript, Codex 3526. This ballad poem has a long title, ending with the most courageous knight, Sir Edward Stanley, who for his prowess and valiantness showed at the said battle, was made Lord Mount Eagle, as the sequel declareth. The poem is contained in 9 fits or cantos, occupying 66 closely printed quarto pages. We select a few extracts bearing upon Lancashire. There is Sir Edward Stanley stout, for martial skill clear without make, of Latham House by line came out, whose blood will never turn their back. All Lancashire will live and die with him, so chiefly will Cheshire, for through his father's force, quoth he, this kingdom first came to my sire. Now like a captain bold, he brought a band of lusty lads elect, whose curious coats, commonly wrought, with dreadful dragons were bedecked, from Pennygent to Pendle Hill, from Linton and Long Addingham, and all that craven crofts did till they with the lusty Clifford came. From Lancashire of lusty blood 1,000 soldiers stiff in stour. Sir Edward Stanley, stiff in stour, he is the man on whom I mean, with him did pass a mighty power of soldiers, seemly to be seen. Most liver lads on Lonsdale bred, with weapons of unwieldy weight, all such as Tatham fells had fed, went under Stanley's streamer bright. From Bowland, billmen bold were bound, with such as Breton banks did aid. All Lancashire, for the most part, the lusty Stanley stout can lead, a stock of striplings strong of heart, brought up from babes with beef and bread, from Wharton on to Warrington, from Wigan on to Wyresdale, from Wedicon to Waddington, from Ribchester on to Rochdale, from Poulton to Preston with pikes. They with the Stanley out forth went, from Pemberton and Pilling dykes. For battle billmen bold were bent, with fellows fierce and fresh for fight, which Halton fields did turn in force, with lusty lads, liver and light, from Blackburn and Bolton in the moors, with children chosen from Cheshire, in armour bold for battle dressed, and many a gentleman and squire were under Stanley's steamer pressed, etc., etc., etc. Another poem in the Harland manuscripts, Codex 395, of less authentic character, ends thus: Now that God was in Bethlehem born, and for us died upon a tree, save our noble prince that wears the crown, and show his mercy on the Earl of Derby. The Mirror for Magistrates contains 2 metrical pieces on the Battle of Flodden Field. The first is entitled The Lamentation of King James IV, King of Scots, slain at Brampton, another name for the same battle, in the 5th year of King Henry VIII, Anno Christi 1513. It contains nothing to connect it with Lancashire, but the next piece, entitled The Battle of Brampton or Flodden Field, fought in the year of our Redeemer 1513, and in the 5th year of the reign of the victorious Prince, King Henry VIII, has some reference to the Lancashire forces. After enumerating the leaders and officers in the vanward and middle ward, the writer, Francis Dingley of Manston, thus refers to the rearward. Stanza 14. Sir Edward Stanley, in the rearward was he, a noble knight, both wise and hearty, with many a noble man of the west country, and the whole power of the Earl of Derby, with a royal retinue of the Bishop of Ely, and of Lancashire men manly did fight, by the help of God and in their prince's right. Stanza 18. The Red Lion with his own father's blood inclinate, came towards the White Lion, both meek and mild, and there by the hand of God he was prostrate, by the help of the eagle with her swaddled child. The buck's head also the Scots had beguiled, and with their grey goose wings dolefully them dight, by the help of God and in our prince's right. The eagle and child were the crest, and the buck's heads one of the badges or ensigns of the Stanleys. The grey goose wings, of course, refer to the archers under the command of Sir Edward Stanley. Sir Edward Stanley of Hornby Castle, Lancashire, commanded the left wing of the rear of the English army at Flodden Field, 9th of September 1513, and forcing the Scots by the power of his archers to descend the hill, thus broke their line and ensured the triumph of the English arms. For which good service Henry VIII, keeping his Whitsuntide at Eltham the following year, 1514, commanded that Sir Edward Stanley, for those valiant acts against the Scots, where he won the hill and vanquished all that opposed him, as also that his ancestors bore the eagle in their crest, should be there proclaimed Lord of Monteagle, and he had subsequently summons to Parliament in that dignity. He was also elected a Knight of the Garter. End of Part 3. Part 4 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Love Song and a Ballad of Marriage. A Love Song by Richard Shiel. Ashmolean Manuscript 48. Richard Shiel is supposed to have been a Lancashire man. He wrote the rhyming epitaph on Margaret, Countess of Derby, second wife of Edward, 2nd Earl, 1558, and is also believed to have been the writer of the finest old ballad in the English language, Chevy Chase. My rebels sweet, in whom I trust, have now respect, and do not fail thy faithful friend, who is most just, and shall not in his friendship quail, but prove himself as just and true as ever sooth was found in you. For fleeting time nor wasteful sword, nor taunting girds fostered in art, shall make me to forgo my word, nor from my faithful friend a start, but will be found as tried gold, as friendliness requires it shouled. Thy tender heart to gentle kind doth show what race engendered thee. A noble heart in thee I find, which makes me to thy will agree, and ever will and ever shall, though I should dwell in lasting thrall. Loathsome disdain doth swell to see, and raging ire doth boil also. Forsooth true faith grounded to be in hearts dwelling on earth below, where they do think that hidden guile doth trap men with his subtle wile. I would I had the nimble wings of milk-white dove that clips in sky. In feathers then I would be clad, to mount over the mountains high, and light on thee I would be bold, that keepeth fast my heart in hold. A Ballad of Marriage. The following specimen of old local poetry was discovered some years ago among the papers at Brownsholme Hall, Lancashire, the seat of the Parkers, hereditary bow-bearers of Bowland, and it is here reprinted with Dr. Whitaker's abridgments and corrections. We have modernised the spelling. In yonder wood there is a dean, where I myself was late reposing, where blossoms in their prime have been, and flowers fair, their colours losing. A love of mine I chanced to meet, which caused me too long to tarry, and then of him I did entreat to tell me when he thought to marry. If thou wilt not my secret tell, nay bruit abroad in Warley parish, and swear to keep my counsel well, I will declare my day of marriage. When summer's heat will dry no mire, and winter's rain no longer patter, when lead will melt withouten fire, and bear braids do need no water, when Downham stones with diamond rings, and cockles be with pearls compared, when gold is made of grey goose wings, then will my love and I be married. When buck and hart in hodder lies, and greylings on the fells are breeding, when mussels grow on every tree, and swans on every rock are feeding, when mountains are by men removed, and Ribble back to Horton carried, or Pendle Hill grows silk above, then will my love and I be married. When moor or moss do saffron yeed, and beck and syke run down with honey, when sugar grows in every field, and clerks will take no bribe of money, when men in Bowland dieth here, and at Jerusalem be buried, or when the sun doth rise at noon, then will my love and I be married. Now farewell, friend, if it be so, and this thy once expected wedding, for neither I, nor none of my kin, will ever need to look forbidding. I swear and vow, if this be true, and thou of such an evil carriage, if I should live 10,000 year, I'd never more expect thy marriage. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Blessed Conscience. Written on the departure from merry England of Thomas Horton, Esquire, of Horton Tower. This ballad, says Dr. J. H. Dixon, an active member of the Percy Society and a great collector of broadsides, etc., has long been sung in Pendle Forest, Lancashire, and the neighbourhood, having been handed down by tradition. It was first printed by Mr. Peter Whittle, F.S.A. of Preston, whose copy is said to have been taken from the recitation of a Lancashire fiddler. There are various versions, but the differences between them are unimportant. The ballad carries with it evidence of the date of the events it sings, although Mr. Whittle appears to have made free with several of the stanzas. The Bishop Young, named in the third verse, was originally a chorister at St. David's Cathedral, and in 1559 was made bishop of that see, from which he was translated to the archiepiscopal see of York, which he held about 10 years, 1560 to 1570, and was also for a considerable period Lord President of the North. In both his high functions, civil and ecclesiastic, he would have had the right to summon before him any obstinate Catholic recusant who would not attend church, or who otherwise showed his determination not to conform to the sort of Protestantism which was held to be the established religion in the reign of Elizabeth. The Thomas Horton, the hero of the ballad, was in all probability the son and heir, by his first wife, Alice Ashton, of Sir Richard, who was Knight of the Shire in 1547. At Sir Richard's death in 1559, Thomas was 40 years of age. He married Catherine, daughter of Sir Thomas Gerard of Bryn, and both families were persecuted for their religion. The only full brother of Thomas was Alexander, who was twice married, but died without issue. Thomas had, however, 3 half-brothers, sons of his father's second wife, Alice Morley, of whom the eldest was the Thomas who was Sheriff of Lancashire in 1563, and who was slain at Lee in a tumult brought against him by Thomas Langton, Baron of Newton, in November 1589. The other 2 were Roland and Richard. The latter, though only of half-blood, being the only real brother in love, if we are to believe the ballad. We take it from a printed copy in 8 pages, obligingly forwarded to us for that purpose by Mr. Whittle, only modernising the spelling. 1. Apollo with his radiant beams inflamed the air so fair. Phaeton with his fiery teams the heat of wars did bear. The day was hot, the evening cool, and pleasures did abound, and meads with many a crystal pool did yield a joyful sound. 2. This fragrant time to pleasures pressed myself for to solace. I walked forth as I thought best into a private place, and as I went, myself alone, there came to my presence a friend who seemed to make great mien, and said, Go get you hence. 3. Alas, good sir, what is the cause you this have said to me? Indeed, he said, the prince's laws will bear no more with thee, for Bishop Young will summon thee, you must to his presence, for in this land you cannot live and keep your conscience. 4. I am too old, I cannot ride, what is my best to do? Good sir, here you must not abide, unless to church you go, or else to Preston you must wend, for here's no residence. For in this land you have no friend to keep your conscience. 5. Then did I think it was the best for me in time provide, for Bishop Young would be molest if here I should abide. Then did I cause my men prepare a ship for my defence, for in this land I could not fare and keep my conscience. 6. When my ship that it was hired, my men returned again, the time was almost full expired that here I should remain. To Preston town I should have gone, to make recognizance, for other helps perceived I none to keep my conscience. 7. To lovely Lee then I me hied, and Horton bade farewell. It was more time for me to ride than longer there to dwell. I durst not trust my dearest friend, but secretly stole hence, to take the fortune God should send, and keep my conscience. 8. When lovely Lee I came until, and passed by the gate, my cattle all with voices shrill, as if they mourned my fate, did leap and roar as if they had understood my diligence. It seemed my cause they understood through God's good providence. 9. O Horton High, which is a bower of sports and lordly pleasure, I wept and left that lofty tower, which was my chiefest treasure. To save my soul and lose the rest, it was my true pretence. Like frighted bird I left my nest, to keep my conscience. 10. Thus took I there my leave at last, and rode to the seaside. In the ship I hied apace, which did for me abide. With sails I sailed from merry England, I asked of none licence, wherefore my estate fell from my hand, and was forfeit to my prince. 11. Thus merry England have I left, and cut the raging sea, whereof the waves have me bereft of my so dear country. With sturdy storms and blustering blast we were in great suspense. Full 16 days and nights they last, and all for my conscience. 12. When on the shore I was arrived, through France I took my way, and unto Antwerp I me hied, in hope to make my stay. When to the city I did come, I thought that my absence would to my men be cumbersome, though they made me no offence. 13. At Houghton, where I used to rest, of men I had great store, full 20 gentlemen at least, of yeomen good 60, and all of them I brought but 2 with me when I came thence. I left them all the world knows how, to keep my conscience. 14. But when my men came to me still, Lord, how rejoiced I, to see them with so good a will to leave their own country. Both friends and kin they did forsake, and all for my presence. Alive or dead amends I'll make, and give them recompense. 15. But fortune had me so bereft of all my goods and lands, that for my men was nothing left but at my brethren's hands. Then did I think the truth to prove, while I was in absence, that I might try their constant love, and keep my conscience. 16. When to my brethren I had sent the welcome that they made, was false reports me to present, which had made my conscience sad. My brethren all did thus me cross, and little regard my fall, save only one that rued my loss, that is Richard of Park Hall. 17. He was the comfort that I had, I proved his diligence. He was as just as they were bad, which cheered my conscience. When this report of them I heard, my heart was sore with grief, in that my purpose was so marred, my men should want relief. 18. Good cause I had to love my men, and them to recompense. Their lives they ventured, I know when, and left their dear parents. Then to come home straightway I meant, my men for to relieve. My brethren sought this to prevent, and sums of gold did give. 19. 1,000 marks they offered then, to hinder my licence, that I should not come home again, to keep my conscience. But if that day I once had seen my lands to have again, and that my prince had changed been, I would not me have stayed. I should my men so well have paid, through God's good providence, that they should ne'er have been afraid to lose their due expense. 20. But now my life is at an end, and death is at the door. The grisly ghost his bow doth bend, and through my body gore, which nature now must yield to clay, and death will take me hence. And now I shall go where I may, enjoy my conscience. 21. Fair England, now 10 times adieu, and friends that therein dwell. Farewell, my brother Richard true, whom I did love so well. Farewell, farewell, good people all, and learn experience. Love not too much the golden ball, but keep your conscience. 22. All you who now this song shall hear, help me for to bewail the wight who scarcely had his peer, till death him did assail. His life a mirror was to all, his death without offence. Confessor, then let us him call, O blessed conscience. Notes. Lee, a manor and hamlet 3 miles west of Preston, came to the Houghtons by the marriage of Sir Richard de Houghton, about 1308 or 1309, to Sibylla, daughter and heiress of William, son and heir of Henry de Lee. Lea Hall was about 3.5 miles from Preston, and it was there that Thomas Horton, our hero's half-brother, then sheriff, was slain by Thomas Langton, Baron of Newton, in November 1589, a few months before Thomas the Elder died in exile. Horton was the ancient seat of the Hortons, being held as early as the reign of Henry II by Adam de Hocton, who married the daughter of Warin de Bussel, Baron of Penwortham, shortly after the Conquest. The present Horton Tower, now partly in ruins, was built by this Thomas Horton, who here laments to leave it, in the reign of Elizabeth. Previously the ancient manor house stood below the hill on the waterside, but he built the new tower with a lofty gatehouse on its present elevated and commanding site. In a manuscript copy of this ballad, kindly forwarded to the present editor by J. W. Bone, Esquire, B.A., F.S.A., and which has been in the possession of his family for 2 or 3 generations, there are several additions to the copy printed in the first edition of this work, and some variations which are worthy of notice. The original title appears to have been An Excellent Song, composed on Sir Thomas Horton of Horton Tower, Baronet, when he was driven off from his estate at Horton Tower since the pretended Reformation. In the second stanza, the first 2 lines of the manuscript are, These pastimes had my heart solaced, I knowing well my case. The first line in the 4th stanza runs thus, I am too old, I cannot ride, which is probably a better reading than the line as originally printed. The last 2 lines of the 6th stanza are thus given in the manuscript, but other helps received I none, while I was in absence. Then follows an additional stanza. Unto my house there did resort, both rich and also poor, hawks and hounds for my good sport, there was no want in store. Of meat, of drink there was no want, nor music with licence. I left those joys which were not scant, to keep my conscience. The 5th and 6th lines of the 8th stanza are better than those previously printed. They are, Did leap and roar as they'd been wood, without all dalliance. The 7th printed stanza is not in the manuscript, and the 11th is given as follows. When on the shore I was arrived, through France I took my way, and unto Antwerp I me hied, in hope to make my stay. With sturdy storms and blustering blasts we were in great suspense, full 60 days and nights they last, and all for my conscience. These lines form the first and last halves of the 12th and 11th as printed. The rest is not in the manuscript. After the 14th stanza in the printed copy, the following lines occur in the manuscript. Then to come home straightway I meant, my men for to relieve. My brethren sought me to prevent, and sums of gold did give. 1,000 marks they offered then to hinder my licence, that I could not come home again to keep my conscience. These are the last and first halves of the 18th and 19th stanzas, forming stanza the 14th in the manuscript. In like manner, the first halves of the 15th and 18th stanzas, as printed from the 18th stanza of the manuscript. There are several other transpositions and variations of minor importance, some of which have been adopted in the present text, but since Mr. Bone may hereafter publish his copy of the ballad in extenso, along with several others, they need not be further particularized. Mr. Bone adds, there is a mistake of fact in the title. The Thomas Horton it relates to was neither a baronet nor a knight. He was eldest son and heir of Sir Richard Horton, knight, and Dodd's Church History of England says of him that he, being zealous for the old religion, went abroad towards the beginning of Queen Elizabeth's reign, and died at Liège, June the 3rd, 1580. He assisted Cardinal Allen in founding the College of Douai. The first baronet in the family was Sir Richard Horton, nephew of this Thomas. He died in 1630. End of Part 5. Part 6 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Radcliffe Tragedy of Fair Ellen. Amongst the common people in the neighbourhood of Radcliffe and Bury, a story is currently believed that the kitchen of Radcliffe Tower was the scene of a cruel tragedy, perpetrated by a menial on the daughter of the lord, to gratify the malice and cupidity of a stepmother, and a red stain on the floor marked, as it is said, the place where the victim fixed her bloody hand while her murderer perpetrated the atrocity. Although there is nothing in the family history of the Radcliffes to support this tradition, and although for 100 years back at least there has been no such relic to be found in Radcliffe Tower, the tradition is not on that account the less firmly believed. A ballad of the murder, under the title of The Lady Isabella's Tragedy, is printed in Bishop Percy's Relics, with the following introduction. This ballad is given from an old black letter copy in the Pepys collection, collated with another in the British Museum, H. 263 folio. It is there entitled The Lady Isabella's Tragedy, or the Stepmother's Cruelty, being a relation of the lamentable and cruel murder committed on the body of the Lady Isabella, the only daughter to a noble duke, etc., to the tune of the Lady's Fall. To some copies are annexed 8 or more modern stanzas entitled The Duchess's and Cook's Lamentation. The legend runs somewhat thus. In times long past, Sir William de Radcliffe possessed Radcliffe Tower. His first wife had died in giving birth to her first child, a girl who, when she grew up, became remarkable for her beauty. But in the meantime, Sir William had married again, and the stepmother, a haughty and ambitious woman, cordially hated the only person who divided her husband's affections with herself. One day when Ellen was about 18 years of age, Sir William went out hunting. This seemed to the stepmother a good opportunity for the execution of a nefarious design she had long cherished. Calling her daughter to her, she said, "Fair daughter, go, I beseech thee, and tell the master cook that he must dress the white doe for dinner." The damsel, unconscious of any harm, did as she was requested. When she had delivered her message, the cook said, "You're the white doe my lady means, and it is you I must kill." In vain did the unhappy victim implore and entreat, and in vain did a scullion boy offer himself in her place. The damsel was killed and made into a pie. In the meantime, Sir William's chase had been long and animated, but he was unable to drive away a foreboding of ill that kept crossing his mind, and at last he felt impelled to order his retinue to return. At dinner he called for his daughter to carve for him, as was her wont, but she appeared not. On asking his wife where she was, she urged as an excuse that she was gone into a nunnery. But the scullion boy exclaimed, "'Tis false! Cut open that pie, and there you will find your daughter." He then related the sad catastrophe, and the cruel stepmother was condemned to be burned at the stake, and the cook to stand in boiling lead. The scullion boy was declared the heir of all his lord's possessions. Dr. Whitaker, in his History of Warley, says, "To this place and family, Radcliffe of Radcliffe Tower, are attached the tradition and ballad given by Dr. Percy under the name of Isabella, but here applied to a Lord Thomas and fair Eleanor, father and daughter, whose figures are supposed to be graven on a slab in the church, which the common people, concluding, I suppose, from its whiteness, that it was meant as an emblem of the innocence it is said to cover, have mutilated by breaking off small fragments as amulets for the prevention or cure of disorders. Traditions, always erroneous in their circumstances, are yet rarely devoid of foundation, and though the pedigrees of Radcliffe exhibit no failure of the family by the premature death of an heiress, though the last Richard de Radcliffe, who had daughters only, certainly did not make a scullion boy the heir of all his land when he settled it on Radcliffe, Baron Fitzwalter, though the blood actually pointed out on the kitchen floor, where this Theistian banquet is said to have been prepared, deserves no more regard than many of the stories and appearances of the same kind. Yet we are not to discard as incredible the tradition of a barbarous age, merely because it asserts the sacrifice of a young and beautiful heiress to the jealousy or the avarice of a stepmother. When this is granted, the story of the pie with all its horrors may safely be ascribed to the inventive genius of a minstrel. On the whole, Radcliffe is a place which, not only from its antiquity and splendour, but from the great families which have branched out from it, and the romantic tradition attached to it, can scarcely be surveyed without enthusiasm or quitted without regrets. Both Radcliffe Tower and the Hall have long since been demolished. The ballad is printed by Roby and Baines, the latter observing that the story is curious and deserves to be preserved in its original garb, as well for its antiquity as for its poetic merits. Footnote: Lord Thomas and Fair Eleanor, father and daughter whose figures are supposed to be graven on a slab in the church. This slab Dr. Whitaker describes as an alabaster slab, northwest of the altar in Radcliffe Church, covering the remains of James de Radcliffe, founder of the church. There are, as usual, a male and female figure cumbent, the man in armour, and some remains of children in praying attitudes beneath. What can be recovered of the inscription round the verge is as follows. Reader's note: the inscription is in Latin and translated as, "Pray for the souls of James de Radcliffe, etc., on whose souls God have mercy." The last Richard de Radcliffe. He died in 1502, as per Inquisition, aged 31, leaving daughters who are not noticed in the descent. Fair Ellen of Radcliffe. There was a lord of worthy fame, and a hunting he would ride, attended by a noble train of gentry by his side. And while he did in chase remain, to see both sport and play, his lady went, as she did fain, unto the church to pray. This lord he had a daughter dear, whose beauty shone so bright. She was beloved both far and near of many a lord and knight. Fair Ellen was this maiden called, a creature fair was she. She was her father's only joy, as you shall after see. Therefore her cruel stepmother did envy her so much, that day by day she sought her life, her malice it was such. She bargained with the master cook to take her life away, and, taking of her daughter's book, she thus to her did say, "Go home, sweet daughter, I thee pray, go hasten presently, and tell unto the master cook these words that I tell thee. And bid him dress to dinner straight that fair and milk-white doe, that in the park doth shine so bright, there's none so fair to show." This lady, fearing of no harm, obeyed her mother's will, and presently she hasted home, her pleasure to fulfil. She straight into the kitchen went, her message for to tell, and there she spied the master cook, who did with malice swell. "Now, master cook, it must be so, do that which I thee tell. You needs must dress the milk-white doe, which you do know full well." Then straight his cruel bloody hands he on the lady laid, who quivering and shaking stands, while thus to her he said, "Thou art the doe that I must dress. See here, behold my knife, for it is pointed presently to rid thee of thy life." Oh, then cried out the scullion boy, as loud might be, "Oh, save her life, good master cook, and make your pies of me. For pity's sake, do not destroy my lady with your knife. You know she is her father's joy. For Christ's sake, save her life." "I will not save her life," he said, "nor make my pies of thee. Yet if thou dost this deed bewray, thy butcher I will be." Now when his lord he did come home, for to sit down and eat, he called for his daughter dear, to come and carve his meat. "Now you sit down," his lady said, "oh, sit you down to meat. Into some nunnery she is gone, your daughter dear forget." Then solemnly he made a vow before the company, that he would neither eat nor drink until he did her see. O then bespake the scullion boy with a loud voice so high, If now you will your daughter see, my lord, cut up that pie, wherein her flesh is minced small, and parched with the fire, all caused by her stepmother, who did her death desire. And cursed be the master cook, oh cursed may he be! I proffered him my own heart's blood from death to set her free. Then all in black this lord did mourn, and for his daughter's sake he judged her cruel stepmother to be burnt at a stake. Likewise he judged the master cook in boiling lead to stand, and made the simple scullion boy the heir of all his land. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. James I and the Loin of Beef. During the progress in Lancashire of James I, he spent some days at Horton Tower, and at dinner there on Sunday the 17th of August 1617, His Majesty was so much pleased with a fine loin of beef, that in a merry mood he is said to have knighted the joint, which has ever since been called the sirloin. The following lines relating to this event are sometimes sung in the neighbourhood, and have been communicated by Mr. P. A. Whittle, F.S.A. The Sirloin. Thee, the god of plenty, bore to the king of Britain's shore his favourite dish. In James's time, plain eating was not deemed a crime. The god in guise of yeoman tall passed along the crowded hall, and with portly mien and bland gave thee to the monarch's hand. The well-known dish the king surveyed, and then drew forth the shining blade. He waved it thrice with gentle tap, thrice imposed the knightly slap. And worthier thou a king's reward than half the titled bands, I ween, at courtly masque or banquet scene. Oft in winter at thy side may thy loved plum pudding bide. Near thee by the parson wedded, and with nuptial blessings bedded, preserved in Thomson's matchless lay, sirloin thou wilt ne'er decay. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Warwick Fair. There is an old ballad preserved, we believe by Mr. J. O. Halliwell, and communicated by William Beaumont, Esquire of Warrington, describing in the dialect of the place and time how Gilbert Scott sold his mare, Barry, at Warwick, that is, Warrington Fair. It is perhaps the oldest ballad extant in the Lancashire dialect, and its date is fixed by the name Rondel Shays in the 5th verse, for the name of Sir Thomas Butler's bailiff in the 2nd Edward VI, 1548, was Randall Shay or Shaw. Now, O yo good gentlefolk, and yo want tarry, I'll tell you how Gilbert Scott sowed his mare Barry. He sowed his mare Barry at Warwick Fair, but when he'll be paid he knows not, I'll swear. So when he come warm and towed his wife Grace, who stood up on th' kippo and swat him o'th face, who picked him off hillock and he fawed with a whack, that he thowt would welly ha' brocken his back. O wife, quo' he, if thou'll let me but rise, I'll give thee o'th leet, wench, i me that lies. No wudgit, quo' hoo, but where does he dwell? Belarkin, quo' he, that I canna tell. I took him for to be some gentleman's son, for he spent twopence on me when he had done, and he gen me a luncheon a denty snig boy, and by thon did he shack me most lovingly. Then Grace, who prompted her neatly and fine, and to Warwick went o' Wednesday betime, and there too, who stayed for 5 market days, till th' mon with th' mare were come to Rondel Shays. and as hoo were resting one day in her roam, hoo spied the mon a-riding th' mare into th' town. Then bounced goose her heart, and hoo were so gloppen that out o' th' window hoo'd like for to loppen. Hoo stamped and hoo stared, and downstairs hoo run, wi' her heart in her hont, and her wint welly gone. Her headgear flew off, and so did her snood, who stamped and who stared as if hoo'd been wooed. To rondels who hide, and who hove up the latch, the fourth mon had tied th' mare gradely to th' cratch. "Me good mon," quo hoo, "Gilbert greets you right merry, and begs that you'll send him th' money for Barry." Money," quoth he, "that connot I spare." "Belike," quo hoo, "then I'll ha' th' mare." Who pooed and who thrumped him sham to be seen. "Thou hangman," quo hoo, "I'll poo out thy een. I'll mak' thee a sumpen, I'll howd thee a groat, I'll o'er ha' th' money, and poo out thy throat." So between them they made sich a wearisome din, that to mak' 'em at peace Rondel Shea did come in. "Come fie, naughty Grace, come fie, and ha' done. You'st ha' th' mare or th' money, whether you won." So Grace geets th' money, and whoamwards hoo's gone, but who keeps it hersel', and gies Gilbert Scott none. A few words in this quaint ballad require a glossary. It has evidently been preserved by oral tradition for a time, and then incorrectly dictated by or taken down from its singer. The second line of the second verse should read thus: "Who took up th' kippo and swat him o'th face." That is, she took up the big stick and struck him over the face. The next line reads: "She pushed or pitched him upon the hillock, and he fell with a whack or great force." Welly is well nigh, nearly. The second line of the third verse in English is: "I will give thee all the light, wench, in me that lies." Udgit may mean a soft fool, or a clumsy fellow, or it may be a form of hedgehog. Bylarkin is a corruption of by your liking, itself a corruption of by Our Lady, a Roman Catholic expletive often to be met with in old plays. The third line of the fourth verse reads: "And he gave me a luncheon of dainty snig," that is eel, pie. We should be inclined to read the first line of the fifth verse thus: "Then Grace she pranked her," that is, dressed, adorned herself, featly and fine. The third and fourth lines of this verse mean that she stayed at Warrington 5 market days, till the man with the mare came and put up at Randal Shea's. Gloppen means startled, surprised; loppen, to have leaped. In the seventh verse are two similar colloquialisms: "her heart in her hand," and "her wind," breath, "well nigh gone." Snood is a hair fillet or band; wooed is mad wild. The two first lines of verse 8 read: "To Randal's she went, and she heaved up the latch, before the man had tied the mare properly or completely to the hay-rack." Pooed is pulled; thumped, thumped, beat. Sumpen is probably what we still mean by sumph, a foolish, stupid fellow. "I'll hold thee a groat," I'll bet thee a wager of a groat. Shakespeare has "to hold a penny," in the sense of to bet a trifle. In the last verse, Randal Shea accosts Grace Scott familiarly as "naunty" or "aunt," a common mode of salutation to elderly women. End of Part 8. Part 9 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Brigadier Mackintosh's Escape, and Farewell. Brigadier Mackintosh, Laird of Boreham, was an old and experienced officer who had served in Holland with King James's guards. He was kinsman to the laird styled the Mackintosh, the chief of the powerful clan Catton or Chatton, who joined the Scottish rebels to the number of more than 300 well-disciplined men. The brigadier, who was a brave yet cautious soldier, crossed the Firth of Forth with great skill in face of the enemy, and had he been a commander of the rebel forces, they would have made a very much more sturdy resistance at Preston. He despised the incompetency of Forster, the so-called general, who was yet placed over him, and would not follow his suggestions or counsel. The brigadier planned the defence of Preston, and fought there at the head of the Highland force. Being taken prisoner, he was committed to Newgate, from which prison he, with 7 companions, effected his escape on the night of the 4th of May 1716. His trial being fixed for the following day, the old brigadier, then in his 59th year, and his daring comrades, forced their way out of Newgate, knocking down the keeper and the turnkey, and disarming the sentinel. Though a reward of £1,000 was offered for his apprehension, he got clear away to the Continent, notwithstanding that a bill of attainder and outlawry was passed against him, which excluded him from participating in the freedom promised by the General Act of Indemnity. He ventured, probably after the death of George I, to return to his native country, but he was seized and imprisoned for life in Edinburgh Castle, where he died on the 6th of January 1743, aged about 85. He wrote several pieces during his confinement, one entitled Essays on Ways and Means for Enclosing, Fallowing and Planting Scotland, etc., published in 1729, had the effect of introducing a spirit of improvement into the country, and led to the formation of a society for improving agriculture. On his escape from Newgate, he became, if possible, more celebrated and beloved than ever among the Jacobites, but especially among those of Lancashire. He formed the subject of a very popular English ballad, which, says Dr. Hibbert Ware in his Memorials of the Rebellion in 1715, from the scene being laid in proud Preston, and from 1 or 2 peculiarities of expression, ought to be regarded as a Lancashire ballad. It is given in the Memorials from a copy in the possession of Mr. David Lang of Edinburgh, a broadside in double columns, without any date or place of printing. Brigadier Mackintosh's Farewell to the Highlands, to an excellent new tune. Mackintosh is a soldier brave, and of his friends he took his leave. Unto Northumberland he drew, and marched along with a jovial crew, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater he did say 500 guineas he would lay to fight the militia if they would stay, but they all proved cowards and ran away, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. The Earl of Mar did vow and swear, if that proud Preston he came near, before the right should starve and the wrong should stand, he would drive them into some foreign land, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater he did say, when he mounted on his dapple grey, I wish I were at home with speed, for I fear we are all betrayed indeed, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. No, no, says Forster, never fear, the Brunswick army is not near, but if that they come, our valour we'll show, and give them a fatal overthrow, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater, when he found that Forster had drawn his left wing round, said, I wish I were with my dear wife, for I fear that I will lose my life, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. Mackintosh he shook his head to see his soldiers all lie dead. It was not for the loss of those, but I fear we're taken by our foes, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. Mackintosh is a valiant soldier, he carried a musket on his shoulder. Cock your pistols, draw your rapier, damn you, Forster, for you're a traitor, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater to Forster did say, Thou hast proved our ruin this very day. Thou promised to stand our friend, but thou hast proved a rogue in the end, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater to Lichfield did ride, with coach and attendants by his side. He swore if he died on the point of the sword, he'd drink a good health to the man that he loved, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. Thou, Forster, hast brought us from our own home, leaving our estates for others to come. Thou treacherous dog, thou hast us betrayed, we are all ruined, Lord Derwentwater said, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater, he is condemned, and near unto his latter end. His poor lady, she did cry, My dear Derwentwater, thou must die, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. My Lord Derwentwater, he is dead, and from his body they took his head, but Mackintosh and others are fled, to fit his hat on another man's head, with a fa-la-la, ra-da-ra-da. Notes. 1. Amongst the various individuals of eminence who entered into the conspiracy of 1715, James Radcliffe, 3rd Earl of Derwentwater, took the lead. His estate was immense, and as he gave employment to several hundred men among the mines at Alston Moor, it was expected that he would bring a great number of men into the field. His generous and charitable disposition had also rendered him extremely popular among his tenants and dependents. His lordship was a Roman Catholic, and allied by consanguinity to the Chevalier St. George, his mother having been a natural daughter of Charles II. This unfortunate nobleman, with a number of friends and all his servants, well armed, joined the rebels in Northumberland on Thursday, 6th of October, 1715. His troop of horse was commanded by his brother, Charles Radcliffe, Esquire, and Captain John Shafto. At General Will's attack on Preston, the Earl of Derwentwater is said to have headed a body of gentlemen volunteers drawn up on the north side of the churchyard in protecting the church gate's barrier. The Earl and Brigadier Mackintosh delivered themselves up as hostages to General Carpenter, and on the 13th of November, the Earl and his men surrendered as prisoners of war. His lordship, a wealthy English nobleman, complained heavily of his having been villainously used by the High Church party, especially in Lancashire, who had engaged him and other Catholics to come in to their support, promising that, on the forces entering the county, they should be joined by a reinforcement of 20,000 men, a promise which they utterly failed to keep, but who, he said, had left them in the lurch. On the 25th of November, the prisoners were sent under a strong guard from Wigan to Warrington, and on the following day to London, guarded by a strong detachment of Stanhope's dragoons, the Earl of Derwentwater being allowed to travel in a carriage. On arriving at London, he was committed to the Tower. On trial he pleaded guilty, and with Viscount Kenmure and the Earl of Nithsdale received sentence of death. He prayed the royal clemency, urging his youth and inexperience, by which he had been led to engage in the rebellion rashly and without much previous concert or premeditation, on the assurance that many of his relations and acquaintances would be there. On the 24th of February 1716, he was executed on Tower Hill. In his last declaration he confessed himself a Roman Catholic and avowed his loyalty to him whom he styled James III, his rightful sovereign. 2. The Earl of Mar had been Secretary of State to Queen Anne under a Tory ministry. In August 1715 he called together various chieftains of Highland clans at his seat of Braemar, under pretence of holding a great deer hunt, and induced many noblemen and chiefs to rise in rebellion with their clans. He set up the rebel standard at Kirkmichael for the Chevalier St. George, under the name and title of King James VIII, King of Scotland. On the failure of the Jacobite cause in Scotland, the Earl with other leaders escaped to the continent. 3. Thomas Forster of Etherston, Northumberland, and Knight of the Shire for the county, was a High Church Tory, and as it was thought impolitic to offend Protestant prejudices by nominating either the Earl of Derwentwater or Lord Widrington, both Roman Catholics, to the leadership of the Northumbrian rebels, this honour was assigned to Mr. Forster, who was styled General. A more incompetent leader was probably never known. His incapacity and cowardice mainly contributed to the defeat of the rebels at Preston. He was among the prisoners taken to London, and was to have been tried on the 14th of April 1716, but on the 10th he contrived by a false key to let himself out of Newgate prison, at the same time locking in the governor. A reward of £1,000 was offered for the apprehension of Forster, but he contrived to get over to Calais. We have retained the title, as printed in the old broadside, but this ballad would much more fitly bear that of A Lament for the Earl of Derwentwater than Brigadier Mackintosh's Farewell to the Highlands. The Brigadier figures in but 3 or 4 stanzas, the Earl in 7 or 8. There was an old ballad with the title of Farewell Manchester, written about the time of the young Pretender being in that city, but Mr. Chappell, in his Popular Music of the Olden Time, states that it is, in all probability, irrecoverably lost. We have noted this in the hope that it may lead to a copy being found amongst some of the descendants of old Jacobite families in Lancashire. End of Part 9. Part 10 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Long Preston Peggy and Jemmy Dawson. Long Preston Peggy. During the rebellion of 1745, a buxom, handsome young woman of Long Preston, near Settle, Yorkshire, was very anxious to see Prince Charles Edward Stuart and his army, and came to Preston in Lancashire for that purpose, a distance of 38 miles. Having gratified her curiosity by seeing them, she at once returned to her native village. A song was made which became famous in Ribblesdale, for every country lad could sing it at that time. Peggy lived to a great age, and used to carol this song at all public meetings held at Rorthmel, Crosskeys Inn, and other places about Clitheroe, to the tune of Chevy Chase. This song, having apparently been handed down by tradition only, cannot now be recovered entire. How many verses it contained originally we know not, but the 2 following are all that survive in the memories of some old persons in and about Long Preston, who were wont to sing the song nearly a century ago. Long Preston is a township in the parish of that name in the West Riding of Yorkshire, 4½ miles south by east from Settle. Proud Preston is, of course, the central town of Lancashire, celebrated for its guild. Long Preston Peg to proud Preston went, to see the Scotch rebels it was her intent. A noble Scotch lord, as he passed by, on this Yorkshire damsel did soon cast an eye. He called to his servant, who on him did wait, Go down to yon girl who stands in the gate, that sings with a voice so soft and so sweet, and in my name do her lovingly greet. Footnote. Another version of the first verse is given in New Tales of the Borders and of the British Isles, under the title of an old Yorkshire ballad, Preston Peggy. From Long Preston Peggy to proud Preston went, to join the bold rebels it was her intent. For in brave deeds of arms did she take much delight, and therefore she went for the rebels to fight. Many collectors have endeavoured, but in vain, to find more of this old Lancashire ballad than the 2 verses given by Dr. Dixon in his Songs and Ballads of the English Peasantry. The following version is much more complete than any yet given. Long Preston Peggy to proud Preston went, to view the Scotch rebels it was her intent. A noble Scotch lord as he passed by, on this Yorkshire damsel did soon cast an eye. He called to his servant, who on him did wait, Go down to yon maiden who stands in the gate, that sings with a voice so soft and so sweet, and in my name do her lovingly greet. So down from his master away he did hie, for to do his bidding and bear her reply. But ere to this beauteous virgin he came, he moved his bonnet, not knowing her name. It's, oh, mistress, madam, your beauty's adored by no other person than by a Scotch lord. And if with his wishes you will comply, all night in his chamber with him you shall lie. The last two verses were taken down from the lips of an old woman who recently resided near Ulverston, by J.P. Morris, Esquire, FSA. Jemmy Dawson, a ballad by Shenstone. This ballad records one of the many touching episodes connected with Lancashire's share in the rebellion of 1745. When the young Pretender was in Manchester in the November of that year, recruiting was carried on with great vigour for what was called the Manchester Regiment. The Prince's secretary, Lord George Murray, fixing his quarters at the Dog Inn, Deansgate, for the purpose of obtaining recruits and distributing French commissions to officers. Among those who obtained a commission was Mr. James Dawson, a gentleman of a respectable family in Lancashire. He had received a liberal education and was of St. John's College, Cambridge, which he is said to have quitted, fearing that he should be expelled on account of some irregularities. Regarding this statement, some doubt may be entertained, as well as upon the reports that he joined the young Pretender while under the dread, after quitting Cambridge, of not being again received by his father. A letter from the Registrar of the University of Cambridge, dated 24th of October 1833, states that he matriculated as a pensioner on the 17th of December 1737, that he never took a degree. Nor does he appear to have been subjected to any punishment for irregularity in the university courts held by the Vice-Chancellor. The Manchester Regiment surrendered at Carlisle on the 30th of December 1745, and its commissioned officers were conveyed in waggons under a strong guard to London. In the streets of that city, through which they were led in a sort of triumph, the greatest indignities were offered them. They appear to have expected that, as they had served under French commissions, they would be deemed prisoners of war and would be regularly exchanged. Their fate, however, was far otherwise. Imprisoned in the cells of Newgate and afterwards in the new prison of Southwark, they passed thence to the gallows. Captain Dawson was betrothed to a young lady who seems to have engaged all his thoughts. He is said to have employed himself in writing verses during his confinement on the subject of his unhappy fate. The trials commenced on the 16th of July 1746 in the court-house at St. Margaret's Hill, before the High Commissioners appointed for that purpose. The trials lasted 3 days, and all the prisoners arraigned being found guilty, 9, including Captain Dawson, were ordered for execution on the 30th of that month. The interval was passed by most of the prisoners in preparing written declarations of their motives and sentiments in joining the standard of their prince. Captain Dawson declared that, if he had 10,000 lives, he would devote them all to his king and country, sooner than see right overpowered by oppression or rebellion prevailing. He declared that he died in the tenets of the Church of England. He begged pardon of all whom he had injured, and stated that Ensign Maddock, who had turned evidence for the Crown, had forsworn himself. He said he forgave the partiality of the jury, the fetches of the council, and the misguided zeal of the judge. He prayed earnestly for his poor self, begging that the deity would excuse all his frailties, negligences, and levities. The last leave which took place between Captain Dawson and the lady to whom he was betrothed is described by the poet in the ballad. The 9 officers of the Manchester Regiment, attended by a strong party of soldiers, were conveyed on 3 hurdles from the new jail of Southwark to the gallows erected at Kennington. A pile of faggots and a block were placed near the gallows, and while the prisoners were in the course of being removed from the sledges into a cart drawn for that purpose under the fatal tree, the faggots were set on fire. The guards formed a circle round the place of execution. The prisoners, though unattended by any clergyman, spent nearly an hour in their devotions. They then severally delivered the declarations which they had written to the sheriff, expressive of their conviction of the right and justice of the glorious cause for which they died. Soon afterwards they were turned off, all of them dying calmly and composedly. At the end of 5 minutes after suspension had taken place, even before signs of life had ceased, they were successively cut down and stripped. Being laid on the block, the hangman with a cleaver severed each head from the body and put it in a coffin. Then, taking out the bowels and heart, he threw them into the fire. When the heart of the last was thrown into the fire, the executioner cried out, "God save King George!" and was answered by the crowd with a loud shout. Among the numerous spectators of this revolting scene was the plighted fair one of Captain James Dawson. Her fate is pathetically commemorated by Shenstone. He wrote the following ballad shortly after the event, and it was first printed amongst his posthumous works. The copy now given is from Percy's Relics, as taken from a manuscript which contains some slight variations from that in the printed works. See also The Rebels of 45 by W. H. Ainsworth. Come listen to my mournful tale, ye tender hearts and lovers dear, nor will you scorn to heave a sigh, nor will you blush to shed a tear. And thou, dear Kitty, peerless maid, do thou a pensive ear incline, for thou canst weep at every woe, and pity every plaint but mine. Young Dawson was a gallant youth, a brighter never trod the plain, and well he loved one charming maid, and dearly he was loved again. One tender maid she loved him dear, of gentle blood the damsel came, and faultless was her beauteous form, and spotless was her virgin fame. But curse upon parties' hateful strife, that led the faithful youth astray, the day the rebel clans appeared, oh, had he never seen that day! Their colours and their sash he wore, and in the fatal dress was found, and now he must that death endure, which gives the brave the keenest wound. How pale was then his true love's cheek, when Jemmy's sentence reached her ear, for never yet did Alpine snows so pale, nor yet so chill appear. With faltering voice she weeping said, "O Dawson, monarch of my heart, think not thy death shall end our loves, for you and I will never part. You might, sweet mercy, find a place, and bring relief to Jemmy's woes. O George, without a prayer for thee, my orisons should never close. The gracious prince that gives him life would crown a never-dying flame, and every tender babe I bore should learn to lisp the giver's name. But thou, dear youth, thou shouldst be dragged to yonder ignominious tree, thou shalt not want a faithful friend to share thy bitter fate with thee." Oh, then her mourning coach was called, the sledge moved slowly on before. Though borne in a triumphal car, she had not loved her favourite more. She followed him, prepared to view the terrible behests of law, and the last scene of Jemmy's woe with calm and steadfast eye she saw. Distorted was that blooming face which she had fondly loved so long, and stifled was that tuneful breath which in her praise had sweetly sung. And severed was that beauteous neck, round which her arms had fondly closed, and mangled was that beauteous breast, on which her lovesick head reposed. And ravished was that constant heart she did to every heart prefer, for though it could its king forget, 'twas true and loyal still to her. Amid those unrelenting flames she bore this constant heart to see, but when 'twas mouldered into dust, "Now, now," she cried, "I'll follow thee. My death alone can show the pure and lasting love I bore. Accept, O heaven, of woes like ours, and let us weep no more." The dismal scene was o'er and past, the lover's mournful hearse retired. The maid drew back her languid head, and, sighing forth his name, expired. Though justice ever must prevail, the tear my Kitty sheds is due, for seldom shall she hear a tale so sad, so tender, and so true. A communication from Mr. J. F. Beaver of Manchester to Barlow's historical collector states that Jemmy Dawson was the eldest of the 4 children of William Dawson of Manchester, gentleman, also styled Doctor and Apothecary by his first wife Elizabeth, daughter of Richard, son of John Allen of Redivales, an ancestor of the Byrams of Kersal. He appears to have been born in 1717, so that he was about 29 at his death. He was admitted to St. John's College, Cambridge, on 21st October 1737, and the register describes him as the elder son of William Dawson of Manchester, Pharmacopoeia. He matriculated on the 27th of December following. His only brother William was buried in the tomb of the Lady Barbara Fitzroy in the Manchester Collegiate Church. His eldest sister, Elizabeth, married William Broome of Didsbury, gentleman. His youngest sister, Sarah, died unmarried. As to the heroine of the ballad, it is stated in the Legends of Lancashire that the name of this unfortunate young person was Catherine Norton, that she was an orphan, and that her parents had been of illustrious rank. She had travelled with a maiden aunt, and as they were residing for a few weeks in the vicinity of Cambridge, she had met with young Dawson, and thus commenced an ardent attachment between them. Mr. Robert Chambers, in his History of the Rebellion of '45, states that, when it was ascertained that Captain Dawson was to suffer death, the inconsolable young lady determined to witness the execution, and she accordingly followed the sledges in a hackney coach, accompanied by a gentleman nearly related to her and one female friend. She got near enough to see all the dreadful preparations without betraying any extravagant emotions. She also succeeded in restraining her feelings during the progress of the bloody tragedy. But when all was over, and the shouts of the multitude rang in her ears, she drew her head back again into the coach, and crying, "My dear, I follow thee, I follow thee! Sweet Jesus, receive both our souls together!" fell upon the neck of her companion, and expired in the very moment she was speaking. End of Part 10. Part 11 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Preston Prisoners to the Ladies about Court and Town, by way of comfort, from C.W. to W.T. The following song, apparently a production of one of the Jacobite prisoners in Preston Jail, after the defeat of the rebels in 1715, is here inserted from a broadside, originally printed for J. Roberts, in Warwick Lane, 1716, price 2d. A copy of this broadside is preserved in the collection of Proclamation Ballads, etc., in 32 volumes, presented by Mr. J. O. Halliwell, F.R.S., etc., to the Chetham Library. You fair ones, all at liberty, we captive lovers greet, nor slight our tears and sighs, 'cause we can't lay 'em at your feet. The fault's not ours, and you may guess, we can desire no greater bliss, with a fa-la-la, etc. What though packed up in prison's base, with bolts and bars restrained, think not our bodies love you less, or souls are more confined. Each was to its utmost power your slave, nor freedom took but what you gave. Thus doubly captive in this cause your prior title pleads, this jail's high treason gainst your laws and property invades. Wherefore, since prisons are our due, 'tis just we be locked up by you. From hence to those most blissful bowers, lest we should miss our way, those beauties that displayed their powers the last triumphant day, as most expert in Cupid's wars, shall guide us on like grenadiers. Thus we'll to the innocent and fair, that shun indecent sights, from purchased shouts and noisome air, to whispers and delights, then all our pains shall pleasures prove, and pinioned arms to be wings of love. But if our stubborn keepers still should chain us in our dens, in disobedience to your will and sovereign influence, spite of their shackles, bolts, and doors, our hearts are free, and they are yours. Meanwhile, within these walls immured, think not our spirits lost. The vilest ale our jails afford is nectar with a toast, and if some wine creep in by stealth, it has its relish from your health. Our tedious nights and loathsome days, with your remembrance blessed, at length may some compassion raise within your tender breasts. No matter what our juries find, we're happy still, if you prove kind. Nay, should we victims be designed by those that rule the state, should mercy no admittance find to hearts that should be great, what dread can jails or gibbets show to men who've died so oft for you? If fate must fix the unworthy doom, we'll leave you fresh supplies, and from our ashes in our room some phoenixes shall rise, whose vows will more successful prove in happier days to win your love. End of Part 11. Part 12 of Ancient Songs and Ballads of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Townley's Ghost. Colonel Francis Townley, a scion of one of the oldest families in Lancashire, served abroad, and in 1745 held a colonel's commission from the King of France. Being recommended by that king to the service of the Pretender, he joined Charles Edward at Carlisle, of which city he was for a time the governor. He took an active part in the rebellion, was at Manchester, Preston, etc., and had the command of the Pretender's Manchester regiment, numbering only some 300 rank and file. He surrendered on the 30th of December 1745 to the Duke of Cumberland at Carlisle, when the Manchester regiment had been reduced to only 114, including officers, or, including non-commissioned officers, drummers and privates, to 93 men. The commissioned officers were conveyed from Carlisle to London in waggons under a strong guard, and were lodged in cells in Newgate. The officers generally, who held French commissions, expected to be treated as prisoners of war and to be exchanged, and in the list demanded by cartel from France, the name of Colonel Townley stood at the head. But it was determined that the full vengeance of the law should fall upon all belonging to the Manchester regiment. The trials commenced on the 16th of July 1746 in the courthouse at St. Margaret's Hill, London. Colonel Townley was first arraigned. His counsel pleaded that he had been 16 years in the service of France, and that during the time in which he took up arms for the Pretender, he held a commission from the French king, and consequently was as much in the service of France as any officer in the French army. It was urged, therefore, that Townley had as just a right to the cartel as any French officer taken by the English during the war between the two kingdoms. But the court was of opinion that evidence to this effect would be against the prisoner, for that no man who was by birth a liege subject of the King of England was justifiable in taking up arms and acting in the service of a prince who was actually in war against the King of England. Colonel Townley, who was firm and undaunted through the trial, was found guilty, and when sentence of death was passed against him, he was not in the least discomposed, nor did his countenance undergo any change of colour. On the 30th of July, the 9 officers found guilty were executed on a gallows erected for the purpose on Kennington Common. At the end of 5 minutes after suspension had taken place, Colonel Townley, even before signs of life had ceased, was cut down and stripped. Being laid on the block, the hangman with a cleaver severed his head from his body and put it into a coffin. Then, taking out his bowels and heart, he threw them into a fire of faggots kindled for the purpose. The remains were allowed to be privately interred by his friends, and only one head, that of Captain Fletcher, was exposed on Temple Bar. Among the various Jacobite effusions of the period to which these executions gave rise, the following ought to have a place. It relates to the supposed breach of faith committed with the prisoners of war after the capitulation at Carlisle and the promise of William, Duke of Cumberland, against whom the bitterest denunciations of the English and Scottish partisans of the House of Stuart were launched, under his appellation of the Curse of Scotland. The author of the ballad is not known. It is copied from a manuscript in the handwriting of Mrs. Kenyon, wife of a clergyman of that name, resident a century ago in Salford and incumbent of Trinity Chapel. Townley's Ghost. When Sol in shades of night was lost, and all was fast asleep, in glided Townley's murdered ghost, and stood at William's feet. "Infernal wretch, away," he cried, "and view the mangled shade, who on thy perjured faith relied, and basely was betrayed. Embrued in bliss, embalmed in ease, though now thou seem'st to lie, my injured shade shall gall thine ease, and make thee beg to die. Think on the hellish acts you've done, the thousands you've betrayed. Nero himself would blush to own the slaughter thou hast made. Not infants' shrieks nor parents' tears could stop thy bloody hand, nor even ravished virgins' tears appease thy dire command. But oh, what pangs are set apart in hell, thou'lt shortly see, where even all the damned will start to view a fiend like thee." With speed, affrighted, William rose, all trembling, wan and pale, and to his cruel sire he goes, and tells the dreadful tale. "Cheer up, my dear, my darling son," the bold usurper said. "Never repent of what you've done, nor be at all dismayed. If we on Stuart's throne can dwell, and reign securely here, my uncle Satan's king of hell, and he'll protect us there." Footnote: William Augustus, Duke of Cumberland, was the second son of George II. He was born the 15th of April, 1721, and died in 1765. End of Part 12. Part 13 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Three Sisters and the Miller and the King's Daughter. The following Lancashire ballad was contributed to Notes and Queries, 6, 102, whose editor permits us to reprint it, by a correspondent signed Seleucus, who suspects it to be the oldest of several versions. It is supposed to be sung by the second sister. There was a king of the north country, bow down, bow down, bow down. There was a king of the north country, and he had daughters 1, 2, 3. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. To the eldest he gave a beaver hat, bow down, bow down, bow down. To the eldest he gave a beaver hat, and the youngest she thought much of that. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. To the youngest he gave a gay gold chain, bow down, bow down, bow down. To the youngest he gave a gay gold chain, and the eldest she thought much of the same. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. These sisters were walking on the bryn, bow down, bow down, bow down. These sisters were walking on the bryn, and the eldest pushed the younger in. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. Oh sister, oh lend me your hand. Bow down, bow down, bow down. Oh sister, oh lend me your hand, and I will give you both houses and land. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. I'll neither give you my hand nor glove. Bow down, bow down, bow down. I'll neither give you my hand nor glove, unless you give me your own true love. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. Away she sank, away she swam, bow down, bow down, bow down. Away she sank, away she swam, until she came to a miller's dam. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. The miller and daughter stood at the door, bow down, bow down, bow down. The miller and daughter stood at the door, and watched her floating down the shore. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. Oh father, I see a white swan. Bow down, bow down, bow down. Oh father, I see a white swan. Or else it is a fair woman. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. The miller he took up his long crook. Bow down, bow down, bow down. The miller he took up his long crook, and the maiden up from the stream he took. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. I'll give to thee this gay gold chain. Bow down, bow down, bow down. I'll give to thee this gay gold chain, if you'll take me back to my father again. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. The miller he took the grey gold chain. Bow down, bow down, bow down. The miller he took the gay gold chain, and he pushed her into the water again. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. The miller was hanged on his high gate. Bow down, bow down, bow down. The miller was hanged on his high gate, for drowning our poor sister Kate. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. The cat's behind the buttery shelf. Bow down, bow down, bow down. The cat's behind the buttery shelf. If you want any more, you may sing it yourself. I'll be true to my love, and my love'll be true to me. One of Mr. Halliwell's nursery rhymes beginning, John Cook had a little grey mare, etc., ends thus. The bridle and saddle were laid on the shelf. Hee-haw hum. If you want any more, you may sing it yourself. Hee-haw hum. Another version of this ballad is given by G.A.C. in Notes and Queries, where the action seems to commence with the body of a fair lady, which came floating down the stream, stopping hard by a miller's mill, when the miller took it out of the water to make a melody. This form of the ballad thus describes how the lady's body was changed into a viol. And what did he do with her fair body? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made it a case for his melody. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her legs so strong? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made them stand for his violon. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her hair so fine? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made of it strings for his violine. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her arms so long? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made of them bows for his violon. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her nose so thin? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made it a bridge for his violin. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her eyes so bright? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made them spectacles to help his sight. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. And what did he do with her pretty toes? Fal the lal, laral, loddy. He made them a nosegay to put to his nose. Fal the lal, laral, loddy. Again, Dr. Rimbaud gives another version of the ballad, evidently earlier than that last cited, and which he states to be the production of James Smith, D.D., Oxford, born 1604, and died 1667. Respecting whom, Wood says, he was much in esteem with the poetical wits of the time, particularly with Philip Massinger, who called him his son. We append this ballad as printed from an old broadside copy of 1656, omitting the burden after the first verse. The Miller and the King's Daughter, by Dr. James Smith. There were two sisters, they went playing, with a hie down, down, a downer, to see their father's ships come sailing in, with a hie down, down, a downer. And when they came on to the sea brim, the elder did push the younger in. O sister, take me by the gown, and draw me upon the dry ground. O sister, that may not be, 'tis salt and oatmeal grow both on a tree. Sometimes she sank, sometimes she swam, until she came unto the mill dam. The miller ran hastily down the cliff, and up he betook her withouten her life. What did he do with her breastbone? He made him a viol to play thereupon. What did he do with her fingers so small? He made him pegs to his viol withal. What did he do with her nose ridge? Unto his viol he made him a bridge. What did he do with her veins so blue? He made him strings to his viol thereto. What did he do with her eyes so bright? Upon his viol he played at first sight. What did he do with her tongue so rough? Unto the viol it spake enough. What did he do with her two shins? Unto the viol they danced malsims. Then bespake the treble string, O yonder is my father the king. Then bespake the second string, O yonder sits my mother the queen. And then bespake the strings all three, O yonder is my sister that drowned me. Now pay the miller for his pain, and let him be gone in the devil's name. Dr. Rambo adds that the viol was the precursor of the violin, but while the viol was the instrument of the higher classes of society, the fiddle served only for the amusement of the lower. The viol was entirely out of use at the beginning of the 18th century. Moll, or Moll Sims, mentioned in the 13th stanza, was a celebrated dance tune of the 16th century. The three versions of this ballad curiously illustrate each other. That said by Seleucus to belong to South Lancashire has the merit of telling consistently a tragedy of sisterly envy and jealousy, but it lacks the quaint conceit of the transformation into a musical instrument. No apology is needed for giving all three versions. End of Part 13. Part 14 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lancashire May Songs. One evening, towards the close of April 1861, says Mr. Harland, I was surprised by a party of waits who had come into my garden in the hamlet of Swinton and township of Worsley, and who serenaded the family in a song, the words of which I could not make out from their singing. There were 4 singers, accompanied by a flute and a clarionet, and they together discoursed the most simple and rustic music. I could not at first understand what was evidently a local custom of ancient date, as it was not Easter or Whitsuntide, or May Day, or any of the old popular festivals. My inquiries on the subject resulted in my obtaining from the dictation of an old mayor the words of 2 songs called by the singers themselves May songs, though the rule is that they may be sung before May comes in. My chief informant, an elderly man named Job Knight, living in Swinton, told me that he himself went out a May singing for about 14 years, though he has discontinued the practice for some years. He says the time the Mayers commence is usually about the middle of April, though some parties start as early as the beginning of that month, but the songs cease with the evening of the 30th of April. Job says he can remember the custom for about 30 years, and he never heard any other than the 2 songs which follow. There are usually, he says, 5 or 6 men with a fiddle, and sometimes a flute or clarionet. The songs are printed just as recited by Job Knight, and when I ventured to hint that one line, the third in the 3rd verse of Song 2, was too long, He sang it over to show that all the words were somehow brought into the strain. The first song bears marks of some antiquity, first in the double refrain, or second and fourth lines in each stanza, which are poetically and musically far superior to the others. Next, in the picture of manners conveyed by the worshipful master of the house in his chain of gold, the mistress with gold along her breast, etc. The phrases house and harbour, riches and store also point to earlier times. The last line of this song appears to convey its object and to point to a simple superstition, that these songs were to draw, or perhaps drive, these cold winters away. There are various lines in both songs in which the sense seems to have been marred, from the songs having been handed down by oral tradition only, but I have not ventured to alter these in any way. The second song seems more modern than the first. The refrain or fourth line of each stanza is again the most poetical and musical in the whole song. Old May Song 1. All this pleasant evening together come are we, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. We'll tell you of a blossom that buds on every tree, drawing near to the merry month of May. Rise up, the master of this house, put on your chain of gold, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. We hope you're not offended with your house we make so bold, drawing near to the merry month of May. Rise up, the mistress of this house, with gold along your breast, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay, and if your body be asleep, I hope your soul's at rest, drawing near to the merry month of May. Rise up, the children of this house, all in your rich attire, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay, for every hair upon your head shines like the silver wire, drawing near to the merry month of May. God bless this house and harbour, your riches and your store, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. We hope the Lord will prosper you, both now and evermore, drawing near to the merry month of May. So now we're going to leave you in peace and plenty here, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. We shall not sing you May again until another year, for to draw you these cold winters away. New May Song 2, called also The Bases, said to have been written by a Swinton man. Come listen a while unto what we shall say concerning the season, the month we call May, for the flowers they are springing and the birds they do sing, and the bazias are sweet in the morning of May. When the trees are in bloom and the meadows are green, the sweet-smelling cowslips are plain to be seen, the sweet ties of nature, which we plainly do say, for the bazias are sweet in the morning of May. All creatures are deemed in their station below, such comforts of love on each other bestow. Our flocks they're all folded, and young lambs sweetly do play, and the bazias are sweet in the morning of May. So now to conclude with much freedom and love, the sweetest of blessings proceeds from above. Let us join in our song, that right happy may we be, for we bless with contentment in the morning of May. Footnote. This last line would read better thus, for we're blessed with content in the morning of May. End of footnote. Footnote. The basia is the name given in this part of Lancashire to the auricula, which is usually in full bloom in April. The name for it is not to be found in Gerard's History of Plants or Culpepper's British Herbal, nor in the glossaries of Halliwell, Nares, etc. The auricula was introduced into this country from Switzerland about the year 1567. Can its Lancashire name have any relation to auricula, QD, little ear? FCH in Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 2, 305, after noticing the conjecture as to the derivation of the word basia, adds, it seems more probable that basia was originally bear's ear, the usual name of the auricula in the eastern counties. Certainly a very coarse name for a very beautiful flower, but founded no doubt upon the resemblance of the leaf to an ear, which gave occasion to the botanical name of auricula. Another correspondent concurs as to this derivation, and states that the common French name for the auricula is oreille d'or. End of footnote. Both these songs have appeared with musical notation in Messrs. Chambers' Book of Days, and are here reprinted with their permission. Stretford and Northern May Song. Mr. John Higson of Droylsden, in an article entitled Stretford as We Found It and Heard of It, which appeared in the Ashton Reporter of June the 23rd and 30th, 1860, writes, "We cannot refrain from noticing the custom of singing May carols under the chamber windows of the drowsy villagers on the eve of the 1st of May. Of course the poet of the gang fits the song to suit each particular case, extemporizing lines addressed to the several sons and daughters by name. Here is one version of it. We omit verses 1, 2, 3, 8 and 9, as almost identical with some of those of the old Swinton May Song. 4. Rise up, ye little children, and stand all in a row, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. We should have called you one by one, but your names we do not know, drawing near to the merry month of May. 5. Rise up, the little infants, the flower of the flock, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay. The cradle that you do lay in, it stands upon a rock, drawing near to the merry month of May. 6. Rise up, the fair maid of this house, put on your gay gold ring, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay, and bring to us a can of beer, the better we shall sing, drawing near to the merry month of May. 7. Fair Flora in her prime, down by yon riverside, where the fields and meadows they are green, where little birds are singing, sweet flowers they are springing, and summer springs so fresh, green and gay, drawing near to the merry month of May. Mr. Higson adds that the air is said to suit the words and the occasion admirably. Though some of the lines are a little too long and prosy, and the 7th verse has both an additional line and a different arrangement, the song is not devoid of merit, and the tune is made to come in. In the 3rd line of the 5th verse, a simple pun is perpetrated. In a private communication he writes, I have met with an elderly woman who, when a girl, has assisted to sing this May song at Barnton in Cheshire. The carol also prevails about Northenden. There is yet another version, printed under the title of the Cheshire May Song, in Mr. J. O. Halliwell's Palatine Anthology, page 185, which he states was kindly communicated to him by George Ormerod, Esquire, F.S.A., of Sedbury Park, Gloucestershire, the historian of Cheshire. We give the first verse as showing its similarity as well as its difference. All on this pleasant evening together come are we, for the summer springs so fresh, green and gay, to tell you of a blossom that hangs on every tree, drawing near to this morning of May. Oh, this is pleasant singing, sweet Mayflower it is springing, and summer comes so fresh, green and gay. The 3rd line of the 2nd verse runs, and turn unto your loving wife, so comely to behold. The 3rd line, 3rd verse, and if your body's sleeping, we hope your soul has rest. The next 7 verses are provided to suit the age, sex and condition of members of the particular household addressed. We give these in order to complete the various readings of this curious May song. 4. O rise up, Mr. A.B., all joys to you betide, etc. Your steed stands ready saddled, a-hunting for to ride, etc. 5. Your saddle is of silver, your bridle is of gold, etc. Your bride should ride beside you, so lovely to behold, etc. 6. O rise up, Mr. C.D., and take your pen in hand, etc., for you're a learned scholar, as we do understand, etc. 7. Oh, rise up, Mrs. E.F., all in your rich attire, etc. You are to have some noble lord, or else some wealthy squire, etc. 8. Oh, rise up, all the little ones, the flower of all your kin, etc. And blessed be the chamber that their bodies lie within, etc. 9. Oh, rise up, the good housekeeper, in all her gown of silk, etc. Oh, may she have a husband good, and 20 cows to milk, etc. 10. But where are all these fair maids that used here to dance, etc.? Oh, they are gone abroad from hence, to spend their lives in France, etc. The 11th and last verse is substantially the same as in the Swinton and the Stretford versions. Mr. Halliwell adds that the verses he prints are a selection from a series sent from High Lea in Cheshire to Mr. Ormerod by a lady resident there in 1827. She mentioned that the series of stanzas is widely extended to suit all classes of persons that may be required to be addressed, and the rural minstrels occasionally improvise in a style corresponding to what is here given. Songs of the Mayors. This Mayor's Song, says Hone in his Everyday Book, 1 567, is a composition, or rather a medley of great antiquity, and I was therefore very desirous to procure a copy of it. In accomplishing this, however, I experienced more difficulty than I had anticipated, but at length succeeded in obtaining it from one of the mayors. The following is a literal reprint of it. The Mayor's Song. Remember us, poor mayors all, and thus we do begin to lead our lives in righteousness, or else we die in sin. We have been rambling all this night and almost all this day, and now returned back again we've brought you a branch of May. A branch of May we have brought you, and at your door it stands. It is but a sprout, but it's well budded out by the work of our Lord's hands. The hedges and trees they are so green as any leek. Our heavenly Father he watered them with his heavenly dew so sweet. The heavenly gates are open wide, our paths are beaten plain, and if a man be not too far gone, he may return again. The life of man is but a span, he flourishes like a flower. We are here today and gone tomorrow, and we are dead in an hour. The moon shines bright and the stars give a light, a little before it is day. So God bless you all, both great and small, and send you a joyful May. The Mayor's Call. Come, lads, with your bills, to the wood we'll away. We'll gather the boughs and we'll celebrate May. We'll bring our load home as we've oft done before, and leave a green bough at each good master's door, at each good neighbour's door, at each pretty maid's door. Tomorrow when work's done, I hold it's no wrong if we go round in ribbons and sing them a song. Come, lads, bring your bills, to the wood we'll away. We'll gather the boughs and we'll celebrate May. May Eve Song. If we should wake you from your sleep, good people, listen now. Our yearly festival we keep, and bring a maythorn bough. An emblem of the world it grows, the flowers its pleasures are, but many a thorn bespeaks its woes, its sorrow and its care. Oh, sleep you then and take your rest, and when the day shall dawn, may you awake in all things blessed, a May without a thorn. And when tomorrow we shall come, oh, treat us not with scorn, from out your bounty give us some, be May without a thorn. May he who makes the May to blow on earth his riches shed, protect thee against every woe, shower blessings on thy head. After bringing home the May, there is another ditty, Mayor's Mayday Song. On the mayors deign to smile, master, mistress, hear our song. Listen but a little while, we will not detain you long. Life with us is in its spring, we enjoy a blooming May. Summer will its labour bring, winter has its pinching day. Yet the blessing we would use wisely, 'tis reason's part. Those who youth and health abuse fail not in the end to smart. Mirth we love, the proverb says, be ye merry, but be wise. We will walk in wisdom's ways, there alone true pleasure lies. May that now is in its bloom, all so fragrant and so fair, when autumn and when winter come, shall its useful berries bear. We would taste your home-brewed beer, give not if we've had enough. May it strengthen, may it cheer, waste not ere the precious stuff. We of money something crave, for ourselves we ask no share. John and Jane the whole shall have, they're the last new married pair. May it comfort them to prove, and a blessing bring to you, blessings of connubial love, light on all like morning dew. So shall May with blessings crowned, welcomed be by old and young. Often as the year comes round, shall the May Day song be sung. Fare ye well, good people all, sweet tonight may be your rest. Every blessing you befall, blessing others you are blessed. End of part 14. Part 15 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wassail Song. The following Christmas song of Wassail is taken from a small chapbook printed at Manchester called A Selection of Christmas Hymns, and there entitled Wessel Cup Hymn. It is obviously a corrupted version of a much older ditty, but well deserves to be preserved as a song of the season. Here we come a-wassailing among the leaves so green, here we come a-wandering so fair to be seen. Chorus. Love and joy come to you and to your wassail too, and God send you a happy new year, new year, and God send you a happy new year. Our wassail cup is made of the rosemary tree, so is your beer of the best barley. We are not daily beggars that beg from door to door, but we are neighbours' children whom you have seen before. Call up the butler of this house, put on his golden ring, let him bring us up a glass of beer, and the better we shall sing. We have got a little purse, made of stretching leather skin, we want a little of your money, to line it well within. Bring us out a table, and spread it with a cloth, bring us out a mouldy cheese, and some of your Christmas loaf. God bless the master of this house, likewise the mistress too, and all the little children that round the table go. Good master and good mistress, while you're sitting by the fire, pray think of us poor children who are wandering in the mire. Chorus. Love and joy come to you and to your wassail too, and God send you a happy new year, new year, and God send you a happy new year. Our wassail cup is made of the rosemary tree, so is your beer of the best barley. End of part 15. Part 16 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Liverpool Tragedy, or A Warning to Disobedient Children and Covetous Parents, showing how one John Fuller left his father's house to go to sea against his will, and was shipwrecked but was preserved on a rock. How he was fetched by the ship's boat and put ashore at Bengal, where he married. How he returned home, when he, not informing his parents who he was, they murdered him for the sake of his gold, with their tragical end. Footnote. This doggerel ballad has been frequently used both in broadside and as a chapbook. It was popular so recently as the beginning of the present century, and finds ready sale in 1874. End of footnote. Part 1. You tender parents that have children dear, be pleased to wait a while, and you shall hear. a dismal accident befell of late, which ought to bear an everlasting date. At famous Liverpool in Lancashire, one Mr. Robert Fuller lived, we hear, a grazier who lived in a happy state, he being not too poor, nor yet too great. He had 3 daughters, charming beauties bright, and but one son, which was his heart's delight. His father doted on him, and in truth, he was a dutiful and sober youth. He bound him prentice to one Mr. Brown, a noted surgeon who lived in the town, with whom he stayed the term of 7 years, and served him faithfully as it appears. And afterwards some time did with him dwell, and as a servant pleased his master well. He got acquainted with a surgeon's mate, who was going a voyage up the strait. He did persuade him for to go to sea, and said in time he might promoted be. This so much wrought upon the young man's mind, that he to go with him seemed much inclined. He went and told his father his design, that he would go to sea in a little time. For I to the East Indies now will go, therefore, dear father, do not say me no. To hear these words his father was surprised, it soon fetched tears from his aged eyes. Can you, son, said he, from me depart, and leave me here behind with aching heart? Because I placed in you my chief delight, do you my tender care this way requite? You my consent to go shall never have, 'twill bring me down with sorrow to the grave. Go, wilful youth, perhaps the time may come that you may wish you'd stayed with me at home. But all these arguments would not prevail, he was resolved the raging main to sail. His mother cried, I thought I had a son, would be my comfort for the time to come. His sisters cried, Dear brother, do not go and leave our father thus oppressed with woe. His father said, My son, let reason rule. Take my advice, and do not play the fool. What is the meaning of this sudden change? What makes you fancy at this time to range? Father, all these persuasions are in vain. I am resolved to cross the raging main. Therefore, give me your blessing ere I go, for I'll be gone whether you will or no. His father cried, Since you don't me regard, God justly will your wickedness reward. God's heavy judgments will upon you come, for being such a disobedient son. So you must go without what you now crave. Mine nor God's blessing you will never have. What courses now this stubborn youth doth steer, you in the second part shall quickly hear. Part 2. He went with speed unto the surgeon's mate, and goes with him a voyage up the strait. But with that voyage he was not content, further to go his rambling mind was bent. He came to London, and a ship he found, which lay at Deptford for the Indies bound. And straight he ordered his matters so, as surgeon's mate on board of her to go. The very next day, as he set sail, we hear, he sent a letter to his father dear. Father, he wrote, I am alive and well, but when I shall return I cannot tell. I am on board a noble ship of fame, for the Indies bound, the Prince by name. I will come home when my wild frolics run, so this is all at present from your son. His aged father read the letter straight, and said, My son is gone in spite of fate. All I can do, I lack to father's part, and beg of God to turn his stubborn heart. Where now his aged father we will leave, and turn unto his son, which made him grieve, who then was sailing on the ocean wide, but mark what in short time did him betide. As by the coast of Brazil they did sail, Boreas began to blow a blustering gale. The captain then with deep concern did say, If this storm holds, we shall be cast away. He scarce had spoke these words, when on a rock the ship was drove with such a mighty shock, She stuck so fast she could not get away, so they in sorrow were there forced to stay. The captain cried, "Let's beg of God that he may from this shocking danger set us free. Next let all hands help to heave out the boat, that o'er the rolling billows we may float." He gave command, the thing as soon were done, and overboard with speed the boat was flung. Each one to save his life got in with speed, until the boat would hold no more indeed. The boat it was so full it could not swim, so some were forced to get out again. The surgeon's mate, the grazier's stubborn son, as fortune ordered, chanced to be one. He was obliged out of the boat to go back to the ship, his heart oppressed with woe. 15 poor souls behind them they did leave, whose piercing cries a stony heart would grieve. The captain cried, "My boat will hold no more, but if I should live to get on shore, and you remain alive in this sad case, I'll surely come and fetch you from this place." Part 3. The poor distressed men in great despair unto the Lord did make their humble prayer, expecting every minute for to be sunk to the bottom of the swelling sea. The grazier's son said, "Here I will not stay, but through the foamy billows swim away. I can swim well, the sea does calm appear, so fare you well, my brother sailors dear." He overboard did jump before them all, which made the seamen after him to call, "You silly man, you cannot get on shore. We think that we shall never see you more." Thus he went along till almost night, when his poor limbs were tired quite. But fortune unto him did prove so kind, that he by chance a mighty rock did find. The rock was rugged, high, and very steep. He with much trouble up the side did creep, and looking round, no land he could behold, he cried, "My sorrow now is manifold. My father's words into my mind does come, that I do wish I'd stopped with him at home. Also I find it true what he then said, but now my disobedience is repaid. He likewise told me, if I e'er did slight his careful counsel, God would me requite. He told me, though a blessing I did crave, his nor God's blessing I should never have." Part 4. He thus, lamenting, spent the tedious night, until the morning it grew light. Then went to search the rock all round, where for his food some shellfish he found. Satan, the first deceiver of mankind, did come to tempt this surgeon, as we find, thinking he would with any terms comply, so took advantage of his misery. While this young surgeon looked out to sea, at a good distance from him seemed to be a something rowing to him in a boat, which o'er the rolling waves did swiftly float. This young man thought he'd been a friend at first, but next he feared that it was something worse. For if some wild man-eater it should be, he first will kill, then next devour me. The young man were soon freed from fear, as the devil like some sailor did appear, and when he came unto the rock did say, "Young man, how came you here this very day?" The surgeon all his whole misfortunes told, and while the truth to him he did unfold, 3 drops of blood down from his nose did fall, which made him think him not a friend withal. The devil then replied, "Young man, if you will be my servant, holy, just, and true, and will resign yourself all up to me, I from this wretched place will set you free." The young man found who were with him then, and cried, "You grand deceiver of us men! Oh, get you gone, your flattery forbear. Why do you try my soul for to ensnare? I now your whole temptations do despise, thou subtle fiend, thou father of all lies. I will resign myself to God alone. Therefore, you vile deceiver, quick be gone." The devil then he straight did disappear, and left the surgeon trembling with fear, where now a while we'll leave him to complain, and turn on to his shipmates once again. The captain in the boat got safe on shore, and soon returned to the ship once more, where out of 15, 9 were left alive. The captain did their drooping hearts revive. "Where is the rest of you?" the captain cried. "Alas, with hunger they have died. All but the surgeon, who here wouldn't stay, and overboard did jump and swam away." The captain cried, "I hope my dream is right, that he were on a rock I dreamt last night. So man the boat, for I the rock do know, to save his life I thither now will go." The boat was manned, and to the rock they came, where to their joy he did alive remain. They took him in, and then they rowed away, which proved unto him a happy day. Part 5. Their ship from off the rock they soon did get, and took great pains in well repairing it. Then for Bengal in India they did sail, and soon arrived with a prosperous gale. The surgeon soon got him there a wife, and 10 years lived a very happy life. 6 children had, likewise a good estate, but he was born to be unfortunate. About his parents he was troubled so, that back to England he would go. He left his wife and children, as 'tis told, and with him took £100 in gold. 2 of his sisters in that time were dead, the other to a glazier married. He called there first. She was o'erjoyed to see that her own brother yet alive should be. "How does my parents do?" then he did say. She cried, "They're well, I saw them yesterday. But they're so covetous grown of late, they scarce allow themselves food for to eat. This night I'll go and lodge there," he did say, "but they shan't know me till you come next day." Unto his father's house he then did go, asking if he a lodging could have or no. They answered yes, and bid him straight come in. But now, alas, his sorrows did begin. His father said, "Young man, I tell you true, I had a son who was very much like you." A purse of gold he to his mother gave, and said, "Tomorrow it of you I'll have." She cried, "You shall." He then went to bed, when the devil quickly put it in her head, to murder her own son, the gold to have, for that was all she in this world did crave. "Husband," said she, "when he is dead and gone, then all the gold will surely be our own." To murder this young man they both did go, but that he was their son they did not know. They found him fast asleep, void of all care, then quickly cut his throat from ear to ear. His sister came, saying, "Father dear, did there not come my brother here?" He answered, "No." She said, "There did indeed." "Alas," said they, "we've made our son to bleed." He straight took up then the bloody knife, and instant put a period to his life. His wife she sat a little while below, at last upstairs did to her husband go, where to her grief she saw him bleeding lie. She cried, "Alas, I've caused you to die, all by my means for the sake of cursed gold. My child and husband dead I do behold. Now I will make up the number 3. I cannot live such a sad sight to see." Saying, "World, farewell, gold from you I must part," then run the knife into her cruel heart. The daughter, wondering at their long delay, did go upstairs to see what made them stay, when the dreadful sight she did behold, her dying mother all the story told. Then did her daughter weep, then went away, and raving mad died on the next day. So children all from disobedience flee, and parents likewise not too covetous be. End of part 16. Part 17 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stonyhurst Buck Hunt. The present editor, in sending a broadsheet of this ballad to Notes and Queries, stated that the circumstances occurred about a century ago, that the name of the rhymer is now forgotten, but that the piece is still sung or recited by old residents. It is entitled An Interesting Account of Stonyhurst Buck Hunt, detailing the particulars of the chase of that day, which was honoured with the presence of the Duke of Norfolk, his noble brothers, and his kinsman John Talbot, accompanied by Mr. Waters, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Penketh, all of whom were gentlemen fond of the turf, and who stood at naught in taking a leap when in view hallo. To Whalley Moor he therefore ran, to Clitheroe and Waddington, yet visits mitten by the way, although he had no time to stay. 1. It was one morning when the sun had gilded all our horizon, and seemed in haste to mount the sky, some new-known pleasures to espy, whose early rays did me invite to walk the downs for my delights. 2. Serene and calm all did appear. At last this music reached my ear, the morning's call, one blast of horn, while horses at the ground did spurn, in stately scorn, neighing so high, as echoed in the lofty sky. 3. 'Twas my good hap to see his grace, as he on Twister mounted was, Norfolk's great Duke, my muse does mean, whose skill in horsemanship was seen, so excellent, my fancy swore, Chiron ne'er taught Achilles more. 4. With steady countenance he sat, while the proud steed did bound and jet, seeming of nature to complain that he was made of aught terrain, ready to mount the starry sphere, and make a constellation there. 5. His noble brothers present were, attending on this worthy peer, with many a gentleman of worth, greater than here I can set forth. I only should insert each name, learn you the rest from public fame. 6. Sir Nicholas upon a black was bravely mounted, showed no lack, due commendation could my muse for his great merits words diffuse. Most generous, just, or good than he no mortal ever yet could be. 7. Joy in his countenance appeared, wherewith his lovely guests he cheered, brisk, airy, young, to all he'll show, and may he evermore be so. Great with the honourable sort, yet still the poor man's chief support. 8. His kinsman Talbot there I saw, a comely youth from top to toe, with many heroes of the same, yet he's the last of that brave name, equipped in a most gallant sort, to be partaker of the sport. 9. The next rare object I did spy was a brave horseman. Oh, thought I, that's Pegasus he's mounted on, and he's the young Bellerophon. Their motions were so well combined, you'd think they both had but one mind. 10. That's Mr. Waters, one did say, mounted on gallant Northall grey, and many more I saw, whose names in proper place I shall proclaim, who, to divert themselves, met there, in hunting of a fallow deer. 11. Good hounds they had as ever run, braver the sun ne'er shone upon, Towler and Tapster, hunter's pride, famous and Juno, proved and tried, the best that ever traced the grounds and glory of all British hounds. 12. Carver respected much my knolls, wonder and thunder none controls, nor ploughman, but they all excel, 'tis hard to say which bears the bell. Indifferent praises none should have, they are all superlatively brave. 13. Phyllis and comely, pray you mind, though in the verse they come behind. Their excellence in field is great, their skill in hunting most complete, Countess and Caesar bravely trace the ground with charming snuffling face. 14. The Buck, unlodged, began to fear at sight of such a concourse there, thinking it was conspiracy against his life, and he must die, trusting to feel incontinent, which still betrayed him by the scent. 15. The hounds uncoupled on the plain a mortal war straight did proclaim, with such melodious mouths they cry, as make a perfect harmony, whilst Echo, answering in each grove, had quite forgot Narcissus's love. 16. The sound of horn alarm did give unto this silly fugitive, who was resolved in this chase to give a prospect to his grace, and to all worthy hunters there of all the country far and near. 17. To Whalley Moor he therefore run, to Clitheroe and Waddington, yet visit smitten by the way, although he had no time to stay, then into Bowland Forest goes, still followed by his full-mouthed foes. 18. Robin the groom began to swear, this is the devil, no dear. So spurs up cheerful favourite, a mare that may a prince delight, and coming close in, cried, Zounds! All Europe cannot show such hounds. 19. With tedious but well-pleasing steps, our trusty Abram forward trips. No river, mount, or dale can stay his passage, but he finds a way through all obstructions, past compare, in hunting otter, buck, or hare. 20. Except old Mr. Harris, who did all that any man could do, and Mr. Penketh, who pursued, as if they both had youth renewed, equal in skill and in desire, which made the hunters all admire. 21. To Stony Moor this Buck then fled, where we did think him almost dead. To Storth and Foulscales then he hied, and then to pleasant Hodderside. But had not famous laboured sore, we'd hunted all the forest o'er. 22. But when he'd cooled his limbs a while, and gathered vigour for new toil, to Bosden stoutly he did run, the seat of Captain Hodgkinson. And there we saw, though fate to tell, he by our hounds at Knowsmore fell. 23. To Stonyhurst then this gallant train, as if in triumph turned again, mutually asking on the way which dog had best performed that day. But 'twas a riddle none could tell, because they all performed so well. 24. Therefore, since ended is the chase, let healths go round unto his grace. To his illustrious Duchess too, the like devotion let us show. Next for Sir Nicholas let us pray, and so conclude our hunting day. Footnotes. 1. From several circumstances we imagine that this hunt must have been in the time of Thomas Howard, described by Sir Harris Nicholas in his synopsis etc. as the 10th Duke of his family, but by Burke in his peerage as 8th Duke. He was born 11th December 1683 and married Mary. Another account calls this lady Maria Winifrida Francisca, probably Englished by Mary Winifred Francis, only daughter and heiress of Sir Nicholas Shireburn or Sherburn of Stonyhurst, created baronet February the 4th, 1685. This marriage would account for the Duke being at the buck hunt, and Sir Nicholas Shireburn, his father-in-law, who died December the 16th, 1717, is named, with his daughter the Duchess, in the last stanza. The Duke died on the 23rd of December 1732, without issue, and was succeeded by his brother Edward, the 9th Duke. The above fixes the date of the hunt as earlier than December 1717. 2. We have since learned that the composer of this ballad was a Mr. Cottam, a schoolmaster at Hurst Green, and that he also wrote a song, beginning, Hie away to Rossall Point. He is also said to have written the Burnley Haymakers in this volume, and a song called the 5-barred Gate. We have sought in vain for the first and third of these songs. Are they irrecoverably lost? End of footnotes. End of part 17. Part 18 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An excellent new ballad entitled The Unfortunate Love of a Lancashire Gentleman and the Hard Fortune of a Fair Young Bride. Tune, Come Follow My Love. Of this ballad there exists a broadside copy in Mr. J. O. Halliwell's collection of proclamations, etc., presented by him to the Chetham Library. It is there printed in 6 columns with 2 rude woodcuts at the head of a lady and gentleman. It is also reprinted in that gentleman's Palatine anthology. Look, ye faithful lovers, O my unhappy state! See my tears distilling, but pour it out too late, and buy no foolish fancy at too dear a rate. Alack, for my love I shall die. My father he's a gentleman, well known, of high degree, and tender of my welfare evermore was he. He sought for reputation, but all the worse for me. Alack, for my love I shall die. There was a proper maiden, of favour sweet and fair, to whom in deep affection I closely did repair. In heart I dearly loved her, lo, thus began my care. Alack, for my love I shall die. Nothing wanting in her, but this the grief of all. Of birth she was but lowly, of substance very small, a simple hired servant, and subject to each call. Alack, for my love I will die. Yet she was my pleasure, my joy and heart's delight, more rich than any treasure, more precious in my sight. At length to one another our promise we did plight. Alack, for my love I will die. And thus unto my father the thing I did reveal, desiring of his favour, nothing I did conceal. But he my dear affection regarded ne'er a deal. Alack, for my love I will die. Quoth he, thou graceless fellow, thou art my only heir, and for thy own preferment hast thou no better care than marry with a beggar that is both poor and bare. Alack, for my love I will die. I charge thee on my blessing, thou do her right refrain, and that into her company you never come again, that you shall be so married, I take it in disdain. Alack, for my love I will die. Is there so many gentlemen of worship and degree that have most honest daughters of beauty fair and free? And can none but a beggar's brat content and pleasure thee? Alack, for my love I will die. By him that's made all creatures, this vow to thee I make, if thou do not this beggar refuse and quite forsake, from thee thy due inheritance I wholly mean to take. Alack, for my love I will die. These his bitter speeches did sore torment my mind, knowing well how greatly he was to wrath inclined. My heart was slain with sorrow, no comforts could I find. Alack, for my love I will die. Then did I write a letter, and send it to my dear, wherein my first affection all changed did appear, which from her fair eyes forced the pearly water clear. Alack, for my love I will die. For grief unto the messenger, one word she could not speak, those doleful heavy tidings her gentle heart did break. Yet sought not by her speeches on me her heart to wreak. Alack, for my love I will die. This deed within my conscience tormented me full sore, to think upon the promise I made her long before, and for its true performance how I most deeply swore. Alack, for my love I will die. I could not be in quiet till I to her did go, who for my sake remained in sorrow, grief, and woe. And unto her in secret my full intent to show, alack, for my love I will die. My sight rejoiced greatly her sad perplexed heart, from both her eyes on sudden the trickling tears did start, and on each other's bosom we breathed forth our smart. Alack, for my love I will die. Unknown unto my father, or any friend beside, ourselves we closely married, she was my only bride. Yet still within her service I caused her to abide. Alack, for my love I will die. But never had two lovers more sorrow, care, and grief. No means in our extremity we found for our relief. And now what further happened here followeth in brief. Alack, for my love I will die. Now all ye loyal lovers attend unto the rest. See by my secret marriage how sore I am oppressed. For why my foul misfortune herein shall be expressed. Alack, for my love I will die. My father came unto me upon a certain day, and with a merry countenance these words to me did say. My son, quoth he, come hither, and mark what I shall say. Alack, for my love I will die. Seeing you are disposed to lead a wedded life, I have unto your credit provided you a wife, where thou mayst live delightful without all care and strife. Alack, for my love I will die. Master Senec's daughter, most beautiful and wise, £300 her portion, may well thy mind suffice, and by her friends and kindred thou mayst to credit rise. Alack, for my love I will die. This is, my son, undoubted, a match for thee most meet. She is a proper maiden, most delicate and sweet. Go woo her then, and wed her, I shall rejoice to see it. Alack, for my love I will die. Her friends and I have talked, and thereon have agreed. Then be not thou abashed, but speedily proceed. Thou shalt be entertained, and leave no doubt to speed. Alack, for my love I will die. O pardon me, dear father, with bashful looks I said, to enter into marriage I sorely am afraid. A single life is lovely, therein my mind is stayed. Alack, for my love I will die. When he had heard my speech, his anger did arise. He drove me from his presence, my sight he did despise. And straight to disinherit me, all means he did devise. Alack, for my love I will die. When I perceived myself in that ill case to stand, most lewdly I consented unto his fond demand, and married with the other, and all to save my land. Alack, for my love I will die. And at this hapless marriage great costs my friends did keep. They spared not their poultry, their oxen, nor their sheep. Whilst joyfully they danced, I did in corners weep. Alack, for my love I will die. My conscience was tormented, which did my joys deprive. Yet for to hide my sorrow, my thoughts did always strive. Quoth I, what shame 'twill be to have two wives alive. Alack, for my love I will die. O my sweet Margaret, I did in sorrow say, thou know'st not in thy service of this my marriage day. Though here my body resteth, with thee my heart doth stay. Alack, for my love I will die. And in my meditations came in my lovely bride, with chains and jewels trimmed, and silken robes beside, saying, why doth my true love so sadly here abide? Alack, for my love I will die. Then 20 loving kisses she did on me bestow, forth abroad a-walking this lovely maid did go. Yea, arm in arm most friendly with him that was her foe. Alack, for my love I will die. But when that I had brought her where nobody was near, I embraced her most falsely, with a most feigned cheer. Then unto the heart I stabbed this maiden fair and clear. Alack, for my love I will die. Myself in woeful manner I wounded with a knife, and laid myself down beside her, by this my married wife, and said that thieves or robbers had wrought this deadly strife. Alack, for my love I will die. Great wailing and great sorrow was then upon each side. In woeful sorts they buried this fair and comely bride. And my dissimulation herein was quickly tried. Alack, for my love I will die. And for this cruel murder to death thus I am brought. For this my aged father did end his days in naught. My Margaret at these tidings her own destruction wrought. Alack, for my love I will die. Lo, here the doleful peril blind fancy brought me in, and mark what care and sorrow forced marriage it doth bring. All men by me be warned, and Lord forgive my sin. Alack, for my love I must die. End of Part 18. Part 19 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Careless Content, written in imitation of Sir Philip Sidney by John Byrom, M.A., F.R.S. We copy this charmingly quaint piece from the miscellaneous poems of this pleasing poet, who was born at Manchester in 1691 and died in September 1763, aged 71. I am content, I do not care, wag as it will the world for me. When fuss and fret was all my fare, it got no ground as I did see. So when away my caring went, I counted cost, and was content. With more of thanks and less of thought, I strive to make my matters meet, to seek what ancient sages sought, physic and food in sour and sweet, to take what passes in good part, and keep the hiccups from my heart. With good and gentle-humoured hearts I choose to chat where'er I come, whate'er the subject be that starts. But if I get among the glum, I hold my tongue to tell the troth, and keep my breath to cool my broth. For chance or change of peace or pain, for fortune's favour or her frown, for lack or glut, for loss or gain, I never dodge nor up nor down, but swing what way the ship shall swim, or tack about with equal trim. I suit not where I shall not speed, nor trace the turn of every tide. If simple sense will not succeed, I make no bustling but abide. For shining wealth or scaring woe, I force no friend, I fear no foe. Of ups and downs, of ins and outs, of they are wrong and we are right, I shun the rankers and the routs, and wishing well to every wight, whatever turn the matter takes, I deem it all but ducks and drakes. With whom I feast I do not fawn, nor if the folks should flout me faint. If wanted welcome be withdrawn, I cook no kind of a complaint. With none disposed to disagree, but I like them best who best like me. Not that I rate myself the rule, how all my betters should behave, but fame shall find me no man's fool, nor to a set of men a slave. I love a friendship free and frank, and hate to hang upon a hank. Fond of a true and trusty tie, I never loose where'er I link, though if a business budges by, I talk thereon just as I think. My word, my work, my heart, my hand, still on a side together stand. If names or notions make a noise, whatever hap the question hath, the point impartially I poise, and read or write, but without wrath. For should I burn or break my brains, pray, who will pay me for my pains? I love my neighbour as myself, myself like him too by his leave, nor to his pleasure, power or pelf, came I to crouch as I conceive. Dame Nature doubtless has designed a man the monarch of his mind. Now taste and try this temper, sirs, mood it and brood it in your breast, or if you ween for worldly stirs, that man does right to mar his rest. Let me be deft and debonair, I am content, I do not care. It would be difficult to find in the whole range of lyric literature a composition containing so many singular qualities. In character and sentiment it is at once vigorous and laconic. In style, antique and quaint, resembling not only Sidney, but in parts Suckling, Withers, and even George Herbert. In diction, proverbial and colloquial, yet never vulgar, while it is one of the most happily constructed pieces of alliterative poetry to be found in the English language. 3 distinct forms of this alliteration may be seen in it. The first letters of words throughout a line, or sometimes the like sounds of different letters. This kind mingled with syllabic alliteration as the point impartially I poise. And lastly, what may be called alliterative antithesis, as in physic and food in sour and sweet, for chance or change, of peace or pain, for lack or glut, for loss or gain, for shining wealth or scaring woe, etc. End of part 19. Part 20 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Frog and the Crow. We print this quaint song by permission from Notes and Queries, where it is given by a correspondent, T.I., who says that he has been familiar with it from childhood, but can give no history of it, save that it is tolerably well known in Lancashire, and that the point consists in giving a scream over the last O, which invariably, if well done, elicits a start, even in those who are familiar with the rhyme, and know what to expect. The present editor has frequently joined in the scream some 50 years ago. The moral is obvious, and the diction too recent for the song to have any great antiquity. There was a jolly fat frog lived in the river swim, oh! And there was a comely black crow lived on the river brim, oh! Come on shore, said the crow to the frog, and then, oh! No, you'll bite me, no, you'll bite me, said the frog to the crow again, oh! But there is sweet music on yonder green hill, oh! And you shall be a dancer in yellow. All in yellow, said the crow to the frog, and then, oh! Sir, I thank you, said the frog to the crow again, oh! Farewell, ye little fishes that are in the river swim, oh! For I am going to be a dancer in yellow. Oh, beware, said the fish to the frog again, oh! All in yellow, said the frog to the fish, and then, oh! The frog he came a-swimming to land, oh! And the crow he came hopping to lend him his hand, oh! Sir, I thank you, said the frog to the crow, and then, oh! Sir, you're welcome, said the crow to the frog again, oh! But where is the music on yonder green hill, oh? And where are the dancers in yellow? All in yellow, said the frog to the crow, and then, oh! Sir, they're here, sir, they're here, said the crow to the frog, and eats him all up, oh! End of part 20. Part 21 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dick o' Stanley Green. This is a Lancashire version of a song, of which many varieties exist, not only in different parts of England, but also in Ireland, the subject of it being a raw rustic lover who offers himself to a lady, is ridiculed, and, deeming her expectations extravagant, retires in dudgeon. Amongst the better-known English songs on this text are Galloping Dreary Dun and Richard of Taunton Dean, Harry's Courtship, The Clown's Courtship, etc. Some of these are in the Somersetshire dialect. One is termed The Wooing Song of a Yeoman of Kent's Son. There is a Yorkshire ballad on this subject, and the Irish version is entitled Dickie of Ballyvan. The following version is a great favourite in North Lancashire, and was copied for this work by Mr. John Hill of Bleasdale. 1. Last New Year's Day, as I've heard say, I mounted on me dappled grey. Me buckskin breeches I put on, me country clogs to save me shoon. Besides an owd hat to cover me head, 'twas all hung round wi' ribbons red. 2. Straightway I went on to the hall, aloud for Mistress Jane did call. Some trusty sarvants let me in, that I me courtship might begin. Why, don't ye ken me, Mistress Jane? I am poor Dick fra Stanley Green. 3. Me feyther's sent me here to woo, and I con fancy none but you, and you love me as I love you. What need ye mak so muckle to do? 4. It's I can plough, and I can sow, and I can reap, and I can mow, and I con to the market go, and sell me daddy's corn and hay, and addle me sixpence every day. 5. Sixpence a day will never do. I must wear silk and satin too. Sixpence a day won't find us meat. Odds ducks, says Dick, have a stack o' wheat. Besides an owd house as stands close by. It'll all be mine when me feyther die. 6. Your compliments, Dick, are so polite, they mak the company laugh outright. If you have no more to say, I'll bid you good neet, and I'll away. Notes. The last 2 lines of verse 3. And you love me as I love you. No knife shall cut our love in two. Lancashire Folklore. Note by Mr. John Hill. New Year's is the pronunciation of New Year's. Dud, a contraction of the Anglo-Saxon duad, is much used in Amounderness for did. Odds ducks is an old exclamation, very common in dales bordering on the Pennine chain of hills. That is the local pronunciation of that. Yaw, for you, is not the yo or the yow of Lancashire south of the Ribble, but has the aw sound, like the naw of Yorkshire, and is almost universal in that county and north of the Ribble. End of part 21. Part 22 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Blakely Courtship. This is another ballad upon the same favourite theme, and cast in light mould. It is communicated by Mr. John Higson of Droylsden, who states that it was sung by Mrs. Rydal many years ago. There was a young lad in Blakely did dwell, and he'd go a-courting one night by his sell. To borrow the grey mare it was his intent. He took Tinker's grey mare, and a-courting he went, to his own mind. He rode and he rode till he came to the door, and Nell came topping it as she'd done afore. Come, get off thy horse, she to him did say, and put it i'th stable, and give it some hay. to thy own mind. And when he had done, he came into th' house, and he was as weet as any drownt mouse. She wrought him th'owd cheer as he'd set in afore. Come sit thee down by me, love, let's talk it o'er, to our own mind. They talked it o'er until it was day. He said, I'll go whoam. She said, go thy way. He went into th' stable to fot his mare out. Now prithee, love, take me to th' bottom of the fout, to thy own mind. When Jamie were mounted, right off he did trig. His face was as curled as any owd wig. He'd a chin like a churn and an owd queer hat, and he looked like a monkey atop of th' mare's back. Notes. 1. She wrought him th'owd cheer, reached him the old chair. 2. Take me to th' bottom of th' fout. Take me to the bottom or entrance of the fold, or cluster of houses round a yard or court, a common mode of grouping cottages in country places in Lancashire, forming the nucleus of many a hamlet or village as population increases. Mr. Higson communicated another version of the same ballad to the present editor, which he obtained from Mr. Samuel Tatton of Gorton and Manchester. It runs as follows. Blakely courtship. There was a young lad in Blakely did dwell, and as for his name, I darena you tell. He courted Ann Dawson at Bowley side, and on Tinker's mare a courting did ride, to his own mind. Last Saturday neat to owd Tinker's he went, When you lend me your mare, and he gan him consent. He says, Oh know thee, thy name it is Jack. And away he went, trudging at top of th' mare's back, to his own mind. As he was going by Copywood side, it rained as hard as e'er it could sigh. His heart it did ache, and he trembled with fear, unless he could get o'er at Bowley side, to his own mind. When he geet there he knocked at the door, and Nanny come out, as you may be sure. Put thy horse into th' stable, as thou'st done before, and come sit down by me, as we'n done before, to my own mind. O've hens and o've cocks, o've rabbits and ducks, beside gowd and silver, thou o havena got much. O've as much as £5 when o is made reet, beside o can wave o've a piece in a week, to my own mind. They talked it o'er till break of day. He said, I'll go whoam. Who said, Go thy way. If thou'd done as I'd had thee, my heart's they'd a won, but now th'art as far off as 'twere when begun, to my own mind. He went into th' stable to fotch his mare out, saying, Now, prithee, love, take me to th' bottom of th' fout. He'd a chin like a churn and an owd scrubby hat. He sit like a monkey at top of th' mare's back, to my own mind. And when he geet home, his feyther did say, What's matter wi' Jack? He's like an owl sleeping i' th' day. Sometimes he doth sigh, and sometimes he doth cry, and he says he'll be up to them by and by, to his own mind. End of part 22. Part 23 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lancashire Miller. This song has much point and is a favourite in most parts of North Lancashire. 1. Owd Jeremy Gigg, a miller was he, in Lancashire born and bred. The mill was all he depended upon to earn him his daily bread. Owd Jeremy, he was growing owd, his latter end it was near. He had 3 sons, and it puzzled him sore, which of 'em should be his heir. 2. Now he called to him his eldest son, An answer give to me. What way would thou take thy bread to mak, if my mill I left to thee? Oh, if the mill were mine, said he, I'd plainly tell to yow, out of every seck I'd take a peck, as yow've been used to do. 3. Now he called to him his second son, An answer give to me. What way would thou tak thy bread to mak, if the mill were given to thee? Oh, if the mill were mine, said he, as sure as my name's Rolf, instead of a peck out of every seck, I'm sure I'd take one oath. 4. Now he called to him his youngest son. His youngest son was Will. On the answer thou dost give to me depends who gets the mill. Oh, if the mill were mine, said he, a living I would make. Instead of one oath, I'd take it all, and swear 'em out of the sick. 5. Then owd Jeremy, he rose up in bed, to hear him talk so smart, saying, Well done, Will, thou's won the mill, thou'rt the lad o' me heart. The other two looked rather blue, and swore it were too bad, but little Will, he won the mill, and the devil he got his dad. End of part 23. Part 24 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Contentment, the Happy Workman's Song, by John Byrom, M.A. F.R.S. We copy this song by permission from the miscellaneous poems of this author. I am a poor workman, as rich as a Jew, a strange sort of tale, but however it is true. Come listen a while, and I'll prove it to you, so as nobody can deny. I am a poor workman, you'll easily grant, yet I'm rich as a Jew, for there's nothing I want. I have meat, drink, and clothes, and am hearty and cant, which nobody can deny. I live in a cottage, and yonder it stands, and while I can work with these two honest hands, I'm as happy as they that have houses and lands, which nobody can deny. I keep to my workmanship all the day long, I sing and I whistle, and this is my song. Thank God, who has made me so lusty and strong, which nobody can deny. I never am greedy of delicate fare, if God give me enough, though 'tis ever so bare, the more is his love, and the less is my care, which nobody can deny. My clothes on a working day looken but lean, but when I can dress me, on Sundays I mean, though cheap they're warm, though coarse they're clean, which nobody can deny. Folks cry out, hard times, but I never regard, for I ne'er did nor will set my heart upon the ward. So 'tis all one to me, bin they easy or hard, which nobody will deny. I envy not them that have thousands of pounds, that sport o'er the country with horses and hounds. There's naught but contentment can keep within bounds, which nobody can deny. I ne'er lose my time o'er a pipe or a pot, nor cower in a nook like a sluggardly sot, but I buy what is wanting with what I have got, which nobody can deny. And if I have more than I want for to spend, I help a poor neighbour or diligent friend. He that gives to the poor, to the Lord he doth lend, which nobody can deny. I grudge not the gentlefolk dressen so fine, at their gold and their silver I never repine, but I wish all their guts were as hearty as mine, which nobody can deny. With quarrels of the country and matters of state, with Tories and Whigs I ne'er puzzle my pates. There are some that I love, but none that I hate, which nobody can deny. What though my condition be ever so coarse, I strive to embrace it for better or worse, and my heart, I thank God, is as light as my purse, which nobody can deny. Whatever in short my condition may be, 'tis God that appoints it as far as I see, and I'm sure I can never do better than he, which nobody can deny. Notes: cant, cheerful. Looken, the Lancashire plural of Luke. Upon the ward, upon the world. Bin, another Lancashire plural, be. End of part 24. Part 25 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Walter, a tradition of Northern Boathouse. In the Phoenix, a Manchester literary journal, the following legendary ballad appeared during 1828. It's purported to have been preserved by one Maister Lovell, its writer being really William Rowlinson, a young Manchester poet who, in his love for poesy in an antique garb, and in other respects, resembled poor Chatterton. Rowlinson was drowned whilst bathing in the Thames in June 1829. As the old orthography in which it was written does not improve the ballad, we print it in a modern dress. At Northern, near Manchester, there was, till very recently, an ancient ferry across the River Mersey from Lancashire to Cheshire, called Northern Boat, the village of Northern, or Northenden, being in the latter county. Now ferry me o'er, thou good boatman, I prithee ferry me o'er, that I may see my lady to-night, or I never may see her more. The winds blow high and the stream runs strong, and I dare not ferry thee o'er. Thou canst not see thy lady to-night, if thou never dost see her more. I will see her to-night if my life be spared, for I've heard the death-owls scream. Who has heard it once may not hear it twice, she must hear my awful dream. My boat is moored, and I will not cross. Sir Knight, thou mayst away, or rest thee to-night till the morning's light. We will oar at break of day. Here's gold in store, and thou shalt have more to venture across with me. If we die ere we reach the other bank, a mass shall be said for thee. The boat is unmoored, and they both leap in, and steer for the other side. Now swim thou swiftly, thou fearless boat, against the rushing tide. Now for thy life, thou boatman, push, for the stream runs swifter on. Another boat's length with all thy strength, and the bank ye have safely won. 'Tis past, they have reached the side, and they both leap on the bank. 'Tis well, with an eddying whirl, that boat hath swiftly sank. Sir Gualter hath given the boatman gold, thence hastes to the trysting tree. What a rueful sight for a gallant knight was there for him to see. The Lady Isabel blackened and scorched by the lightning blast of heaven, and that stately tree where they oft had met was leafless and blasted and riven. He kneeled him down o'er that lifeless form, and the death-owl o'er him flew, and it screamed as it passed on the rushing blast. Then his fate Sir Gualter knew. And he gathered that form within his arms and rushed to the river's side, then plunged from the bank, and both of them sank in the darkly rolling tide. There is a tradition in the neighbourhood that the spirits of the knight and the lady are still occasionally to be seen at midnight, especially in storms beneath the aged yew, as if still bent on keeping their tryst. Love stronger than death itself. End of part 25. Part 26 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hermit of Kersal Cell, by John Lee Esquire, M.D., Manchester. Sir Hugh Le Byron of Clayton Hall near Manchester, after having served the king in his French wars, returned home and became a monk and the Hermit of Kersal Cell, for the maintenance of which cell he made considerable grants. It was attached to the Priory of Lenton in Nottinghamshire. Some remains of Clayton Hall, surrounded by the ancient moat, are yet extant on the Ashton Road. The old bell turret, surmounting what appears to be the oldest part of the hall, is very picturesque. Of Kersal Cell nothing is left. It is probable that the very interesting and ancient seat of Miss Atherton, one of the fine timber houses for which Lancashire and Cheshire were once celebrated, and still called Kersal Cell, occupies the site of the older ecclesiastical structure. A gallant knight he sallied forth, and none more proud than he, and the hall of Clayton rang with mirth and shouts of revelry. Down with the bridge, The knight he cried, "Up with the portcullis," he said. Sir Hugo le Byron pricked his steed, and from Clayton he gaily sped. And there were with him of lances a score, and 20 archers good. "Aha," said the knight, "who would not be of merry English blood? But who is she who sits in her bower, watching the cavalcade? 'Tis the Lady of Clayton, Sir Hugo's bride. Ah, woe is me," she said. And many a year there passed o'er, Sir Hugo he came not again, and ever that lady she wept full sore, as she thought of her true knight slain. They yield, they run, the field is won, and shouts now rend the air. The English hotly press their foes, the French fly in despair. Yet one there is in that proud host no shout of joy can hear, no smile that warrior's lips hath crossed for many a weary year. His sword is deeply dyed with gore, his shattered lance lies near. Stern and sad is that warrior's mien, and his heart is lone and sere. No gladness to him doth victory bring, his soul is sore oppressed. Sir Hugo le Byron looks coldly on, and fain would be at rest. There lieth a weight on his guilty soul, no penance can move away, and he ever is found in the deadliest fight, and eke in the hottest fray. The wild, wild shriek of that maddening hour still ringeth oft in his ear, and he shuddereth now as it sweeps on the gale, and his face is blanched with fear. No human foe doth Sir Hugo dread, no sound of the fiercest blast, save when it sighs o'er the field of the dead, the wail of a crime long past. Sir Hugo he turneth his steed away, he seeketh no flying foe. Death had he braved in the battle's van, then e'en lets the vanquished go. He seeketh the shore whence once from his bark he had landed blithe and gay, but now he returneth a careworn man, to guilt and remorse a prey. And over the ocean again he sped, back to the land of his birth, resolved from his home no more to roam, but to dwell by his ancient's hearth. Sir Hugo to Clayton hath hastened on, and lighter hath felt his heart, when a muffled knell from the turret bell hath caused the knight to start. And issuing forth from out the gate, a train came slowly on. A sable pall on a coffin throne bore his own escutcheon. "Who is it ye bring?" said the trembling knight, as he neared the sad array. "'Tis the Lady of Clayton," a mourner said, "who pined for her lord away." "And who art thou, thy wayworn knight, that rideth here all alone? Why come ye to Clayton this doleful day? Why look ye so sad and lone?" Sir Hugo le Byron fell from his steed, for deadly faint he felt. "Why, who is this?" said the wondering host, as over the knights they knelt. "Oh, I am your lord, Sir Hugo," he said. "Bear me within," cried the knight. "Alas that I ever saw this day, or met this dismal sight." To Kersal cell the knight he fled, and a hermit lone was he, and he sought by prayer to expiate the deeds of his chivalry. A hermit lone that night was he, in Kersal whereto he fled, and many a year of sorrow was past ere he slept with the dead. End of part 26. Part 27 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Warrington Ale. The following song, by a deceased author, we believe has never before been printed. It is a favourite in Warrington, especially with those by whom the beverage it celebrates is preferred. Your doctors may boast of their lotions, and ladies may talk of their tea, but I envy them none of their potions. A glass of good stingo for me. The doctor may sneer if he pleases, but my recipe never will fail, for the physic that cures all diseases is a bumper of Warrington ale. D'ye mind me, I once was a sailor, and in different countries I've been. If I lie, may I go for a tailor, but 1,000 fine sights I have seen. I've been crammed with good things like a wallet, and I've guzzled more drink than a whale, but the very best stuff to my palate is a glass of your Warrington ale. When my trade was upon the salt ocean, why there I got plenty of grog, and I liked it because I'd a notion it sets one's good spirits agog. But since upon land I've been steering, experience has altered my tale, for nothing on earth is so cheering as a bumper of Warrington ale. Into France I have oftentimes followed, and once took a trip into Spain, and all kinds of liquor I've swallowed, from spring water up to champagne. But the richest of wines to my thinking, compared with good stingo, is stale, for there's nothing in life that's worth drinking like a bumper of Warrington ale. End of part 27. Part 28 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Droylsden Wake Song. Mr. Higson, in his History of Droylsden, gives the following account under the title of 3D Wheel. A singular wakes custom was introduced into Droylsden about 1814 from Woodhouses near Failsworth, where it had been prevalent for more than the third of a century. Chambers, in his Edinburgh Journal, gives it a notice, as does also Bell, after Dixon, under the title of The Greenside Wake Song, in his annotated edition of the English Poets. The ceremonial issued from Greenside, a hamlet in Droylsden, and consisted of 2 male equestrians grotesquely habited. One, John, son of Robert Hume of Greenside, personified a man. The other, James, son of Aaron Etchells of Edge Lane, a woman. They were engaged with spinning wheels, spinning flax in the olden style, and conducting a rustic dialogue in limping verse, after which they collected contributions from spectators. Latterly a cart was substituted for a saddle, as being a safer position in case they grew tipsy. Both Bell and Chambers translate the rhyme into gradely English, and render 3D wheel, tread the wheel, but it is evidently thread the wheel, as will be seen by a perusal of the original idiomatic and more spirited version. He. It's Droylsden Wakes, and we come into town to tell you something of great renown, and if this owd jade'll let me begin, I'll show you how hard and how fast I can spin. So it's 3D wheel, dan-don-dill-do. She. Thou brags o' thisel, but aw dunna think it's true, for aw will uphaud thee. Thy faults aren't a few. For when thou hast done, and spun very hard, of this aw'm weel sure thy work is ill marred. So it's 3D wheel, dan-don-dill-do. He. Thou saucy owd jade, thou'd best howd thy tongue, or else aw'st be thumping thee ere it be long. And if aught aw do, thou'rt sure for to rue, for aw can ha mony a one as good as you. So it's 3D wheel, dan-don-dill-do. She. What is it to me, who ye con have? Aw shanna be long or aw'm laid in me grave. And when at aw'm deed, and have done what aw con, you may find one at'll spin as hard as I've done. So it's 3D wheel, dan-don-dill-do. He. Come, me dear wife, I'll not ha thee rue, and this I will tell you, and I'll tell you true. Now if you'll forgive me for what I've said, I'll do me endeavour to please you instead. So it's threedy wheel, dan-don-dill-do. She, I'm glad for to hear it you win me forgive, and I will do by you as long as I live. So let us unite and live free fra sin, and then we shall have nowt to think on but spin. So it's threedy wheel, dan-don-dill-do. Both. So now let's conclude and hear Underthor song, and hope it has pleased this numerous throng. But if it has missed, you needn't to fear, we'll do our endeavour to please you next year. So it's threedy wheel, dan-don-dill-do. Mr. Higson informs us that this queer dialogue song, which is sung to a somewhat plaintive tune, has been collected from various persons and collated with the version of one of the actors and singers, an elderly man who has often been dressed as the female and taken that part in the dialogue or duets. On one occasion, her husband got so tipsy that he fell off his horse in the yard of Cinderland Hall, and she had to extemporize and instruct another to take his part. They each bore a small spinning wheel before them, which was turned lustily during the chorus, which may have been originally Speed the Wheel. Amongst the variations, or interpolations, sometimes heard, is one that seems to indicate hemp or flax spinning at an early period. The tow that I spin is 5 shillin a pound, and that you mun know, be me wheel going round, so it's threedy wheel, etc. One brags to the other, "Aw can aw spin thee byth mass," and the rejoinder seems to be, "Aw can aw sing thee byth mass." Another piece of abuse is, "Thou'd canker-towed besom, aw canna endure, ony longer a temper like thine is, I'm sure." Altogether, the ballad, as it reaches us, seems but the debris of an ancient dialogue song, in which man and wife quarrel over the domestic manufacture of linen yarn. End of Part 28. Part 29 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Radcliffe Otter Hunt. The scenes of the following ballad are laid in the Irwell and its banks, from Prestwick to Clifton and Radcliffe. The hunt probably took place in the last century, for it is long since an otter was seen in the Irwell, though 2 were captured about 1849 in the Bollin near Bowden. The ballad is printed from a manuscript copy supplied by Mr. John Higson of Droylsden. The otter tells his own story. "I am a bold otter, as you shall hear. I've rambled the country all round. I valued no dogs far or near, in the water nor yet on the ground. I valued no dogs far or near, but I roved through the country so wide, till I came to a river so clear, that did Clifton and Prestwich divide. As through the wild country I rambled, I lived at extravagant rate. On eels, chubs, and gudgeons I feasted, the fishermen all did me hate. Yet still up the rivers I went, where the fishes my stomach did cheer, till a challenge from Radcliffe they sent me, they quickly would stop my career. Next morning those dogs did assemble, Jack Allen he swore I must die. It made me full sorely to tremble, to hear those stout hounds in full cry. It was near Agecroft Bridge I oft went, where with me they'd had many a round, so closely they stuck to the scent, that they forced me to take to fresh ground. Jack Allen, the darling of hunters, and ploughmen the glory of hounds. You may search all the country over, their equals are not to be found. Although I my country did leave, it was sorely against my own will. They pursued me with courage so brave, that they proved a match for my skill. Again through the country I rambled, to the Earl of Wilton's I came, where I made bold his fish pond to enter, and there I found plenty of game. But the Earl being now at his hall, he swore that my life they must end. So straight for Tom Thorpe he did call, and for Squire Lomas's hounds they did send. Then the dogs and the huntsmen arrived, thinking my poor life for to end. But to gain my old ground I contrived, where I could myself better defend. It was near Master Douglas's mill, where they swam me 3 hours or more, and yet I did baffle their skill, till at length they were forced to give o'er. At length by misfortune I ventured again up the river to steer, when into a tunnel I entered, not thinking my death was so near. But those dogs from old Radcliffe they came, and into my hold did me cry. The hunters they all did the same, and they swore they would take me or die. 'Twas on the next morning so early, they forced me from my retreat. Then into the river I dived, thinking all their sharp schemes to defeat. But those dogs they did soon force me out, because that my strength it did fail. Tom Damport, that tailor so stout, he quickly laid hold of my tail. Then into a bag they did put me, and up on their backs did me fling. And because that in safety they'd got me, they made all the valleys to ring. Then right for old Radcliffe did steer, and soon at Bob Hampson's did call, and hundreds of people were there, to drink and rejoice at my fall. That same afternoon they contrived, with me more diversion to have, put me into a pit where I dived, just like a stout otter so brave. And yet I remained so stout, though they swam me for 3 hours or more, the dogs they could not force me out, till with stones they did pelt me full sore, thus forcing me out of the water, because that my strength it did fail. And then, in a few moments after, Jack Ogden laid hold of my tail. And so now they had got me secure, they right to the anchor did steer. But my lot was too hard to endure, and my death was approaching too near. Next morning to Whitefield they took me, to swim as before I had done. When out of the bag they did put me, alas, my poor life, it was gone. And so now this old otter you've killed, you may go to Bob Hampson's and sing. Drink a health to all true-hearted hunters, success to our country and king. Footnotes. Till I came to a river so clear, that did Clifton and Prestwich divide. The Irwell forms the boundary between these townships. Till a challenge from Radcliffe they sent me. Radcliffe is on the bank of the Irwell, and a bridge there spans the river. Jack Allen, the huntsman. Agecroft Bridge, the bridge near Kersal Moor, Higher Broughton. To the Earl of Wilton's I came, Heaton Park in Prestwich. Tom Thorpe, then keeper to the Earl. Damport, the Lancashire and Cheshire pronunciation of Davenport. Jack Ogden, another well-known man in his day. Whitefield. Whitefield is a hamlet in the township of Pilkington, parish of Prestwich, 6 miles north-northwest of Manchester. End of Part 29. Part 30 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Oudham Recruit. This song was in much repute about half a century ago, and is still popular as a broadside. It is not devoid of merit, and is also interesting as containing several local phrases and allusions, mixed with a considerable share of racy Lancashire humour. After each verse in the broadside, there is a portion in prose which is marked as to be spoken. This peculiarity attaches to many modern compositions. The singers are allowed to extemporize at great length, and frequently cause much laughter by their allusions to passing events. When I were a young lad 16 years ago, I loved a pretty lass and followed the plough, but somehow or other I was ne'er content, till I like a noddy for a soldier went. There were such shouts of mirth and glee, for I thought I should a captain be, but by gum, I were vera much mista'en, and mony a time I wished mysel at Plough-tail again. So we marched and marched about Oldham streets, where they tried to persuade me 'twas my turn to treat. I treated them all till we geet drunk as foos. Between sergeant, me and corporal, there were not much to choose. I thought that my brass would never ha' been done. Thinks I, but we shall live a life of rare fun. But by gum, I were vera much mista'en, and mony a time I wished mysel at Plough-tail again. But when me brass were all spent and done, they pushed me about for a bit of roaring fun. By gum, they'd like to throttled me. What a sin, with a collar stiff as steel just stuck under my chin. They cut me hair so close, sure, and gathered such a crop, they made me soon in th' regiment a real dandy fop. But by gum, I were vera much mista'en, and mony a time I wished mysel at Plough-tail again. I'st never forget what a fuss of me they made, when we went to a pleck, as they called their parade. If I could look to please 'em there, may I indeed be brunt, for they wanted all at once me een, left, reet, and front. Then all in a row like fire-potters we were stood, and my toes wouldn't turn in, let me do what I could. I listed for a captain, but by gum I were mista'en, and mony a time I wished mysel at Plough-tail again. I wondered what the dickens could ever be the matter, for they shut me in the guard-house, to live on bread and water. And when I offered then to quit that ugly place, a soldier with his bayonet stood staring in me face. I began then a-thinking that my case was vera bad, for I were off by far than when in th' awkward squad. I listed for a captain, but by gum I were mista'en, and mony a time I wished mysel at Plough-tail again. End of part 30. Parts 31 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cocky Moor Snake. The Cocky Moor Snake has had more than one imitation, both in prose and verse. Tim Bobbin's Man of Heaton and the Flying Dragon is a composition of the same character, but it is not easy to decide which is the model. Both are intended to ridicule a countryman's ignorance of various articles of dress. We give the satire from a broadside, which lacks the printer's name. Come listen to my sportive lay, while I relate what people say about a hunt which happened o'er and on a place called Cocky Moor. A lady she walked out one day, and had got on a new boar. She through the fields her way did steer, in the summer season of the year. But as the day was rather warm, she hung her boar upon her arm. She thought she had it quite secure, but dropped it down on Cocky Moor. The lady on her way did hie, and weavers too by chance passed by. They saw it stretched upon the ground. Bill cried out, "Jack, what's this we've found?" Just at this time the west wind blew, and twirled the boa round the two. "By gum," said Jack, "I tell thee, Bill, it's summat wick, it won't stand still." Then close inspection they did make, when Bill cried out, "It is a snake!" And from it they did run and roar, "A snake! A snake on Cocky Moor!" Now off they ran as quick as thought. Their neighbours to a man they brought. They told them all what they had seen, twisting and twirling on the green. "It's 3 yards long," they each did say. "Its colour neither black nor grey. The middle thick, the ends were small. By gum, it had no legs at all. Yo'n often heerd tell o' them there whales that's got no head but has 2 tails. Besides, it's covered o'er with yore. There's no sich game on Cocky Moor. When aught folk round had heard the news, some shook their spades and some their shoes. This took a pike and that a rake, and off they set to hunt the snake. The terrier dogs they also took, in case that it might take the brook, and whistled on the hounds that day, for fear the snake might run away. With rusty bayonets not a few, that had shone bright at some review, the people hied from every door, to kill the snake on Cocky Moor. As they drew nearer to the place, fear and surprise stood in each face, for there the snake lay on the ground, just like a hoop in circle round. The bravest then out loudly spoke, "I say, my lads, this is no joke. Keep back your dogs. Don't go too near. I wish my grandfather were here. He'd tell us soon before it dies, whether it walks or swims or flies, or if he's seen the like afore, for he's the loudest man on Cocky Moor." To this wise plan they soon agreed, and fetched the old man with much speed. For many months he had been sick, so in a cart they wheeled him quick. Just as the old man did arrive, Jack shouts aloud, "It's yet alive!" So in his cart the old man bent, and eyed it o'er with much intent. "Now wheel me back," old Roger said. "That is a thing that God ne'er made. Adam ne'er cursen this, I'm sure. The devil has come to Cocky Moor." Now when they heard it was the devil, they vowed they'd plague that foul-souled rebel. And each one to the other said, "For once old Nick shall soon be laid." Then all poor Satan they surround, when lengthwise lying on the ground. They swore they would no pity take, for thus appearing like a snake. To make sure work they did intend, to cut it up from end to end. And vowed they'd either kill or cure that devil snake on Cocky Moor. Their dogs ne'er once set up a yell, because they there no blood could smell. Some said it was a thing quite rare, but thought the devil had none to spare. His dwelling place being very warm, his blood dried up as with a charm. Now, wandering through the world so loose, they'd catch old Nick and cook his goose. So then for Satan dug a hole, his body buried without soul, and prayed that it might rise no more, to frighten folks on Cocky Moor. Now to the church all went next day, to hear the parson preach and pray, and as he opened out his book, this truly was the text he took. Satan was made, and so was sin. God made a hole to put him in. Then Crazy Dick stood up and cries, "Stop, parson, stop! That telling lies. I know quite well the devil is laid. I helped to bury him with me spade. We made a hole quite deep, I'm sure, and tumbled him in on Cocky Moor." "What was his shape?" his reverence said. "Just like a snake, thou lad were made, all covered o'er with bristly hair." They laughed to see the parson stare. "If this be true, Dick, what do you say? I'm sure it was my wife's boar. She lost it as she walked about, somewhere between this and Tumfout. And if the snake you'll bring to me, 5 shilling I will give to thee. You've made a great mistake, I'm sure. No snakes can crawl on Cocky Moor." Now off Dick went, and soon he brought that which the parson eager sought. He brought him in a bag, alas. "Come now," says Dick, "let's have that brass." The parson then put down the crown, when to his friends Dick turned him round. "Come on, me lads, we'll have a spree, for each to this his share can be." But when the shreds of boar were out, "Curse on you all," he loud did shout. "I never was so tricked before, with devil's snakes from Cocky Moor." End of Parts 31. Part 32 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jonah Grimfilt's Ramble. The original song. In Dr. Dixon's Songs and Ballads of the English Peasantry, one of the various versions of this song is printed, and it is there stated to be a production of the 18th century. But Samuel Bamford, in his walks through South Lancashire, observes that the celebrated song of Jonah Grimfilt, beginning, "Said John to his wife on a hot summer's day," of which perhaps more copies have been sold among the rural population of Lancashire than of any other song known, has been generally ascribed to the pen of James Butterworth, the author of a poem called Rochervale, and other productions of creditable literary merit. Mr. Bamford long held the common opinion as to the origin of Joan. The song took amazingly. It was wartime. Volunteering was all in vogue then, and he remembers standing at the bottom of Miller Street in Manchester with a cockade in his hat, and viewing with surprise the almost rage with which the very indifferent verses were purchased by a crowd that stood around a little old-fashioned fellow with a withered leg, who, leaning on a crutch, with a countenance full of quaint humour, and a speech of the perfect dialect of the county, sang the song, and collected the halfpence as quickly as he could distribute it. Some years ago the writer fell in with this same personage at Ashton-under-Lyne, and took the opportunity for acquiring further information respecting the origin of a song once so much in repute. He accordingly invited the minstrel to a little rest and chat at a neighbouring tavern, where, over a pipe and a pot or two of ale, he learned all he wished to know on the subject, which he noted down in shorthand as the narrator gave it. It was a cold and rainy day in winter. The door was accordingly shut, the fire stirred up to a warm glow. The cripple sat basking before the fire, with his lame leg thrown across his crutch, his other foot on the fender, when, after putting a quid of tobacco into his mouth, and taking a swig of the ale, he went on gaily with his narrative for some minutes, until glancing towards the paper, and seeing uncouth figures multiplying upon it, he sprang on his one foot, and, with a look of astonishment not unmixed with concern, he exclaimed, "Hey, there I say, what mak' letters art a setting down? There I say, what dost a call those letters? Dost a think 'at nobody knows what thou'rt doing? But sithee, I hather to know 'at I know what thou'rt doing as well as thou does thysel'. Thou pretends to rule the planets, dosta? But sithee, I can rule them as weel as thou can, and that I'll let to know, if thou horses to put any o' thy tricks o' me." A hearty laugh, a brief explanation, and, more than both, a kindly invitation to the drink and tobacco, soon brought the guest to his seat again, and to his wonted jovial humour. He then said there were 13 Joans of Grimfilt, produced within a short time, but the original one, that above mentioned, was composed by Joseph Lees, a weaver residing at Glodwick near Oldham, and himself Joseph Coop, who at the time of its composition was a barber, tooth-drawer, bloodletter, warper, spinner, carder, twiner, stubber, and rhymester, residing at Oldham. He said they were both in a terrible predicament, without drink or money to procure any, after having been drinking all night. They had been at Manchester to see the play, and were returning to Oldham the day following, when, in order to raise the wind, they agreed to compose a song to be sung at certain public houses on the road where they supposed it would be likely to take, and procure them what they wanted, the means for prolonging their dissipation. A storm came on, and they sheltered under a hedge, and the first verse of the song was composed by him, Coop, in that situation. Lees composed the next verse, and they continued, composing verse and verse until the song was finished as afterwards printed, but it took them 3 days to complete it. They then put it i'th press, and he said, "We might have been worth money £100 if we'd ha' sense to tak' care of th' brass." Mr. John Higson states that formerly an Oldham man used to come every year to Gorton Wakes in order to sing this song, which he did in turn at the 3 public houses then existing in the village. He was known not only there, but in all the villages round, as Owd Jonah Grimfilt, from his being a regular visitor at their annual wakes, and singing this favourite ballad. The Jacobins issued a polite parody of this song, which never became popular, and is supposed to be almost wholly forgotten. In it, some paviors on the road point out Joan to one another, saying, "Sithee, that's mon as can neither walk nor ride." Joan hears them and detects them. "But off him be the jeers uncomical sneers, they'n akin to th' owd macker o' stays." Footnote: Tom Paine was a staymaker. End of footnote. Jonah Grimfilt. Says Joan to his wife on a what summer's day, "Awn resolved to Grimfilt no longer to stay, for I'll go to Owdham as fast as I can. So fare thee weel, Grimfilt, and fare thee weel, Nan. For a soldier I'll be, and brave Owdham I'll see, and all I a battle with the French." "Dear Joan," said our Nan, and who bitterly cried, "Wilt's be one o' the foot, or thou minds for to ride?" "Odds-ounds, wench, I'll ride o'er the ass or a mule, ere all cowery Grimfilt us black as thou dool. Both clemmin' and starvin', and never a fardin', it 'ud welly drive ony mon mad. Aye, Joan, since we come to Grimfilt for to dwell, we'n had money a bare meal, I can varra wa tell. Bare meal, ecod, aye, that I varra well know. There's been 2 days this wick at we'n had nowt at all. I'm varra near-sided afore I'll abide it. I'll fight o' the Spanish and French." Then says me naunt Margaret, "Ah, Joan, thou'rt so what? I'd ne'er go to Owdham, but in England I'd stop. It matters nowt, Madge, for to Owdham I'll go. Aw's ne'er clem to death, but somebody shall know. First Frenchman I'll find, I'll tell him my mind, and if he'll know fate he shall run. Then down the brew I'll come, for we liven't at top. I thowt I'd reach Owdham ere ever I stop. Ecod, how this starts, when I getten to th' mumps. Me old hat in me hunt, and me clogs full o' stumps. But I soon towd 'em, I'll go into Owdham, and I'd I a battle with French. I kept eendway through th' Lone, and to Owdham I went. I axed a recruit if they'd made up the count. Now, now, honest lad, for he talked like a king, go with me through th' street, and they all will bring, where if thou'rt willing, a me I a shilling. Ecod, I thought this were rare news. He browt me to th' pleck, where they measuren their height, and if they bin right, there's nowt said about weight. Or ratched me and stretched me and never did flinch. Says th' mon, I believe thou'rt me lad to an inch. I thought this'll do, I'st ha' guineas he knew. Ecod, Owdham, brave Owdham for me. So fare thee weel, Grimfilt, a soldier I'm made. I'll get a new shoon and a rare cockade. I'll fight for owd England as hard as I con. Or the French, Dutch or Spanish, to me it's all one. I'll mak 'em to stare like a new-started hare, and I'll tell 'em fro Owdham I come. Footnote: Both clemmin' and starvin', and never a fardin'. Clemming is a hungering or famishing. The editor of Songs of the Peasantry says that turning the termination ing into ink is one of the most striking peculiarities of the South Lancashire dialect. On the other hand, Samuel Bamford said it is not Lancashire at all, but Cheshire. This peculiarity is found on both sides of the division between the 2 counties, but not in other parts of Lancashire. End of footnote. In several copies, both in print and in manuscript, the song ends here, but in others several stanzas are added, of which the following will serve as a sample. When I went for a soldier, I meant for to ride, so they brought me a tit, and I gat on at drang side. I geet at drang side, but I soon tumbled o'er, Me officer said I should niver ride more. Aw thowt that's quite reet, I can go on me feet, as far as I wish for to go. So they browt me a gun, and cowed lift and reet. Thou mun howd up thy head, and keep slipping thy feet. Oh, they wheelt me about, till I leant to one side, and my officer said I could neither walk nor ride. Peace is proclaimed, and John goes home again. So now I'm at home, and th' looms set agate, we'n plenty of pratties and dumplings to eat, and now peace is made, the wavers may laugh at Billy's brown loaf made of bran and a chaff, etc., etc. The song has many imitations. The following may be given as specimens. Jonah Grimfilt's return. Home Jonah Marget's, fra Grimfilt I went, to conquer the Frenchmen, who were fully bent. At Oudham I listed, and went to the wars, or fates, nor the dangers, nor battles, nor scars, to conquer or die, or resolve for to try, and humble the pride of the French. Wi' me kit on me back, I fra Oudham did go, and thowt if I fun 'em, I'd soon let 'em know that John out to Grimfilt's no quarter would give, but would fight for Oud England as long as he lived. Oh, the French, Dutch, or Spanish, I think I can manage, I think I'm the lad that can crack. I met an oud friend as I were going up th' lone. He stopped me and said, "Wheer now, honest Joan? Mon, I'm going a fighting of the French, but thou mun go whoam, for each body says that they darena come. God, I'll up Oudham, at Sunbury's Towdham, that o'er up oth road for to fight." "However," said Dick, "thou had better go see, and if thou con 'em on 'em, be sure send for me." "Oh, Dick, never mind me, I'll do what I can. Remember my love to both Margaret and Nan, and tell 'em no fret, some money I'll get, and I'll come to Grimfilt again." When I was hardly begun o' me trade, my officers towd me at peace were made. If there be no fighting, whoam let me go, and if they'll no be quiet, be sure to let me know. If to Grentfilt you'll come, you'll find me a home, next door to Naunt Margaret's I live. As I were going up the brew, for we livent on top, I said I'd reach Grimfilt for ever I'd stop. There's such peeping and whispering as I went and by th' mumps. That's John that went up wi' his clogs full of stumps, wi' his cap and his fither, he looks very cliver. Naunt Margaret'll wonder wha's come. When I geet into Grimfilt, who and Nan were a home, who run to Naunt Margaret's, and towd her I'd come. "What, is he come back? Ecod, it's quite reet. If he's bitten the French, why, we'll have one merry meet. It were John, it's no doubt, as brought things about. He is true to both country and king." Jonah Grimfilt, Jr. Mr. Higson informs us that the following was once a very popular song, and was taken down from the singing of an old handloom weaver at Droylsden. It was written just after the Battle of Waterloo, when times were bad, and handloom weavers' wages fell from about £3 to a guinea or 25 shillings a week. That is, for 3 or 4 days' work. For then weavers could seldom be induced to work on Monday, Tuesday, or often on Wednesday, these days being devoted to recreations procured with high wages. "I'm a poor cotton waverer, as mony a one knows. I've nowt to eat i'th house, and I've worn out me clothes. You'd hardly give 6pence for all I've got on. Me clogs are both bo'sun, and stockings I've none. You'd think it were hard to be sent into th' ward, to clem and do best that you con. Our parish church parsons kept telling us long we'd see better times if I'd but howd me tongue. I've howden me tongue till I can hardly draw breath. I think in me heart he means to clem me to death. I know he lives weel wi' backbiting the dale, but he ne'er picked o'er in his life. We taught on 6 week, thinking each day were th' last. We tarried and shifted till now we're quite fast. We lived upon nettles while nettles were good, and Waterloo porridge was best o' us food. I'm telling you true, I can find folk enow that are living no better than me. Now, Owd Bill o' Dan sent bailies one day for to shop score I'd owed him, but I couldn't pay. But he just too lat, for Owd Bill o' Bent had sent it and cart, and ta'en goods for to rent. They laughed nowt but a stool at a seats for two, and on it coat Margaret and me. The bailies scouts round us sly as a mouse, when they see'd the things were ta'en out of the house. And t'one says to t'other, A's gone, thou may see. I said, Never fret, lads, you're welcome, take me. They made no more ado, but nipped up th' owd stew, and we both leet and swack upon th' flags. I geet out of our Margaret, for her strucken sick, who said who'd ne'er had such a bangs in her wick. The bailies scout off with owd stew on their back, and they wouldn't have cared if they'd broken her neck. They'n so mad at owd Bent, 'cause he'd ta'en goods for rent, till they'n ready to flee us alive. I said to our Margaret, as we lean upo' th' floor, We never shall be lower in this world, I'm sure. For if we mun alter, I'm sure we mun mend, for I think in me heart we are both at fur end. For mate we han none, nor no looms to wave on. Ecod, th' looms are as well lost as fun. My piece were cheent off, and I took it in back. I hardly durst spake, Mester looked so black. He said, You're all paid last time at you come. I said, If I were, 'twill be waving bout's loom, and it's mind that I'm in, I'st ne'er pick o'er again, for I've woven mysel to th' fore end. So I come out of th' warehouse, and laughed him chew that, when I thought at all things, I was so vexed that I swat. For to think I mun watch, to keep him on th' set, all the days of my life, and then dee in their debt. But I'll give o'er this trade and work wi' a spade, or go on break stone upon th' road. Our Margaret declares if hoo'd clothes to put on, hoo'd go up to Lunnon to see the great mon, and if things did no alter when theer hoo had been, who says hoo'd begin and fate's blood up to the een. Who's nowt agin the king, but who likes a fair thing, and who says who can tell when who's hurt. Footnotes. Thward, world. Clem, starve, hunger. Picked o'er, through the shuttle, wove. End of footnotes. This ballad is still a favourite in many parts of Lancashire, and the last 3 lines have become household words. John o' Greenfield's ramble in search of th' green bag. To those of our readers who are not old enough to remember the circumstances of the memorable trial of Queen Caroline, the consort of George IV, it may be necessary to explain that much of the documentary evidence produced on that occasion in the House of Lords came from a certain green bag, which, in the state of public feeling at the time, became an object of popular indignation, if not of contempt, like the celebrated Non mi ricordo, I do not recollect, of an Italian witness against the Queen on that trial. Says John to his wife, I've great news for to tell. I've been to Lunnon fout, o'er the road be mysel. I get up one morning afore break o' day. I thought I should meet the green bag in me way. I'd no porridge enow, so I run like a foo, and ne'er stopped till I seed Lunnon fout. And when I get there, I walked up and down, kept looking about me like some country clown. They wanted for to know what I had in me rag. I said it were meal for to put i'th green bag. I begun for to swagger, and said he's a beggar, that mon that keeps stuff in th' green bag. I think by me troth I mun write to our Nan, for to tell her to come here as hard as hoo con, because hoo's so brazen and fears no face, and I want for to see that mon at May's brass. I'll tie up me lugs and run in me clogs, and doff off my hat to th' green bag. There is more of this, but enough has been given to show its character. John o' Grimphilt's Going to Thrushen War is another of the many imitations of this favourite song, but very far short of the spirit of the original. We take a specimen of it from a printed ballad sheet or broadside. "Yo Lancashire lads, come listen a while, I'll sing you a song that'll make you all smile. Of how John o' Grimphilt's you've often heard tell, for at Grimphilt's near Owdham long time I did dwell. I were at Waterloo, where I fought like a mon, but my age at that time it was scarce 21. So I geet me discharge when th' peace it were made, and I went back to Grimfilt to start ith owd trade. But weaving on me we shall never agree, so I'll go for a soldier again. I'm towed as old Alexander the Tsar is fully determined to keep on the war, so I'll go to Russia bout any fear, and help me brave countrymen in th' Crimea. So fare thee well, England, I'm bound o'er to Maine. But if aught o' good luck for to come back again, I'll tell you a tale that'll make you all stare about Alexander the great Russian bear. And if I chance catch him, to England I'll fetch him, and show him at twopence apiece." John o' Grimphilt's visit to Mr. Fielden, with a petition to the Queen to fill every hungry belly, is another imitation with reference to the late Mr. John Fielden of Todmorden, MP for Oldham, who was a great opponent of the new Poor Law. The extracts we take from a printed ballad broadside. "Says John out o' Grimfilt, I'll tell you what, Nan, I'll see Mr. Fielden as I'm a man. Says Nan o' me grannies, this is me belief, I think Mr. Fielden can banish this grief. To Lunnon I'll walk wi' me clogs on me feet, to ax Bob and Nosey if they corn it reet. I'll tell her young Queen I'm ashamed to be seen, for I've hardly a smock to me back." Joan talks of going to Ireland to consult Father Matthew, and of asking the Tory for meat, the Whig for a plate, and the Chartist for a glass of pop. Then, "When I come back from Ireland, to Lunnon I'll go, and about Grimfilt I'll let him to know. And if they should call me a country clown, I'll say I'm a felly fra Saddleworth town. Wi' me hat in me hunt, I'll tell 'em I want some porridge for Margaret and Nan. I'll say I'm so clemmed that I cannot abide, and me guts are as bare as a jackass's hide. I'll tell Bob and Nosey these times are so hard, they're emptier houses, well you know ward. Now money's so scant, they mun all drop the rent, or th' landlords'll very soon break." Footnote: Bob and Nosey, Sir Robert Peel and the Duke of Wellington. End of footnote. End of part 32. Part 33 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Burnley Haymakers. The present editor contributed this Lancashire song. It was hawked and sung about Burnley and the neighbourhood more than a century ago by a noted Burnley ballad singer called Robin o' Green, whose portrait was painted and was afterwards engraved by, or for, one of the Townleys of Townley. He was still living in 1790. The song is a satire on some weather prophet of his day, whose name has not been preserved, but whose astrological jargon and prophecies of fine weather are ridiculed in somewhat learned phraseology for a ballad. There are yet left in the neighbourhood a few astrologers, or, as they are termed, wise men, who are said to make large incomes by casting nativities, giving advice respecting stolen property, telling fortunes by means of cards, etc. This song is supposed to have been written by Mr. Cottam, the schoolmaster previously mentioned. 1. Help, goddess muse, to sing of revelation, fanatic dreams or news from the stars, knowledge refined, mysterious speculation, secondary causes of peace or wars. See how the plotting heavens, in a summer's even, together make weather at their own dispose, and to the sons of art their secrets do impart, and all their consultations most willingly disclose. 2. Sol went down clear one evening to the ocean, and gentle breezes perfumed the air. Up to a mount as if to pay devotion, for such a blessing this artist did repair. Telescopes and glasses, fitting for such asses, he took, and through them did look up to the flattering sky, and Aquarius spy, laying his picture by, and nothing but fair weather appeared to his eye. 3. Just when the sun took lodging with the lion, or near that time, if I do not mistake, more weeping weather we mortals ne'er set eye on, the sky wore a mantle for many days of black. The twins disputed, would not be confuted, they'd power that time to shower down all their influence. The moist triplicity within their powers might be, but mark how they deceived a man of mighty sense. 4. Venus had dried her, which caused the wet. Orion had put on his girdle close. Thinks he, I cannot miss it. Now for hay time, and so he marched home, crying, mow your meadows, husbands, wives, and widows. Cut down throughout the town, and you may take your rest. The hay itself will make, hang me if I mistake, for prejudicing any is not my intent. 5. I with Molly, Peg, Sue, and Betty, but 5 in number, dare well undertake. The planets smile, and the evening looks so pretty, half of the hay in this town ourselves to make. No opposition, to change condition, I spy through the sky fair weather to prevent. Then cut your meadows down, and if the heavens frown, or rain while Sol's in Leo, I'll burn my instrument. 6. Credulous fools gave ear to this impostor, cheats find acceptance above their deserts. Down go the meadows, each strove which could mow faster, merely confiding in this rare son of arts. He himself did bluster, and his train did muster, with rake and fork to make what he had underta'en. But coming to the field, he to his grief beheld the sky enveloped with clouds that threatened rain. 7. Yet confident he called it pride of the weather, and was assured that it was no rain. Aeolus lets loose his wings with moistened feathers, dipped in the ocean to cast 'em here again. Astrius puffs and blusters drove the clouds in clusters, here rushing, there crushing, till they poured down such mighty clouds of rain, as if they strove again, by force of a new deluge, this lower globe to drown. 8. For many days continued such foul weather, that all the hay cut down at that time was spoiled. The bubbled farmers, they all met together, blaming their folly to be so much beguiled. But this lying prophet made no matter of it. His book he had mistook, or taken a wrong text. His tubes and telescopes had quite deceived his hopes, but he would be more certain when he predicted next. 9. His book is only a lying errapater, his telescope is a poor hollow bark. Yet with such tools this fool himself doth flatter to be heaven's counsellor or the planet's clerk. We have law for witches, that studies mischief, some burning, others turning in a hempen string. And can there any be deserves more than he, who did such an inconveniency upon his neighbours bring? End of parts 33. Part 34 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The praise of Lancashire men, or a few lines which here is penned, wherein they Lancashire lads commend. Tune, a job for a journeyman shoemaker. You muses all assist my pen, I earnestly require, to write the praise of the young men born in Lancashire. They are both comely, stout, and tall, and of most mild behaviour. Fair maids, I do entreat you all to yield to them your favour. When a Lancashire lad doth feel the dart of Cupid's bow and quiver, and aim to take a fair maid's part, I'm sure he'll not deceive her. Unto their promise they will stand, which they to you propounded. They will not break for house or land, if love their hearts have wounded. There is knights, sons, and gentlemen, that's born in Lancashire, that will be merry now and then, if need it do require. The ploughman likewise is our friend, who doth use plough and harrow. He freely will his money spend, when he meets with his marrow. In Lancashire there's brisk young lads as are within our nation, most of them of several trades or of some occupation, that their wives can well maintain and bring them store of treasure. All by their labour and their pain they live with joy and pleasure. It is a most delightful thing and pleasure for to hear these boys their songs and catches sing when they drink their ale and beer. They will be merry, great and small, when they do meet together, and freely pay for what they call a fig for wind and weather. At pleasant sports and football play they will be blithe and jolly. Their money they will freely lay, and cast off melancholy. When Lancashire lads of several trades they have a jovial meeting, each man a glass unto fair maids will drink unto his sweeting. Brave Lancashire lads are soldiers stout, whose valour have been tried at sea and land in many a bout, when thousands brave men died. And always scorned for to yield, although the foes were plenty. If there but 10 men on the field, they surely will fight 20. Great James our King they will defend, as well as any shire. To England they will prove a friend, if need it do require. They loyal subjects still have been, and most of them stout-hearted, who still will fight for king and queen, and never from them started. Now to conclude and make an end of this my harmless sonnet, I hope no man I do offend, each man put off his bonnet, and drink a health to James our King, and to our English nation. God us defend in everything, and keep us from invasion. Footnotes: his marrow, mate, companion, lover, match, equal. Great James our King. This fixes the date of the ballad as the reign of James I or II. End of footnotes. End of part 34. Part 35 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Will the Ferryman, a water eclogue, written to accompany a particular piece of music by Dr. Freff. The following lines, which appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine for June 1758, seem to have taken their rise from a circumstance still spoken of by tradition in Lancashire, and which is sufficiently evident from the lines themselves. See An Account of Runcorn and its Environs by the Reverend John Gresswell, Master of the Grammar School in Manchester. Pale shone the moon on Mersey's flood, the midnight silence was profound, save that where Elfled's castle stood, the seagull sometimes screamed around. And village dog by fits did howl, and from the lofty yew that grows near old Rumcosus kirk, the owl her hollow note would interpose. When from a cavern on the strand poor Will the ferryman appeared, who late had slept upon the sand, and frantic then his head upreared. For to a ship he called aloud, whose whitening sail he chanced to spy. I see her hand, I see her shroud. O Molly, stay, O stay, 'tis I. What though within the churchyard near thy lifeless body low was laid? Thy roving spirit will be here, for ever here thy restless shade. For in this chamber of the rock, which tides have worn and time hath eat, I gave thy virtue first the shock, which made thy future woe complete. From Liverpool then full blithe we came, here on the beach the boat we moored. Thou lost thy life by loss of fame, and fame once lost is ne'er restored. Then pale the rose grew on thy cheek, and yellow what was lily white. Then sunk thy heart and spirit meek, and eye that sparkled with delight. "O com'st thou near?" he said. "Then come," for now the sails did nearer show. "O reach thy hand and take me home." But billows whelmed him far below. The ebbing waters soon returned to Castle Rock his floating course. They rung his knell, the village mourned, and his new sweetheart decked his hearse. Footnotes. Elflad's Castle. Ethelfleda or Elfleda, widow of Eldratal, Duke of Mercia, who died about AD 912, erected a castle at Runcorn in the year 916, upon the site which still retains the name of Castle Rock, though no vestige of the castle remains. Rumcosa's Kirk. Runcorn was called in the Saxon annals Runkofan, by Huntingdon Rumcoven, by other writers Runcoven or Runcofen, and in the King's books Ronchestorn. This chamber of the rock, probably that adjoining to the bathing house below the Lovers' Walk. End of part 35. Part 36 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lover's Leap. The following song, by an anonymous writer, is reprinted from Elegant Extracts. Hard by the hall our master's house, where Mersey flows to meet the main, where woods and winds and waves dispose a lover to complain. With arms across along the strand, poor Lycan walked and hung his head, viewing the footsteps in the sand, which a bright nymph had made. The tide, said he, will soon erase the marks so lightly here impressed, but time or tide will ne'er deface her image in my breast. Am I some savage beast of prey? Am I some horrid monster grown, that thus she flies so swift away, or meets me with a frown? That bosom soft, that lily skin, trust not the fairest outside show, contains a marble heart within, a rock hid under snow. Ah me, the flints and pebbles wound her tender feet, from whence there fell those crimson drops which stain the ground and beautify each shell. Ah, fair one, moderate thy flight, I will no more in vain pursue, but take my leave for a long night. Adieu, loved maid, adieu. With that he took a running leap, he took a lover's leap indeed, and plunged into the sounding deep, where hungry fishes feed. The melancholy heron stalks by, around the squalling seagulls yell, aloft the croaking ravens fly, and toll his funeral knell. The waters roll above his head, the billows toss it o'er and o'er, his ivory bones lie scattered, and whiten all the shore. End of part 36. Part 37 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death of an Old Huntsman. The following song, communicated by Mr. Higson of Droylston, is known to have been sung more than 50 years ago. The Gartside, named in the first verse, is said to have lived near Hartshead Pike. Edmund Freer, was huntsman to the Ashton-under-Lyne pack of hounds. 1. Of Troy's famed walls, of Iliad's king, of Hector's might, let's poets sing, and celebrate in strains sublime the heroic deeds of ancient time. A humbler muse inspires my verse, while I old Gartside's, Frere's, fate rehearse. 2. Where Greenfield rears her rocks on high, o'ertops the clouds and meets the sky, and greets the first approach of morn, this hero of the chase was born. A huntsman he of great renown, to many noble sportsmen known. 3. The crafty fox, the timid hare, the kite that skims so blithe in air, the falcon swift, the grovelling mole, the martin sleek, the moping owl, all birds and beasts of every shape, none could his wily toil escape. 4. When withering age his nerves unstrung, the sportsmen all, both old and young, crowd to his cot their grief to tell, and bid their dying friend farewell. All, seeing death approach so near, they cried, Alas, poor Edmund Freer! 5. When to the churchyard he was borne by village hinds, with looks forlorn, and herdsmen too, his course attend, to show their love to their old friend. For death has ended the career of the brave huntsman Edmund Freer. 6. No more his horn the huntsman hears, no more his voice the village cheers, no more the fox with artful care eludes the chase or fears the snare, since death has ended the career of that brave huntsman Edmund Freer. 7. The turf that covers his remains is much revered by rustic swains, and sportsmen all as they pass by pay the soft tribute of a sigh, or drop a sympathetic tear, saying, Alas, poor Edmund Freer! End of Part 37. Part 38 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Handloom versus Powerloom. This song of a transitional era in weaving was sung by John Grimshaw, better known by his sobriquet of Common of Gorton near Manchester. Come all you cotton weavers, your looms you may pull down. You must get employed in factories, in country or in town. For our cotton masters have found out a wonderful new scheme. These calico goods now wove by hand, they're going to weave by steam. In comes the gruff o'erlooker, or the master will attend. It's, you must find another shop, or quickly you must mend. For such work as this will never do, so now I tell you plain, we must have good pincop spinning, or we ne'er can weave by steam. There's sew makers and dressers, and some are making warps. These poor pincop spinners, they must mind their flats and sharps, for if an end slips under, as sometimes perchance it may, they'll daub you down in black and white, and you've a shilling to pay. In comes the surly winder, her cops they are all marred. They're all snarls and soft bad ends, for I've roved off many a yard. I'm sure I'll tell the master of the joss when he comes in. They'll daub you down and you must pay, so money comes rolling in. The weaver's turn will next come on, for they must not escape to enlarge the master's fortunes they are fined in every shape. For thin places or bad edges, a go or else afloat, they'll daub you down and you must pay threepence or else a groat. If you go into a loom shop, where there's 3 or 4 pairs of looms, they all are standing empty, encumbrances of the rooms. And if you ask the reason why, the old mother will tell you plain, my daughters have forsaken them and gone to weave by steam. So come all you cotton weavers, you must rise up very soon, for you must work in factories from morning until noon. You mustn't walk in your garden for 2 or 3 hours a day, for you must stand at their command and keep your shuttles in play. End of part 38. Part 39 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gorton Town. This song was communicated by Mr. John Higson, who says it is translated from the vernacular. It will be the more intelligible to the non-Lancashire reader. Gorton is a chapelry in the parish of Manchester, and about 3 miles from that city. This was sung in February 1865 at the naming of a dog, Ringwood, at the Hare and Hounds Inn, Abbey Hay, Gorton, by Samuel Bessick, a nephew of the composer of the tune and author or compiler of the words, the late John Bessick, alias Paris Jack, a singer, fluter and fiddler in great request at stirs and merrymakings, where his vocal and instrumental services were often paid in kind, in meat, clothes or liquor. He was also in the choir of Gorton Chapel, now St. James's Church, where he was buried a few years ago. It has been printed as a broadside. Gosh dang it, lads, we come in again, though many a mile I've been. A Gorton lad I'm bred and born, and lots of sights I've seen. But when I did come back again, I nearly fell in fits, for times and folks so altered looked, I thought I'd lost me wits. I turned me north, I turned me south, I turned me east and west, and everything so altered looked, and some were none for the best. They'd even altered Goose Green Pump, they'd turned it upside down, and Thwell they'd choked with paving stones since I left Gorton town. When I left home some years ago, the old folks had lots of trade. Some right good jobs came tumbling in, and every one well paid. We'd good roast beef and pudding, and ale some decent swigs. Egad, they lived like fighting cocks, and got as fat as pigs. But now, egad, there's none such things. Poor folks have empty tripes. There's no roast beef to stuff their hides. It's poor law soup and swipes. An honest working man's no chance. Grim want does on him frown. I ne'er thought things would come to this when I left Gorton town. In days gone by our fine young men ne'er told such dismal tales. They'd ne'er a man transported then as far as New South Wales. We'd honest men in Parliament, both Tories, Rads and Whigs. They were never known poor folk to rob, but now they've turned to prigs. Our manufacturers worked full time, their mills were seldom stopped. No general turnouts were there then, their wages never dropped. Those Corn Law folks and Chartist lads might talk till all were brown, without being sent to treading mills when I left Gorton town. In days gone by, I never thought such days would come as these, when lads were all as gay as larks and wenches bright as bees. Right merrily they jogged to the fairs, in clogs and light shalloon, and every one could sport a face just like a harvest moon. But now the clogs and light shalloons each one has thrown aside, and lasses now are faded moons, they're grown too proud to stride. The foolish frumps sport mutton pumps, and yet their pride to crown, they've bustles tied behind them, half as large as Gorton town. But dang it, lads, us ne'er forget, when first I came in th' town, a pretty wench came up to me and says, "Where art thou boun'?" But putting all these jokes aside, we'll hope these times will mend. There'll come a day yet when the rich will prove the poor man's friend, when work and honest poverty will meet with due regard, and plotting knaves and creeping slaves will get their just reward. It's soon or late, as sure as fate, such things will come to pass, and when we all get lots of work, we'll soon get lots of brass. with right good trade and fairly paid, I dare bet thee a crown, there'll not be such a place i'th world as merry Gorton town. End of part 39. Part 40 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Handloom Weaver's Lament. Mr. John Higson also obtained this song from the singing of John Grimshaw. You gentlemen and tradesmen that ride about at will, look down on these poor people, it's enough to make you krill. Look down on these poor people as you ride up and down. I think there is a God above will bring your pride quite down. Chorus. You tyrants of England, your race may soon be run. You may be brought onto account for what you've sorely done. You pull down our wages, shamefully to tell. You go into the markets and say you cannot sell. And when that we do ask you, when these bad times will mend, you quickly give an answer, when the wars are at an end. When we look on our poor children, it grieves our hearts full sore. Their clothing it is worn to rags, while we can get no more. With little in their bellies, they to their work must go, whilst yours do dress as monkeys in a show. You go to church on Sundays, I'm sure it's naught but pride. There can be no religion where humanity's thrown aside. If there be a place in heaven, as there is in the exchange, our poor souls must not come near there, like lost sheep they must range. With the choicest of strong dainties, your tables overspread, with good ale and strong brandy, to make your faces red. You call a set of visitors, it is your whole delight, and you lay your heads together to make our faces white. You say that Bonaparte, he's been the spoil of all, and that we have got reason to pray for his downfall. Now Bonaparte's dead and gone, and it is plainly shown that we have bigger tyrants in bonies of our own. And now, my lads, for to conclude, it's time to make an end. Let's see if we can form a plan that these bad times may mend, and give us our old prices, as we have had before, and we can live in happiness and rub off the old score. Footnote. It's enough to make you krill, chilly, goose-fleshy. End of footnotes. This ballad was sung to the favourite air of A Hunting We Will Go, but better known in and near Manchester by a song of the time, of which one verse runs, With Henry Hunt we'll go, with Henry Hunt we'll go. We'll raise the cap of liberty in spite of Nadine Joe. Footnote. Joseph Nadine was Deputy Constable of Manchester for more than 20 years. He resigned in March 1821 and was succeeded by Mr. Stephen Lavender from London. End of part 40. Part 41 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Middleton Overseer and the Madman. The following ballad is said to be founded on fact. It was taken down by Mr. Higson as sung by John Grimshaw. Middleton is a market town and parish, midway between Manchester and Rochdale. We have also seen it in print as an ordinary ballad sheet. It's of a clever overseer as crafty as a mouse, sir. He brought a man from Middleton to Lancaster madhouse, sir. The overseer laughed in his sleeve in view of speculation, but little did he think to meet with such a desolation. Right fal the ral the radio, right fal the laurel lido, right fal the ral the radio, right fal the laurel lido. When they arrived at Lancaster, says the madman, we're at home, sir. They walked about Lancaster streets like Darby and his Joan, sir. The madman and the overseer, they went to bed together, Says the overseer to himself, I'll stick to him like leather. Right foul, etc. Then the overseer did lie down, and the madman he did creep, sir, and by his cunning crafty tricks got the overseer asleep, sir. The note out of his pocket drew, which lay behind his head, sir. Got up and left the overseer quite fast asleep in bed, sir. Right foul, etc. By chance he met a gentleman. Says he, Where are you bound, sir? He says, I'm going to take a view of Lancaster, fine town, sir. Says he, I'm an overseer, I'm come upon a cruise, sir. I've a message that I must take down to Lancaster madhouse, sir. Right foul, etc. When he got to Lancaster madhouse, loudly he rang the bell, sir. And when the governor did appear, he cut a noble swell, sir. Says he, A madman I have got, I'll show you my receipt, sir. I've had him in my custody, struggling all the neat, sir. Right foul, etc. Says the lunatic, He's so mad, perhaps he'll form a plan, sir. And when this morning we do come, he'll swear I am the man, sir. For he is so obstreperous that no one can endure him. And when he says that I'm the man, that instant you secure him. Right foul, etc. He went straight back to the public house, and loudly he did say, sir, Why, overseer, do you intend to lie in bed all day, sir? The overseer was so alarmed with fear beyond relation, to see the lunatic awake and free, yet full of conversation. Right foul, etc. Says the overseer, I will get up, we'll have a little meat, sir, and after that we'll take a walk, and look at my estate, sir. After they had breakfasted, they kindly did embrace, sir. Says the overseer, Yonder is a most elegant place, sir. Right foul, etc. Then the overseer his pockets groped, and straight began a-crying. His receipt was gone, he knew not how, it set him near a dying. Says the overseer, I must form a plan, all for to get him in, sir. Says the lunatic unto himself, I wish you would begin, sir. Right foul, etc. Then the overseer he rang the bell without any further thought, sir. Says the madman to the turnkey, This is the man I've brought, sir. They got hold of the overseer, and hauled him into the place, sir. Pulled off his clothes, and shaved his head, and then they washed his face, sir. Right foul, etc. Then he was so ungovernable, and kicked up such a racket, that quick they bound him hand and foot, put on him a strait jacket. When the operation did commence, his mind was filled with stitches, and the overseer looked in their face like one with dirty breeches. Right foul, etc. Says the lunatic, I will go home, my sorrows are all over, I'm as happy now as ever cow was in a field of clover. Where have you left the overseer, where they will make him civil? I've left him in Lancaster Asylum, as mad as any devil. Right foul, etc. A note was sent immediately by the coach, the volunteer, sir, to get to Lancaster with speed, to release the overseer, sir. And now, poor man, at home again, his mind's full of reflection. He'll remember Lancaster madhouse to the day of resurrection. Right foul, etc. End of part 41. Part 42 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Melvin of the Merseyside. This has long been a favourite song. The broadsides are still printed and sold in Liverpool and the neighbourhood. Give ear with patience to my relation, all you that ever felt Cupid's dart. I'm captivated and ruinated by a young female that made me smart. My mind's tormented, I can't prevent it, her glancing beauty has me destroyed. I speak sincerely, I suffered dearly for Mary Melvin of the Merseyside. In the month of May when the lambkins play, by the riverside as I chanced to rove. There I spied Mary, both light and airy, and singing sweetly as she did rove. I got enchanted, I throbbed and panted, like one delirious I stood and cried, Ah, lovely creature, the boast of nature, did Cupid send you to the Merseyside? She made this answer, It's all romancing for you to flatter a simple dame. I'm not so stupid or duped by Cupid, so I defy you on me to scheme. My habitation is near this plantation, I feed my flocks by the riverside. Therefore don't tease me, and you will please me, said Mary Melvin of the Merseyside. I said, My charmer, my soul's alarmer, your glancing beauty did me ensnare. If I've offended, I never intended to hurt your feelings, I do declare. You sang so sweetly and so discreetly, you cheered the woods and valleys wide, that famed Apollo your voice would follow, should he but hear you near the Merseyside. Young man, you're dreaming, or you are scheming, you're like the serpents that tempted Eve. Your oily speeches do sting like leeches, but all your flattery shan't me deceive. Your vain delusion is an intrusion, for your misconduct I must you chide. Therefore retire, it is my desire, said Mary Melvin of the Merseyside. Don't be cruel, my dearest jewel, I'm captivated, I really vow. To show I'm loyal, make no denial, here is my hand and I'll wed you now. I want no sporting nor tedious courting, but instantly I'll make you my bride. Therefore surrender, I'm no pretender, sweet Mary Melvin of the Merseyside. She then consented, and quite contented, unto the church we went straightway, and quickly hurried, and both got married, and joined our hearts on that very day. Her parents blessed us, and then caressed us, a handsome portion they did provide. We bless the day that we chanced to stray by the lonely banks on the Merseyside. End of Part 42. Part 43 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grimshaw's Factory Fire. In 1790, Mr. Robert Grimshaw of Gorton House, Gorton, near Manchester, having contracted with the Reverend Dr. Cartwright, the inventor of the power loom, for the privilege of using 500 of his looms, erected for their reception a weaving factory at Knott Mill with steam power. The mill was finished, and the machinery, including 30 power looms, had not been many weeks at work before the whole building was burned to the ground. As the proprietor had previously received several anonymous letters threatening destruction to the mill if he persisted to work it, there is every reason to conclude that the fire did not happen without design, but was the work of an incendiary. Mr. Grimshaw was about erecting another mill in Gorton, but this fire not only deterred him but others from bringing the invention into use, and the next attempt to introduce power looms into Manchester was not made till 16 years afterwards. After the time of the fire, there lived up the Ginnel, near the chapel houses, Gorton, a man named Lucas, a handloom weaver and crofter or bleacher. Though very illiterate, not able to write and scarcely to read, he enjoyed considerable local fame as a rhymester. He composed a ditty on the destruction of Grimshaw's mill, which was regularly set to music, printed and sold by the ballad dealers of Manchester. The entire song cannot now be recovered, but the following fragment has been orally gleaned from 5 old men, each of whom well recollects singing it at the time of its currency. It reveals the feelings of the working classes of that day on the introduction of machinery and steam power. For the above particulars, we are indebted to the late Mr. John Higson. Come all ye country gentlemen, come listen to my story. It's of a country gallant who was cropped in his glory. all by a new invention, as all things come by nature, concerning looms from Doncaster, and waving done by waiter. Chorus. Then, the looms from Doncaster, that lately have come down, that they never had been carried into Manchester town. For coal to work his factory, he sent unto the Duke, sir. He thought that all the town should be stifled with the smoke, sir. But the Duke sent him an answer, which came so speedily, that the poor should have the coal, if the devil took the machinery. Then etc. He got all kinds of people to work at his invention, both English, Scotch, and Irish, and more than I could mention. He kept such order over them, much more than they did choose, sir. They left him land for liberty, please God to spare their shoes, sir. Then etc. The floor was over shavings, took fire in the night, sir, but now he's sick in bed. Some say it's with a fright, sir. The rest wanting. Footnotes. Concerning looms from Doncaster. Dr. Cartwright had erected a mill for power looms at Doncaster, but with so little success that it was abandoned. He sent unto the Duke of Bridgewater, the great coal owner. End of part 43. Part 44 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bonny Grey. This song celebrated a famous cockfight in the days of the old Lord Derby, Edward the 12th Earl, who was very fond of the sport and who died in 1834. He was the great-grandfather of the present Earl. The song appears to indicate that the cockpit in which the battle was fought was in Liverpool, and it is clear that the Earl and the Prescott lads backed the cock named Charcoal Black, while the Liverpool folks supported the Bonny Grey, which proved the victor. We take this song from a printed ballad sheet. Come all you cock merchants far and near, did you hear of a cockfight happening here? Those Liverpool lads, I've heard them say, 'tween the Charcoal Black and the Bonny Grey. We went to Jim Ward's and called for a pot, where this grand cock battle was fought. For 20 guineas a side these cocks did play, the Charcoal Black and the Bonny Grey. Then Lord Derby came swaggering down. I'll bet 10 guineas to a crown, if this Charcoal Black he gets fair play, he'll clip the wings of your Bonny Grey. Now when these cocks came to the sod, cry the Liverpool lads, how now, what odds? The odds the Prescott lads did say, 'tween the Charcoal Black and the Bonny Grey. The cockfight was fought hard and fast, the black charcoal he lay dead at last. The Liverpool lads gave a loud huzzah, and carried away the Bonny Grey. Footnote. Jim Ward, the pugilist who kept an inn in Liverpool. End of footnotes. End of part 44. Part 45 of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lancashire Witches. In vain I attempt to describe the charms of my favourite fair. She's the sweetest of Mother Eve's tribe, with her there is none to compare. She's a pride of beauty so bright, her image my fancy enriches, my charmers the village delight, and the pride of the Lancashire witches. Then hurrah for the Lancashire witches, whose smile every bosom enriches. Oh, dearly I prize the pretty blue eyes of the pride of the Lancashire witches. They may talk of the dark eyes of Spain, 'tis useless to boast as they do. They attempt to compare them in vain with the Lancashire ladies of blue. Only view the dear heavenly belles, you're soon seized with love's sudden twitches, which none could create but the spells from the eyes of the Lancashire witches. Then hurrah, etc. The Lancashire witches, believe me, are beautiful every one, but mine or my fancy deceives me, is the prettiest under the sun. If the wealth of the Indies, I swear, were mine and I wallowed in riches, how gladly my fortune I'd share with the pride of the Lancashire witches. Then hurrah, etc. End of Part 45. End of Ancient Ballads and Songs of Lancashire, edited by John Harland.